Chapter 128, Chapter 1, Fierce Sun Capital, Request Subscription. Fierce Sun's capital city, space-time teleportation area. Fierce Sun Ancient Country is one of the strongest dominions of this world, ruling over vast and extensive territories. Even someone as mighty as the Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult to traverse the Fierce Sun Ancient Country effortlessly. The Heavenly Venerate has mastered the art of space-time to the extreme, but even so, it requires millions of void traversals to barely travel from one end of the ancient country to the other. Millions of void traversals? Even if one could traverse 100 times in a single breath, millions would still require 10,000 breaths. If there's really something urgent, the situation would already be too late. Moreover, the maximum distance void traversal heavily drains the Heavenly Venerate's mental energy, and none can achieve uninterrupted traversals for millions of times. But the space-time teleportation area in Fierce Sun's capital city can transport to any domain city in any major domain of Fierce Sun Ancient Country in just over 10 breaths. The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, from King Lingshan revealing the Supreme Core Royal Strength to King Qibao arriving via the space-time teleportation formation, took over 30 breaths altogether. Most of this time was spent transmitting informational intelligence and deciding which Supreme Core Royal to send for support. Fierce Sun Ancient Country has a thorough understanding of its numerous major domains within its territories, relying not only on the high and mighty ancestral intimidation, but also on this spiderweb-like space-time teleportation formation. The space-time teleportation formation of Fierce Sun Ancient Country is open to outsiders, yet the price is hefty, making it unaffordable for those below the level of a ruler. Even rulers refrain from using the space-time teleportation formation unless there are critical matters. At this moment, in the capital's space-time teleportation area, numerous powerhouses from various major domains of the ancient country are coming and going, exchanging intelligence amongst themselves. Have you heard? The war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain? Qingfen Domain is a major border domain of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country, and Purple Dream Domain is likewise a border domain of Daling Ancient Country, so friction is common there. What's surprising about a war? Indeed, this kind of war limited to dozens of major domains happens almost periodically at the borders of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country. I'm not talking about the war, but King Lingshan's involvement in it. King Lingshan, the youngest core royal of Daling Ancient Country? Yes, as soon as King Lingshan acted, he displayed the power of a Supreme Core Royal. A Supreme Core Royal? Then it's over. Qingfen Domain is likely overtaken. Qingfen Domain wasn't overtaken. A great lord named Galaxies intervened and killed King Lingshan. Numerous rulers from various major domains conversed, and amongst rulers, they all have connections. If an important piece of intelligence arises, it first spreads among them. King Lingshan's growth to supremacy already commands the attention of rulers and even great lords, let alone the fact that the Supreme King Lingshan was killed. It's rumored that this great Lord Galaxy is a Supreme Core Royal who traveled abroad, seeking further advancement, and now easily killed King Lingshan, implying significant progress. Impressive, though King Lingshan had not been in his supreme state for long, to easily kill him? Even the Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult. Which Supreme Core Royal of our Fierce Sun Ancient Country is this great Lord Galaxy? The rulers immediately expressed interest. Knowing more about top-tier information related to Fierce Sun Ancient Country is certainly beneficial. In the depths of the space-time teleportation area, dozens of figures have been waiting for a long time. The leading figure, a woman in a blue dress, glanced at the conversations among the many strong practitioners outside, her expression unchanged. A tall man standing behind lowered his voice, saying, "His Majesty sent us here to escort Great Lord Galaxy to the newly constructed palace." Did Great Lord Galaxy not have a palace before? Even core royals traveling abroad had a palace in the capital before their journey. Every king, whether royal or heavenly venerate, has a palace in the capital. The palace is prepared before the king's decree is issued. Yet this Great Lord Galaxy needs them to lead to the new palace, suggesting there was no palace before. This is indeed strange. Could it be that before traveling abroad, Great Lord Galaxy was not a king? But any core royal, whether they reach supremacy or not, would be declared as king. Information regarding Great Lord Galaxy has already been spreading vigorously in the capital, with general consensus identifying him as a Supreme Core Royal. If not a Supreme Core Royal, who could kill King Lingshan at Great Lord level? Even those Heavenly Venerates in their Great Lord realm couldn't possibly achieve this. Heavenly Venerates can suppress Supreme Core Royals relying on their realm. If on the same level, Heavenly Venerates likely aren't matched against Core Royals. This is why every Core Royal desires to step into the Heavenly Venerate realm. But His Majesty values this Great Lord Galaxy greatly, bestowing the palace right next to our ancient country's sun vein. I recall that many Heavenly Venerates wanted that palace, yet all were declined by His Majesty, only to now give it to this Great Lord Galaxy? The third figure's tone carried a slight sentiment. The sun vein of Fierce Sun Ancient Country is a sacred place for cultivation, and the closer one is to it, the more benefits it brings. The Emperor's quarters were built upon the Sun Vein. The new palace bestowed upon Great Lord Galaxy abuts the Sun Vein, and the advantages for cultivation, though not quite as good as the Emperor's quarters, aren't far off. Many kings' palaces belong to the edges influenced by the Sun Vine. That palace adjacent to the Sun Vine has been eyed by countless kings, especially those heavenly venerates. Chapter 129, One Fierce Sun Capital, Seeking Subscription. Seconder 129, Chapter 1, Fierce Sun Capital, Seeking Subscription. 2. But generations of emperors of the ancient country were reluctant to bestow it, preferring it to remain vacant rather than granted away. After all, it's extremely difficult for a normal king to completely perish and fall. Once bestowed, it would be hard for the fierce sun ancient country to reclaim it. Alright, this is His Majesty's decision, not something you can discuss. The leading woman in green swept a glance at the figures conversing, speaking calmly. Yes, the figures immediately fell silent. At this moment, not far away, a massive space-time transference formation began emitting subtle space-time fluctuations, forming a space-time passage stretching from a distant place to here. It's coming. The dozens of waiting figures immediately perked up. They had been ordered to wait here for this moment, to welcome the Great Lord Galaxy. Whoosh! The space-time passage took shape, and several figures emerged from it. At the forefront were a red-bearded old man and a young man, King Qibao and the Great Lord Galaxy. The waiting figures immediately recognized King Qibao, and the young man standing alongside him should be the Great Lord Galaxy. The aura of the Great Lord Galaxy, I've never sensed it before. Could it be from the core royal family of an unimaginably ancient period? Uncertain. The dozens of figures each had different thoughts, and they immediately followed the woman in green to meet them. Lin Yuan and King Qibao traveled via the space-time passage from the distant Qingfen domain to arrive at this capital of the fierce sun country. Crossing such a vast distance in 10 breaths, even if space-time comprehension reaches the peak of the 9th realm, it's impossible. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He left an avatar in Qingfen City, able to roughly sense the distance from his original form. And this capital of the fierce sun country, Lin Yuan observed his surroundings, faintly feeling an inexplicable pressure. The entire capital of the fierce sun country seemed like an unprecedented secret treasure, capable of suppressing ordinary heavenly venerate level experts with slight operation. Buzz buzz buzz. An inexplicable fluctuation swept silently over. Don't overthink it. This is the sensing formation of the capital, to prevent experts from other ancient countries from infiltrating. King Qibao explained through sound transmission beside him. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The capital is the most prosperous and core place of the fierce sun ancient country, as well as the most important location, requiring profound inspections for any expert entering the capital. So, I have passed? Lin Yuan asked, naturally. King Qibao laughed. The abundant fierce sun aura within Lin Yuan directly precludes the possibility of experts from other ancient countries. The sensing formation of the capital, while routine, applies not only to Lin Yuan, but also includes King Qibao within its range. After exiting the space-time passage, Lin Yuan saw dozens of figures walking towards them. Greetings to the Great Lord Galaxy. The woman in green leading them bowed respectfully, and the dozens of figures behind her followed suit. They did not know Lin Yuan's real name or core royal title, so they could only use the currently known Great Lord Galaxy to address him. King Qibao, seeing this scene, smiled and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, "These people were sent by His Majesty to greet you." His Majesty? Lin Yuan nodded. The His Majesty here refers naturally to the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, also the strongest existence in the entire Fierce Sun Ancient Country in terms of combat power. Of course, the Emperor's strength relies on external aid. His Majesty holds you in high regard, King Qibao said. Come, I'll take you to your mansion. After King Qibao spoke, the woman in green and the others stepped forward, leading Lin Yuan and King Qibao onto a warship. Within the capital of the Fierce Sun Country, void traveling is forbidden, even to a heavenly venerate. To reach a certain place, one must either fly honestly or use flying treasures such as warships. The latter requires application to the ancient country, and operating a warship in the capital is usually a symbol of status. Whoosh! The warship soared into the sky, heading beyond the space-time transference area. At this moment, numerous strong individuals entering and exiting the space-time transference area noticed the warship emerging from the depth of the area. That warship, is it a royal warship? The 9-pattern Imperial warship? Unless there is a personal order from His Majesty, no one can mobilize this warship. Who exactly requires the 9-pattern Imperial warship for a reception? Many experts gazed up in amazement as the warship departed. The last time His Majesty deployed the 9-pattern Imperial warship for a reception was after a grand victory against the Zhuanyin Ancient Country in a large-scale war, when the Commander-in-Chief of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country returned to the capital to such treatment. Zhuanyin Ancient Country, like the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Daling Ancient Country, is one of the 6 hegemonic ancient countries of this world. But now, For the past hundreds of thousands of years, the fierce Sun ancient country has not engaged in high-intensity warfare with the other 5 ancient countries, mostly involving local skirmishes. Even if victorious, one would return to the capital to receive rewards. But the deployment of the 9-pattern Imperial warship for reception would be impossible. On the warship, Lin Yuan overlooked the capital below. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I was on this warship. King Qibao was in a good mood, looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "It's thanks to your honor, Galaxy. Very soon." The warship stopped in front of a magnificent mansion. Lin Yuan and King Qibao stepped out, followed by the woman in green and dozens of figures. "Great Lord Galaxy, this is your mansion." The woman in green flipped her hand, producing a token and respectfully handed it to Lin Yuan. "This is the token for the mansion. Refining it will allow you to control the entire mansion." Lin Yuan accepted the token, refining it within a breath. Through this token, Lin Yuan could sense every detail of this mansion and also control everything within it, including the great formations enveloping the mansion. The mansion's formations are derived from those of the capital and can draw upon a trace of the capital's formation power. "Galaxy, give this mansion a name," King Qibao said beside him. "A name?" Lin Yuan pondered and said, "Let's call it Galaxy Mansion." After all, his title is Galaxy, so naming the mansion Galaxy is normal and also very convenient. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he controlled the mansion token to engrave the word Galaxy atop the mansion. Galaxy Royal Mansion? The dozens of figures behind mumbled to themselves. Often, a mansion's name corresponds to the title of a conferred king. But Galaxy? They originally thought Galaxy was an alias, but now Lin Yuan using it as the mansion's name clearly meant he had taken Galaxy as his official title. That's fine. King Qibao nodded. The royal family of the fierce Sun ancient country usually includes Qi in their official titles, such as King Qibao, Red Pine King, and King Qijue. But it's not absolute. It mainly depends on the thoughts of the conferred king themselves. This mansion is now your abode, Galaxy. I wonder if I can have a look inside. King Qibao smiled and said, "This is a genuine sacred place for cultivation, right beside the sun vein of the capital. Yet His Majesty never had the heart to grant it to someone. Please enter." Lin Yuan immediately controlled the token to open the entrance of the mansion. Such intense fierce sun origin source. Entering the mansion, Lin Yuan immediately felt the scorching aura filling the space. Under this aura's coverage, Lin Yuan felt extremely comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring, with his internal fierce sun bloodline circulating more smoothly. "How is it?" King Qibao asked, watching Lin Yuan with a smile. His mansion, although not filled with such fierce sun origin source, was not considered inferior. It was Lin Yuan's first encounter with such a cultivation environment. Very good. Lin Yuan carefully sensed it, saying solemnly, "Cultivating in such an environment, Lin Yuan's efficiency and enlightenment would absolutely be surprisingly high. Especially in aspects related to the sun and fierce sun, his progress might improve by leaps and bounds." "Ha ha ha, then it's all right." King Qibao smiled brightly. "Tomorrow, His Majesty will meet with you, so just settle in for today," King Qibao said. Lin Yuan nodded. Just then, King Qibao seemed to receive some information, immediately looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "Galaxy, the final merits of the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain have been determined. Chapter 1130, To Possession of the Ancestor of Fierce Sun, request subscription. Chapter 1130, Chapter 2, Possession of the Ancestor of Fierce Sun, request subscription." The merits have been awarded? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, the Red Pine King was the commander. Qingfen Domain won, and logically, the greatest credit should go to Red Pine King. Yet, Red Pine King transferred all the war merits to Lin Yuan. The merits obtained by the war commander can be directly exchanged in the ancient country's treasury for resource inheritance, which is extremely precious. This is also the greatest confidence for the fierce Sun ancient country and its fervent kings to win the war. Why do the high and mighty heavenly venerates obey the ancient royal family? Isn't it precisely because of the numerous resources and inheritances within the ancient country's treasury? Your merit is 120,000, Galaxy Brother. King Qibao said, 120,000 merits, not a small amount. A normal heavenly venerate level secret treasure weapon costs about 78,000 merits. Lin Yuan nodded. In the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan reaped numerous rewards, with merits being only a part of them. Additionally, there are spoils obtained from various great lords on the battlefield, and the ransom from the Daling ancient country soon after, etc. The 120,000 merits have been distributed. If Galaxy Brother wants to redeem them, you can go directly to this place. King Qibao gave Lin Yuan a location, the entrance to the national treasury. Anyone who has merits with Fierce Sun ancient country can enter to redeem rewards. Good. Lin Yuan inwardly looked forward to it. The treasury of Fierce Sun ancient country encompasses all sorts of resource inheritances, and most importantly, most resources will never appear in the outside world. Lin Yuan was about to continue chatting with King Qibao. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked toward the outside of the mansion. "What's wrong?" King Qibao asked. "Someone is visiting me," Lin Yuan said. "Having just arrived in the capital, without relatives or acquaintances, someone visiting so soon? Ha ha ha, I almost forgot." King Qibao smiled. "This mansion has been watched by many, Galaxy Brother. Even if your majesty doesn't announce externally, it couldn't stay hidden." "I see," Lin Yuan nodded. Moreover, the 9-pattern warship that greeted Lin Yuan was quite conspicuous and would definitely receive much attention. Should Galaxy Brother go out and take a look? King Qibao smiled and said, "Those who immediately come to pay respects to Galaxy Brother generally have good intentions. Then let's meet them." Lin Yuan nodded and immediately walked out of the mansion with King Qibao. Galaxy Brother. Galaxy Brother, one figure after another quickly walked up. Just now, I was curious who warranted His Majesty sending the 9-pattern warship for greeting. Didn't expect it to be Galaxy Brother. No wonder, no wonder. Those who came to pay respects to Lin Yuan were mostly from the royal family, and at this moment, all these royals looked at Lin Yuan with great enthusiasm. Lin Yuan responded to each of the royal members one by one. Long before arriving in the capital, King Qibao had explained the situation in the capital to him. The capital of Fierce Sun Ancient Country mainly has 2 factions. One is the royal family faction, the other is the heavenly venerate faction. Within the royal family, there are 17 major branches. Each branch has an ultimate core royal member stationed. Outside the 17 major branches, there are some royal families, but they cannot form a scale and can only depend on the 17 major branch royals. Theoretically, based on Lin Yuan's strength, he could completely establish the 18th royal branch. The ones coming to visit me are mostly royals. As for those heavenly venerate followers, not a single one? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Is it that the heavenly venerates don't know he took over this mansion? Obviously not possible. It seems those heavenly venerate kings do not have goodwill towards my presence. Lin Yuan understood the reason. The important resources of Fierce Sun Ancient Country are undoubtedly tilted towards core royals. Each additional core royal equates to a portion of resources being distributed away, naturally causing displeasure among the heavenly venerates. Especially since Lin Yuan's exhibited strength exceeds that of a normal ultimate core royal member, walking far on the path of breaking the heavenly venerates' shackles. This makes the heavenly venerates even more wary. However, Lin Yuan is not worried. Within Fierce Sun Ancient Country, the royal family is the absolute ruler, and the heavenly venerates, even if wary, dare not take any actions. After handling the royal family members who came to visit, Lin Yuan parted with King Qibao and headed to the entrance of the national treasury. Carrying a hefty amount of 120,000 merits, Lin Yuan was eager to see the inherited treasures within the national treasury. This is also Lin Yuan's main purpose in coming to the capital, to accelerate cultivation with the help of these resources. The capital of Fierce Sun is vast, like a spatial temporal maze. Lin Yuan, guided by the map given by King Qibao, finally arrived before a great hall. Lin Yuan looked at this great hall in front of him with no one guarding outside, only 2 statue guardians standing. Lin Yuan carefully observed the 2 statue guardians and faintly felt an inexplicable aura fluctuation from them. These statue guardians possess at least heavenly venerate level combat power. Lin Yuan's brow faintly twitched, sensing a threat. Given Lin Yuan's current strength, only a heavenly venerate level expert could pose a threat to him. Bloodline and merit verified. Permission to enter granted. As Lin Yuan observed the statues guarding the entrance, a voice faintly echoed in his ears. "Can I go in now?" Lin Yuan immediately proceeded forward. The entrance to the grand hall opened, and Lin Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, Lin Yuan found himself in an independent space. Nearby, flames gathered to form a phantom elder who smiled and said, "Descendant of Fierce Sun, please select the treasure inheritance you wish to exchange. Please take a look." The phantom elder waved his hand. Infinite flames intertwined, forming an array of treasure resource information. These treasure resource inheritances are ranked from high to low based on the merit required, the phantom elder said with a smile. Lin Yuan nodded, immediately starting to examine from the highest point. First in line was not a resource treasure inheritance, but an opportunity. It required 1 trillion merits to exchange, an opportunity to become one with the ancestor. Being one with the ancestor, perceiving the profound mysteries of the ancestor level, Lin Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Become one with the ancestor? Become one with the ancestor of Fierce Sun? The ancestor of Fierce Sun is a 13th level temporal life form. To merge with such a being, viewing timelines from a 13th level perspective, is something Lin Yuan wouldn't even dare imagine. What kind of existence is a 13th level temporal life form? How would they allow ants to merge with them? For training disciples, a 13th level temporal life form wouldn't need to train any disciples at all. If they were truly interested, they would create legacies like the creator of the Chaos Void's Infinite Void legacy and toss them out. Whoever obtains them can train. As for merging, Not to mention 13th level temporal lifeforms, even Lin Yuan wouldn't allow other lifeforms to merge with him. After all, in a merged state, they can perceive Lin Yuan's physical body and soul, and many secrets are hard to hide. The ancestor of Fierce Sun truly, Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, realizing that the ancestor of Fierce Sun was indeed troubled to nurture his descendants, even offering a chance to merge. Although unsure how to increase the chance to survive time cycles, merging with a temporal life form and perceiving the past and future timelines would undoubtedly enhance understanding of the essence of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The drop of temporal bloodline left by the Moyu Tower Master allowed Lin Yuan to understand much. How much more if he were to merge with a living 13th level temporal life form? But 1 trillion merits? Lin Yuan's mouth slightly twitched. He previously thought carrying 120,000 merits was a huge fortune, but now compared to 1 trillion merits, it's almost negligible. It's important to know that the war between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain was almost single-handedly turned by Lin Yuan. Besides, he killed King Lingshan, the Extreme Core Royal. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan obtained 120,000 merits. Normally winning such a level of war, which means repelling the invasion of the enemy domain, the commander's merit would be around 20 to 30,000. Or even less. That's why King Qibao said Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits were already a lot. Over half of Lin Yuan's 120,000 merits came from killing King Lingshan, the Extreme Core Royal. No matter what, the opportunity to become one with the ancestor of Fierce Sun must be grasped. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Although 1 trillion merits are extremely distant for Lin Yuan now, at least there's hope. This opportunity is countless times better than those great saints in the Chaos Void. Those unparalleled great saints in the Chaos Void paid unknown prices to pursue traces of 13th level temporal lifeforms, while Lin Yuan could directly merge with 13th level temporal lifeforms? What a rare chance is this? Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts and continued to look down. The following resources of treasure inheritance, opportunities to enter mysterious places, are equally precious, making Lin Yuan envious. For instance, the opportunity to train in this world's primordial lands. Lin Yuan once entered the immortal realm's primordial lands, where the rules of a world manifest truly. Perceiving rules were as simple as eating and drinking. The training opportunity in this world's primordial lands? How many true rules must be manifested? Although this training opportunity does not require 1 trillion merits, it requires 90 billion merits, which is still somewhat out of reach for Lin Yuan. Additionally, there are some secret treasure weapons with incredible power. Lin Yuan calmed himself and continued to look down. For me, there's no need to exchange for secret treasure weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He preferred to exchange for inheritance guides. Because comprehending the inheritance guides can equally be applied to the true form's primordial spirit incarnation in the Chaos Void, offering higher value for cost. As for secret treasure weapons, bringing them to the Chaos Void requires paying the price of world-breaking origin force. Although Lin Yuan currently has plenty of world-breaking origin force, having absorbed and accumulated over 1 million world-breaking origin forces during the cosmic cataclysm, there's no need to use the precious world-breaking origin force on this. Besides, compared to external forces like secret treasure weapons, Lin Yuan prefers enhancing his own strength. Using secret treasure weapons to boost strength comes with many limitations, and if lost, one would revert to their original state. Which one should I exchange? Lin Yuan directly set his target on inheritance guides worth under 10,000 merits. Indeed, many inheritance guides valued at several million or tens of millions of merits were more enticing to Lin Yuan, but unfortunately he didn't have enough merits. You'll be the one. After watching for half a day, Lin Yuan finally made up his mind. Chapter 131, Third Meeting, The Emperor, Request for Subscription. Chapter 131, Chapter 3, Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. The inventory of the Fierce Sun, ancient country's treasury, the recorded treasures, resources, inheritance guidance, and so on are indeed countless. But those that fit the criteria set by Lin Yuan, those that benefit him the most, preferably inheritance guidance, under 100,000 merit points. Only a few meet these 3 conditions. At a glance, there are only a few dozen. Actually, the inventory of the treasury includes a large number of inheritance guides worth only hundreds to 1,000 merit points, but they don't have much effect on Lin Yuan. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram? Lin Yuan carefully examined the introduction of such inheritance guides. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is inscribed with Chaos Secret Patterns, and the Chaos Secret Patterns are the essential veins of Chaos rules. It is also the only method Lin Yuan knows so far that can directly enhance the understanding of Chaos rules. Chaos rules have long evolved into thousands of rules and paths with the creation of heaven and earth. To enhance the understanding of other rules and paths, one just needs to comprehend the corresponding ones within the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world. But Chaos rules? Among the myriad rules and paths that operate in the world, there are no Chaos rules. The normal ways to enhance understanding of Chaos rules can only be indirectly achieved by comprehending the myriad rules and paths. However, Chaos Secret Patterns are the manifestation of Chaos rules. Comprehending chaos secret patterns can directly enhance the understanding of chaos rules. In the previous wars between Qingfen Domain and Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan comprehended many war machines, essentially comprehending the chaos secret patterns contained within them. Didn't expect there to be these chaos secret patterns for exchange in the treasury. Lin Yuan thought to himself, originally he planned to see if he could secure a war machine beyond grade A for comprehension. Indeed, even the opportunity to possess the ancestor of Fierce Sun is available. What are mere chaos secret patterns? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The so-called absolute secrets of an ancient country are only relative. Currently, Lin Yuan is the core royal family of the ancient country, and with enough merit, previous secrets are not so secret to him. Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. There are 81 in total, among which there are 9 representing the Chaos First Realm. There are 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams for the Second Realm. The rest explain the Chaos Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the detailed introduction of the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Each of the 9 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams in the First Realm requires 10,000 merit points to exchange. Together, they require 90,000 merit points. As for the 18 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Second Realm, each exchange costs 20,000. The 54 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams of the Third Realm each costs 100,000 merit points. My understanding of chaos rules is close to the peak of the Second Realm, so there's no need to exchange the first 9 diagrams, and for the 18 diagrams of the Second Realm, only the last 1 or 2 need to be exchanged. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Given the constraint of only 12,000 merit points, he naturally had to be frugal. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram is explained in a sequence from shallow to deep based on chaos rules. 12,000 merit points, exchange for the last 2 diagrams of the Second Realm and the first diagram of the Third Realm. Lin Yuan looked at the diagrams, feeling the aura emanating from them, ensuring that the diagrams he purchased were parts of chaos rules he hadn't comprehended yet. For ease of selection, each Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram reveals a small part to prevent purchasing parts already comprehended. 54 diagrams of the Chaos Third Realm. Unfortunately, I can only exchange for the first one now. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining 53 diagrams. Additionally, Lin Yuan was quite tempted by other filtered inheritance guides, but after careful consideration, he chose the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Still too poor right now, Lin Yuan thought, but for me, the first diagram of the Chaos Third Realm is enough for now. As for the later diagrams, I can wait until I accumulate enough merit points. King Qibao had told him that, as the core royal family, there's a fixed source of merit for everyone, including those heavenly venerats and kings, which is also the foundation of stability for the entirety of the Fierce Sun ancient country. Whether it's the royal family or the heavenly venerates and kings, though there is internal strife, it is mainly for the ancient country's interests. The so-called strife is merely internal. When it affects the overall interests of the ancient country, whether royal family or heavenly venerates, they will unanimously face outward. An illusory elder formed by flames patiently waited beside him. The treasury's inventory of treasures, resources, and inheritance guides is all-encompassing, and anyone making a first selection will be dazzled, and even if they can't afford it, there's no problem in looking around for a while. I will exchange for these 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. Lin Yuan looked towards the illusory elder and spoke. The illusory elder was slightly surprised. Descendant of Fierce Sun, are you sure you don't want to exchange for a superior weapon? 12,000 merit points are enough to exchange for several weapons and secret treasures at the Heavenly Venerate level. For every strong person, whether Great Lord or Heavenly Venerate, a suitable weapon secret treasure is the quickest and most substantial way to enhance one's combat power. As for inheritance guides like the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram, how profound and mysterious are chaos rules, even with the chaos secret patterns depicting the basic veins. Who knows how long it would take to fully comprehend them? It's rare for Lin Yuan to use all 12,000 merit points to exchange for such inheritance guides, I'm sure. Lin Yuan nodded. A suitable weapon secret treasure can be bought from outside, but such Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams are only available in the treasury. Chapter 1132, 3 Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. 2nd CCS, Chapter 1132, Chapter 3, Meeting the Emperor, Request for Subscription. 2nd CC. After experiencing the war between the Qingfen Domain and the Purple Dream Domain, Lin Yuan is now quite wealthy. Speaking of Lin Yuan's character, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily resort to action, so he was not in a hurry for weapons and armor for now. These are 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. The illusory elder smiled slightly, and in front of him appeared 3 diagrams covered in shining light, with chaos chi swirling around them. Descendant of Fierce Sun, please swear in the name of Fierce Sun not to spread these 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. The illusory elder looked at Lin Yuan. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. In the name of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan repeated as the illusory elder requested. The moment Lin Yuan finished speaking, an exceedingly obscure gaze glanced at him from the eternal Fierce Sun above the firmament. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if he ever broke his oath, he would be struck by that eternal Fierce Sun. A strike from a 13th level time lifeform who could withstand it. Any means of resurrection would be futile, erasing everything from the source. In the Chaos Void, there also exists a method of swearing in the name of the Chaos Void origin. But how could that outcome compare to swearing in the name of a 13th level time lifeform? The Chaos Void holds no specific disdain, but a 13th level time lifeform does. No wonder there are so many inheritance guides in the treasure house, and not a single one has ever been leaked, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if powerful enemies from other ancient countries infiltrated the capital of Fierce Sun and had already obtained some inheritance guides, they still couldn't spread them out, rendering it somewhat pointless. I wonder what consequences I'll face if I leak these secret diagrams in the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan pondered. Without a doubt, as long as it's in this origin world, the moment the oath is broken, the ancestor of Fierce Sun would perceive it. But in the Chaos Void, it's another dimensional space where even a 13th level time lifeform can hardly make an impact after making the oath. Lin Yuan deducted 120,000 credits and simultaneously accepted the 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. The fundamental veins of Chaos rules manifest. The moment Lin Yuan received them, he was immediately struck by the Chaos mysteries contained within. Compared to the Chaos secret patterns within the War Machines, these Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams were more direct and foundational. After pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately got up and left, returning to the royal residence to delve deeply into these Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. Your comprehension is extraordinary, greatly increasing your enlightenment of Chaos rules when gleaning the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams. A large amount of inspiration surged through Lin Yuan's mind. Compared to understanding War Machines, directly comprehending the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams was significantly more efficient. The Chaos secret patterns on the War Machines are combinations and integrations of various Chaos secret patterns, each War Machine possessing different abilities. Some excel in assault, some in defense, others in domain suppression, and so on. Major ancient countries classify the Chaos secret patterns on War Machines as top secret, not because of the Chaos secret patterns themselves. The 81 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams are possessed by the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, Daling Ancient Country, Zhuanyin Ancient Country, and other 5 great ancient countries. The true value of the War Machines lies in the utilization of the Chaos rules they contain. Mastering the corresponding application methods allows for mass production of similar War Machines and even uncovering the weaknesses of such War Machines. In comprehending the War Machines, Lin Yuan needed to perceive various chaotic rule mysteries among them, with some War Machines containing Chaos secret patterns residing in portions of the 1st, 3rd, and 7th Mystic Pattern Diagrams. During periods of comprehension, Lin Yuan had to categorize them, expending some effort. But directly comprehending the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams was far simpler, allowing for sequential and straightforward immersion. Chaos Second Realm Peak? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Initially, according to his prediction, with a continuous supply of War Machines for comprehension, reaching the Chaos Second Realm Peak might take at most 1,000 years or so. Now, only 500 years had passed. Although he was close to the Second Realm Peak, based on the previous speed of comprehension enhancement, he estimated it might still take 400 to 500 years to completely step into it. But now, through the understanding of the Chaos secret map, Lin Yuan felt stepping into the Second Realm Peak could be accomplished in just a few years. Chaos rules consist of only 3 realms, and reaching the Second Realm Peak leaves just 1 step away from the highest, the 3rd realm. Most critically, after reaching the Second Realm Peak, Lin Yuan could contemplate evolving the Yin-Yang Taiji power through Chaos rules. The Great Lord of this origin world, despite a foundation inferior to that of a Chaos Void Venerable, was able to stand as an equal due to the ability to evolve exclusive Chaos power at the Great Lord level. In the Chaos Void, this is a level only accessible to Great Saints. The next day, Lin Yuan ceased his training and came outside the royal residence. King Qibao was already waiting outside, smiling as he looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Galaxy, quickly come with me to see His Majesty." See His Majesty? Lin Yuan had anticipated this, knowing that upon arriving in the capital, he would surely need to meet the Emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Actually, when you first arrived in the capital, His Majesty wanted to see you, King Qibao said. But he was concerned that you might not adapt, so he waited until today. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Yuan said. No need to thank, we're all family. King Qibao immediately took Lin Yuan to the core palace of the capital. It was also where the palace of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country was located, the safest place in the entire capital. The hall was grand and majestic. Lin Yuan followed King Qibao and quickly arrived at a grand hall. Qibao, Galaxy, the emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, was a weathered man with a rustic appearance and deep eyes. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and King Qibao, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Your Majesty. King Qibao bowed slightly. Lin Yuan discreetly appraised the emperor with a glance. In Lin Yuan's perspective, the emperor of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country seemed to be integrated with the palace and the entire Fierce Sun capital. That King Lingshan waged war just to become emperor of the Daling Ancient Country, Lin Yuan suddenly understood, becoming one with the entire capital. His physical body and bloodline would undergo transformations, and even an ordinary royal family member, over time, would have their bloodline concentration naturally reach the level of the core royal family. Moreover, becoming the emperor of an ancient country allowed for the control of the entire ancient national capital's grand formation, effortlessly suppressing heavenly venerate level powerhouses. This transcendence over everything, overlooking everything, indeed lures many powerhouses to pursue it. Seeing a royal member like you, I feel hopeful about the future of the ancient country. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. Upon Lin Yuan's entrance into the grand hall, he immediately confirmed that Lin Yuan carried the core royal bloodline of Fierce Sun, along with a rich Fierce Sun aura. In terms of strength, the emperor was undeniably the strongest, but the emperor's strength was temporary, while Lin Yuan's strength belonged to himself. Alright, let's discuss serious matters. The emperor reflected for a moment, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, Galaxy, now that you've chosen to join our royal family, naturally, it's not without purpose. With your strength and potential, you can oversee some special resource treasures. The emperor said with a smile. Oversee resource treasures? Lin Yuan's heart was stirred. The territory of the Fierce Sun ancient country was vast, and similarly, there were resource treasures naturally nurtured by the heavens and the earth. It's like the secret realms nurtured by the chaos void, producing special resources of invaluable worth. Overseeing these resource treasures meant securing them for the ancient country. 90% of the resources produced were to be handed over to the ancient country, while he could keep 10% for himself. In addition, based on the preciousness of each resource treasure, the overseer could receive regular credit income. It should be noted that credits in the Fierce Sun ancient country were extremely difficult to obtain. Lin Yuan managed to reverse the situation in the war between the Qingfen domain and the Purple Dream domain, yet the final credit evaluation was only 120,000. But by overseeing resource treasures, one could reap continuous credit rewards, naturally attracting many title-seeking kings. A valuable resource treasure was like a money tree. Title-seeking kings had substantial daily consumption, and the more precious the treasures they oversee, the more income they gained, greatly assisting themselves. Galaxy, here is the current map of all treasures in the Fierce Sun ancient country. Select 3. The emperor waved his hand, and before him appeared a map of the entire territory of the Fierce Sun ancient country, with many areas gleaming brightly. Chapter 133, 4 Concession, Request Subscription. Chapter 133, Chapter 4, Concession, Request Subscription. I can choose any? Lin Yuan was surprised. In a way, the capital is also a treasure land. It houses Fierce Sun ancient country's largest sun vein, the sacred training ground for all who walk the path of the sun attribute. Select 3 from the resources treasure lands that have not yet been granted. The emperor looked at Lin Yuan, shaking his head as he spoke. Look carefully. All right, Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the map of the Fierce Sun ancient country's territory. The Fierce Sun ancient country's domain is vast and extensive, not limited to any particular spatial layer. As long as it falls within the space-time boundaries, it belongs to the Fierce Sun ancient country. Choose 3 from any unclaimed treasure lands? Beside him, King Qibao was slightly shocked. The resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun ancient country are graded from 1 to 9. First-grade treasure lands are the most valuable, 9th grade the least. Typically, royal members granted to the rank of king are given 1 or 2 treasure lands, but they are usually 4th or 5th grade. Want to manage more precious resource treasure lands? It's possible, you can exchange them with merit. The emperor's intent was to let him choose any 3 from all unclaimed treasure lands? Doesn't that mean he can directly choose 3 first-grade treasure lands? Managing a first-grade treasure land not only earns merit granted by the ancient country, but the resources produced by the treasure land itself are exceedingly precious. Even if 9/10 is submitted to the ancient country, keeping just 1/10 is enough to make a heavenly venerate level expert envious. The resources produced by a treasure land are not one time but are continuously replenished. Certain special resources are beyond price. As soon as they appear, they are purchased, unattainable during ordinary times. Consider carefully. Treasure lands aren't better simply because they are more valuable, the emperor cautioned. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. So why do treasure lands need a strong expert to manage? Because they must bear risks. These risks come from many causes. Some treasure lands are located at the border between 2 ancient countries and may face invasions from hostile ancient countries. Other treasure lands are connected to certain perilous places. For instance, Fierce Sun ancient country's first-grade treasure land known as Star Sand River. It produces the precious resource star sand, a rare refinement treasure for the body, effective even for heavenly venerate, sought after by experts from various ancient countries. However, the bottom of this star sand river connects to a mysterious world, and occasionally, powerful beings from that mysterious world will invade along the star sand river. The manager of Star Sand River must ensure its security so that star sand can be continuously produced and submitted to the ancient country. Of course, generally speaking, the more valuable the managed resource treasure land is, the more benefits it provides. As for hidden dangers, if a resource treasure land is too dangerous, no matter how precious it is, no expert will choose it. Managing a resource treasure land, failing to meet the ancient country's resource submission requirement will incur punishment, so the emperor advised Lin Yuan to consider carefully. Lin Yuan watched for a while. Actually, even before coming, he had already familiarized himself with many of the resource treasure lands of Fierce Sun Ancient Country. After all, any core royal member will be granted 1 or 2 treasure lands, and Lin Yuan estimated he wouldn't be an exception, just not expecting the emperor to allow him to choose freely. Our Fierce Sun Ancient Country's continuous wars with other ancient countries are essentially for competing over more precious resource treasure lands. The emperor smiled and asked, "Galaxy, have you decided which 3 treasure lands to select?" Lin Yuan looked at the numerous flickering lights on the domain map before him, indicating all the treasure lands he could choose from. After brief contemplation, he circled his chosen 3 resource treasure lands. Heyu Nest. The emperor and King Qibao glanced. Lin Yuan's choice included 2 first-grade treasure lands and 1 second-grade treasure land. Among them, Heyu Nest was one of the 2 first-grade treasure lands. Heyu Nest produces the special resource Heyu, which can refine beings' mental will. For experts, mental will is crucial. Its impact on strength enhancement isn't as apparent as the body and soul, but it's extremely important. Precisely because of this, Heyu Nest is classified as a first-grade treasure land. Lin Yuan's selection of Heyu Nest incorporated his own considerations. The strength of mental will is more akin to rule comprehension, able to synchronize with Chaos Void and this Fang Yuan world. Managing Heyu Nest can obtain 1/10 of the Heyu from this first-grade treasure land, which Lin Yuan can entirely use on himself to refine his own mental will. The enhancement of mental will of the Fang Yuan world body naturally elevates the mental will of the true self in Chaos Void as well. Heyu Nest is at the border between Fierce Sun Ancient Country and Xuanyin Ancient Country. It's not safe there. The emperor pondered while looking at Lin Yuan. The Heyu of Heyu Nest is also useful to the experts of Xuanyin Ancient Country. Managing the treasure land would require constantly facing potential invasions from Xuanyin Ancient Country's experts. I know. Lin Yuan nodded. He has already planned to station 1 primordial spirit permanently at Heyu Nest. Generally speaking, conflicts between 2 ancient countries, unless it's a large-scale or total war, won't typically deploy heavenly Venerate-level forces. Heyu Nest, despite being a valuable first-grade treasure land, will only show its true worth with long-term occupation and stable Heyu harvest. Sending a heavenly Venerate to occupy Heyu Nest for a short time, only to be quickly overtaken by an enemy heavenly Venerate, doesn't provide much benefit. Lin Yuan has the strength of a primordial spirit, and although it doesn't match his true form, it surpasses the normal limit of core royalty. Holding the fort at the Heyu Nest is more than sufficient. Besides the Heyu Nest, another primary treasure site is fairly dangerous. Lin Yuan plans to send another primordial spirit to oversee it. As for the last secondary treasure site, although its resource output cannot compare to Heyu, it poses little risk, being located in the heart of the Fierce Sun Ancient Country. Lin Yuan only needs to send an incarnation for its guardianship. Since you have already decided, here are the imperial edicts for the 3 treasure sites. The emperor said, and with a flick of his hand, 3 crystal stones appeared. These 3 crystal stones faintly resonated with the 3 treasure sites, serving as imperial edicts from the Fierce Sun Ancient Country, leaving the imperial palace. King Qibao spoke with concern. Galaxy, do you know who is currently substituting to suppress the Heyu Nest in place of the ancient country? The Heyu Nest is located at the border between the Fierce Sun Ancient Country and the Xuanyin Ancient Country. Even without being officially granted, someone would still be appointed to suppress it. Of course, the substitute suppressor cannot gain the usual merits acquired from guarding such a valuable resource site and can only take 1/10 of the resource income. Even so, given Heiyu's worth, 1/10 of it is enough to make many powerhouses envious. It's Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, King Qibao said. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, although not a member of the ancient country's royalty, possesses strength that is formidable even among the other Venerates. Would Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate dare defy the Emperor's edict? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He was to take over the Heyu Nest by the ancient country's edict. Would Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate dare refuse to vacate it? He wouldn't dare defy it, but there are many things one can do as long as they don't overtly violate it. King Qibao shook his head. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate has a great need for Heyu, which is why he is sitting in at the Heyu Nest on behalf of the ancient country. Though Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate wouldn't openly defy your edict to take over, he could delay, using the pretext of an imminent Xuanyin ancient country invasion, to completely delay your takeover. Every bit of delay lets him reap more Heyu, which is quite advantageous for Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, and there would be no apparent breach of the Emperor's edict. King Qibao said, "Very well, I have had dealings with Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate before. I will train to make a trip to the Heyu Nest." King Qibao thought for a moment, then spoke. "Thank you, King Qibao." Lin Yuan also understood King Qibao's goodwill. Having traversed the ancient country for so long, King Qibao knew many things in the shadows. With him by his side, Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate would have to find a compelling reason if he wanted to delay any further. Heiyu Nest. As a primary treasure site of the Fierce Sun ancient country, it naturally had a space-time teleportation formation connecting to the capital city, Hushu. A space-time passage was connected here, and an old man with a red beard and a young man stepped out from it. At the Heiyu Nest, every million years, 100 caddies of Heiyu are formed in the core area, of which 90 caddies are turned over to the ancient country, while the overseer can keep 10 caddies. King Chibao explained. But according to the information I have, the Heiyu generated every million years at the Heiyu Nest always exceeds 100 caddies, typically ranging between 100 and 10 to 120 caddies. A million-year production of 100 caddies of Heiyu is merely the minimum output of the Heiyu Nest. In reality, this is often exceeded, and the excess naturally falls into the hands of the Guardian. On the surface, it is said that the Guardian can obtain 1/10 of the Heiyu production, but in reality, it's closer to 2/10. Lin Yuan and King Chibao had just arrived. From within the depths of Heiyu Nest, a man in a red robe emerged. A flicker of flame could be vaguely seen between the eyebrows of the man in the red robe, a clone left by Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate at this location. Chibao. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate looked calmly at King Chibao, then glanced at Lin Yuan standing beside him. Chiye, I come under the Imperial Edict with Brother Galaxy to take over this Heiyu Nest. King Chibao promptly mentioned the ancient country's emperor. Take over Heiyu Nest? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate fell into silence, for he too had received the edict to relinquish the Heiyu Nest, so it was no surprise. Indeed. I have brought Brother Galaxy here already. King Chibao gazed at the red-eyed venerable while secretly sending a message to Lin Yuan. Brother Galaxy, no matter what excuse Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate comes up with to delay, say nothing and leave everything to me. I refuse to believe he would dare openly defy the Emperor's edict. King Chibao had already prepared to completely fall out with Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate. He was determined to help Lin Yuan take over the Heiyu Nest smoothly. If they let it drag on, who knows how long it would take, and more importantly, it would open them to ridicule from other Venerates. You are Galaxy? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate ignored King Chibao, staring at Lin Yuan. Such intense Qi Yang aura, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate was secretly startled. As a Venerate himself, he could perceive far more than King Chibao, subtly sensing Lin Yuan's formidable foundational aura. Forget it. By now, the Heiyu is of little benefit to me, and with Galaxy's formidable strength, he is bound to be heavily nurtured by the ancient country. Who knows, we might even have future dealings. It's unnecessary to thoroughly offend him. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate thought privately. If it had been another ordinary royal family prince, he would surely have delayed further since he could sell Heiyu even if he didn't use it himself. But Galaxy? Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate weighed the pros and cons and knew how to advance and retreat wisely. Thinking of this, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate spoke in a deep voice. Since the Emperor has issued an edict, I will leave at once. Brother Galaxy, be cautious of the Xuanyin ancient country on that side after you take over this treasure site. Chapter 134, 5 Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Chapter 134, Chapter 5, Breakthrough, Subscription Request. Qi Yang. Heavenly Venerate's brow burned with flame, like a miniature fierce sun, perfectly cooperating with Lin Yuan to take charge of Heiyu Nest. I realized a flaw in my spiritual will previously, and spent a great amount of resources to gain the opportunity to be the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest. Now, that flaw is almost patched up. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate thought to himself. The special resource Heiyu within Heiyu Nest is greatly beneficial to the spiritual will of living beings. However, Heiyu is hard to obtain. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate needs it, and so do other Heavenly Venerates. Only by becoming the temporary guardian of Heiyu Nest can one steadily acquire Heiyu. Since the flaw in spiritual will is resolved, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate is reluctant to continue occupying Heiyu Nest, especially as the renowned Galaxy Great Lord is coming to take over. With the spiritual will resolved, it's time to prepare for that step. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's mind wandered. In this world, every Heavenly Venerate from the 6 ancient countries desires to take that step. It is said that in the extremely ancient times, there existed only one ancient country, and later the 2nd ancient country, then the 3rd ancient country was born. Until now, the 6 ancient countries stand side by side. If I could take that step, I would establish the 7th ancient country, like the ancestors, illuminating this world, eternal and immortal, knowing both past and future. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate yearned immensely. Why do the Heavenly Venerates follow the commands of the ancient countries? It's all to enhance the possibility of taking that step. Over the years, I've amassed enough merits, enough to exchange for a chance to possess an ancestor, to experience the height and vision of an ancestor in advance. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate served the Fierce Sun ancient country for many years. With the strength of a Heavenly Venerate, he experienced hundreds of wars with other ancient countries and reaped benefits from sitting at resource strongholds. He has accumulated 100 billion merits, enough to possess an ancestor once. I've lived long enough, continuing further would be merely endless repetition. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate understands the risks of taking that step, even if he is prepared for years and added the final ancestor possession. The hope remains slim, but however slim, it is still hope. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate feels he should take a chance. At worst, he would fully immerse himself within some looped time segment. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate continued to instruct Lin Yuan as he prepared to take that step, seeing everything with clarity. What do struggles between Heavenly Venerates and royal families matter? If he succeeded in establishing the seventh ancient country, those struggles would naturally be forgotten. If failed, immersed in a time loop, those struggles hold no meaning to him. Therefore, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's instructions to Lin Yuan were quite sincere, with no hidden misguidance. After instructing, Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate directly left, disappearing into the space-time teleportation formation from Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan smoothly took over this top-tier resource stronghold, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. It's due to King Qibao that this went so smoothly. Lin Yuan smiled and said to King Qibao, "Strange." King Qibao frowned in thought. Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate always acts extremely dominantly. Back then, to compete for the temporary guardian opportunity of Heiyu Nest, he nearly completely offended 4 to 5 other Heavenly Venerates. That's why outsiders speculated that Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate had a great demand for Heiyu. Now he abandons it so easily? King Qibao seemed full of doubt. But this resource stronghold, he indeed gave it up, without doing any secret tricks, directly leaving, and Galaxy, you have fully taken charge of all the grand formations and killing formations of Heiyu Nest. Regardless of Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate's nature, he has indeed treated me well. Lin Yuan said, his instructions to me just now were indeed reasonable. They are indeed reasonable. King Qibao nodded. That's why I didn't say anything from start to finish. What Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate told you were all things to be cautious about when stationing at a resource stronghold on the border. Forget it. King Qibao pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, Anyway, this matter is a good thing, smoothly taking over. Heiyu Nest saves a lot of time. I originally intended to speak thoroughly with Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate. Yes, it's a good thing. Lin Yuan nodded. Taking over this top-tier resource stronghold without a hitch is indeed good. Even holding an imperial decree from the ancient country, if a strong figure like Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate were to secretly obstruct, it would be troublesome. Since none of that happened, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Galaxy, how do you plan to station at this resource stronghold? King Qibao asked Lin Yuan. I'll station with a clone. Lin Yuan's thoughts subtly moved, and his Taiyin primordial spirit emerged, entering the core of Heiyu Nest, commanding all the grand formations and killing formations. The guardians of resource strongholds rarely use their true form, usually stationing with clones, incarnations, or simply subordinates. Each resource stronghold has a space-time teleportation formation, besides grand formations and killing formations for protection. If any unforeseen event occurs, as long as it lasts 10 breaths, it's enough for guardians to provide support. A clone is best. After all, this is a top-tier resource stronghold. King Qibao nodded. Even Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate stationed at Heiyu Nest with a clone. Top-tier resource strongholds are extremely valuable. Dispatching incarnations or subordinates to guard remains unreliable. Let's go to the next stronghold. King Qibao immediately brought Lin Yuan into the space-time teleportation formation, heading to Lin Yuan's second resource stronghold, deep within Heiyu Nest. Lin Yuan Taiyin primordial spirit sat cross-legged. Chapter 135, 5 Breakthrough. Subscription request 2, Chapter 135, Chapter 5. Breakthrough. Subscription request 2. Is this Heiyu? A piece of dark, profound jade appeared before Lin Yuan. Vaguely, an alluring aura circulated within it. The next full aggregation of Heiyu is still tens of thousands of years away, but Heiyu here has already fully consolidated. Currently, a small part of Heiyu has matured early, similar to becoming ripe ahead of time, and as the Guardian, Lin Yuan naturally could extract it. Simply by feeling the aura of Heiyu from up close, Lin Yuan seemed to experience layers of illusions, and his spiritual will was invisibly sharpened and elevated. My current spiritual will index is roughly 70 million points, Lin Yuan thought to himself. After advancing to the 12th layer, Lin Yuan's spiritual will index surged to 60 million points. Now, a few thousand years have passed, and his spiritual will index increased by 10 million points. The speed of progress can be quite bewildering. 70 million points of spiritual will index completely reached the peak of the sovereign realm, even entering the domain of the chaos realm. However, compared to Lin Yuan's current power, merely 70 million points in spiritual will index is considered a weakness. It should be noted that Lin Yuan's current combat power fully matches that of an ordinary Chaos Great Saint. 70 million points in spiritual will index is quite inconspicuous among them, even weak. Which Chaos Great Saint hasn't gone through multiple cosmic eras? Their spiritual will index generally exceeded 1 billion. However, the impact of spiritual will index on power is not that significant, unlike the tangible differences in physical strength. Next, the task of this primordial spirit is to refine Heiyu as much as possible to enhance spiritual will. Lin Yuan looked at the floating Heiyu before him and began refining it directly. Instantly, waves of penetrating aura surged deep into Lin Yuan's soul, invisibly refining the strength of his spiritual will. While spiritual will strength may not be very useful during combat, it should not be too weak, especially during breakthrough attempts where weak spiritual will could lead to failure. The stronger one is, the more they focus on their spiritual will. Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate would rather completely offend several other Heavenly Venerates to occupy Heiyu Nest, all to compensate for weaknesses in his spiritual will. Another top-grade resource stronghold, known as Greenwave Cliff. The acting guardian is named King Qi Kui. Unlike Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate, King Qi Kui is a core royal who has grown to his limit. Ha ha ha, Galaxy, I just received the royal decree instructing you to take over Greenwave Cliff, and I've been waiting here early this morning. King Qi Kui was a very imposing man, with hearty laughter and boundless enthusiasm. Come, this is a fine wine I've been saving for years. King Qibao hasn't tasted it. Qi Kui, you're saying this right in front of me? King Qibao rolled his eyes. So what if I say it face to face? King Qi Kui said carelessly. Thank you, King Qi Kui, Lin Yuan said next to them. In King Qibao's initial estimate, the most challenging of the 3 treasure lands Lin Yuan was supposed to take over was the Heiyu Nest. After all, it involves a Heavenly Venerate king, specifically the extremely domineering Qi-Yang Heavenly Venerate among the Heavenly Venerates. As for the other 2 resource strongholds, there wouldn't be any problems. The acting guardian of Greenwave Cliff is indeed one of the royal family itself. The 3 of them drank fine wine and chatted for a while. King Qi Kui then voluntarily handed over the main battle formations of Greenwave Cliff to Lin Yuan. He then got up and left through the space-time teleportation formation. After King Qi Kui disappeared, King Qibao laughed at the side. Qi Kui must feel quite frustrated inside. King Qibao said with a smile. Frustrated? Lin Yuan looked at King Qibao, his expression thoughtful. How could he not be? Giving up such a prime stronghold. If it weren't for the Emperor personally intervening, King Qi Kui wouldn't have surrendered so smoothly. King Qibao said casually. Does the Emperor have a great deal of prestige among the royal family? Lin Yuan asked. Do you think prime strongholds like these would fall to the hands of a royal king without deliberate favoritism from the Emperor? King Qibao asked. Probably not. Lin Yuan nodded. If the Emperor didn't show favoritism, obtaining a prime stronghold would rely on personal power. Even for core royals grown to their limits, when it comes to strength, at most they can hold their own against those Heavenly Venerate kings, but in an actual battle, they would certainly lose. Therefore, the Emperor has tilted resources heavily towards the royal family, and royal powerhouses must support the Emperor's orders unconditionally, King Qibao said. Those Heavenly Venerate kings, if they feel uncomfortable, might feign compliance with the royal decrees, obstructing in secret. But the royal kings, they naturally wouldn't dare to do so. I see, Lin Yuan realized internally. Indeed. To the exalted ancestor of Fierce Sun, what's the difference between royal, so-called Heavenly Venerates? They're all his own bloodline descendants, and this can be seen in how possession opportunities are also open to Heavenly Venerates. What does the Emperor mean by this? Even though Galaxy might have great potential, he hasn't truly broken the Heavenly Venerate barrier, directly bestowing Greenwave Cliff upon him. And then Heiyu Nest as well? Isn't this favoritism too much? King Qi Kui walked out of the space-time teleportation formation and entered his own residence, his expression not looking great. When he was crowned a king, he was only bestowed with a 4th-grade treasure land. To this day, he hasn't guarded a truly top-grade treasure land. Greenwave Cliff was only temporarily under his guardianship. But now, directly bestowing 2 prime strongholds to Galaxy? Those are top-grade treasure lands. Even the strongest Heavenly Venerates need to make immense contributions to earn them as rewards. While royal kings find it easier to obtain, it's still incredibly difficult to be decreed one. With the Emperor's bias, what can I do? King Qi Kui sighed. From the perspective of the entire royal family, Galaxy Great Lord has the hope of breaking the Heavenly Venerate barrier that traps the royal family, and awarding him 2 top-grade treasure lands is not excessive. But the treasure land that he worked hard to become acting guardian of, which happened to be one of these, left King Qi Kui feeling uneasy. Successfully taking over 2 prime treasure lands, the remaining second-layer treasure land was equally smooth. Lin Yuan allowed the Taiyan Divine Spirit to oversee Heiyu Nest and Greenwave Cliff, while for the second-layer treasure land, he dispatched an avatar to oversee it. The value of second-layer treasure lands does not compare to prime treasure lands, and the danger is not high, making it suitable for an avatar to guard. Even if danger arises, the avatar only needs to hold for 10 or more breaths until Lin Yuan's true form arrives to provide support. For the 3 treasure lands, aside from obtaining 1/10 of the resources produced, each 10,000 years of guardianship will earn merit rewards. Lin Yuan returned to his residence, calculating in his mind. For each 10,000 years of guardianship, a top-grade treasure land will grant 100 merit and second-layer treasure land 10 merits. This means, from now on, Lin Yuan will gain 210 merits every 10,000 years. While 210 merits may not seem much, it is endless. Every 10,000 years there will be an income. 10,000 years to great lords and heavenly venerates is merely a brief retreat. Many great lords, heavenly venerates calculate their retreats in millions of years. 10,000 years equals 210 merits. A million years amounts to 21,000 merits. This counts as a very considerable income. Many powerful heavenly venerates have fought for the ancient country for billions of years without guarding two prime treasure lands. Continue comprehending the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Currently, the 3 Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagrams Lin Yuan has redeemed are adequate to comprehend the path to the third realm. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. The 27th Pattern Diagram, Lin Yuan looked at a diagram entwined with Chaos Qi. Strands of Chaos Qi continuously formed patterns, like a certain fundamental principle of the universe, sparking inspiration and understanding in Lin Yuan's mind. Every strand of Chaos Qi, despite seeming ordinary, was like the Dao origin, woven with countless complexities. Your enlightenment is extraordinary. Viewing the Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram significantly enhances your understanding of Chaos Rule. In a dazed state, the 27th Pattern Diagram before Lin Yuan began to clear up. I understand. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, as if clearing the clouds to see the sky. Chapter 1136, 6, The Shattered Universe, Seeking Subscriptions. The Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram consists of 81 pieces. These 81 mystical patterns were bestowed by the ancestor of Fierce Sun, exhausting the essence of Chaos Rule in its profound intricacies. The 27th Chaos Mystic Pattern is the last of the 18 mystical patterns within the second realm of Chaos. Comprehending this pattern signifies reaching the pinnacle of the second realm and understanding the Chaos Rule. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan felt delighted in his heart. Originally, while observing this Chaos Mystic Pattern, there were still many aspects he couldn't comprehend. But now, all doubts were gone. Every thread of entwined Chaos Qi seemed so wonderfully simple in Lin Yuan's eyes. Ancestor of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion, stripping away the essence of the Chaos Rule and displaying it in the form of a mystical pattern. Such a method was simply astonishing. However, even with such excellent cultivation conditions, throughout the endless years of the Fierce Sun ancient country, not a single 13th layer has been born. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel the pressure. In fact, since this origin world was born until now, there have been only 6 known 13th layer temporal beings, each establishing a great ancient country. Besides the very first 13th layer temporal being, the remaining 5 13th layer temporal beings consist of 3 from the ancient country established by the first and 2 from another ancient country. And the Fierce Sun ancient country? It has not produced a 13th layer except for the ancestor. The heavenly venerates of the Fierce Sun ancient country, as long as they experience enough time, can generally accumulate 1 trillion credits to possess the ancestor once, even 2 or 3 times. Moreover, they will basically comprehend all 81 Chaos Mystic patterns. Lin Yuan mused silently. 1 trillion credits seem unattainable in a short time, but guarding a first-class treasure land for 10,000 years yields 100 credits. It's merely holding guardianship for 10 trillion years. For the heavenly venerates, 10 trillion years is not considered long. Moreover, every time there is a full-scale war between ancient countries, whenever the heavenly venerates intervene, they earn rewards of credit. Forget it. It's too early to think about these things now. Lin Yuan calmed himself. Currently, he's at the Mastery Realm, considering ascending to the 13th layer will only be contemplated after achieving perfection in the Chaos Realm. Let's look at the 28th Chaos Mystic Pattern. With a slight mental movement, a new pattern appeared before Lin Yuan. From the 28th onwards, the 81 Chaos Mystic Patterns elaborate the mysteries of the third realm of Chaos. 54 mystical patterns encompass the Chaos Third Realm, demonstrating the extreme obscurity and difficulty at this level of the Chaos Rule. Your comprehension is extraordinary. Watching the Chaos Mystic Pattern, you gain insights into the Chaos Rule. Merely contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan felt that the essence of the Chaos Rule contained in this Chaos Mystic Pattern exceeded the sum of the previous 27. Marvelous, truly beautiful. Lin Yuan carefully observed and reflected, estimating that comprehending this mystical pattern would take about 1,000 years. In other words, barring any accidents, 1,000 years later, Lin Yuan's understanding of the Chaos Rule would reach the third realm of Chaos, Chaos Void. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. I can attempt to evolve the yin-yang taiji power of Chaos. Evolving one's unique power path through the Chaos Rule is an endeavor that only Chaos Void great saints can achieve. Lin Yuan's ability to attempt it now was entirely due to his profound foundation in the comprehension of rules. One must know that even in an origin world where the scope of rule comprehension far surpasses that of the Chaos Void, it would require a great lord to hope to evolve a Chaos-exclusive power path. But Lin Yuan? He began trying from the Mastery Realm. In fact, if not for the intricate difficulty of evolving the yin-yang taiji power of Chaos, requiring a high level of comprehension of the chaos rule, Lin Yuan could have attempted it in the path-splitting realm. Compared to the singular approaches like Chaos Flame, Chaos Shadow, and Chaos Life, the Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji is a new power born from the fusion of two entirely different paths. Within his internal universe, Lin Yuan's form emerged distinctly, roaring. A massive amount of chaos chi gathered in front of him, resembling a chaotic ocean. Hot and cold breaths churned continuously in the depths of that ocean. With insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm, it is indeed possible to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos, but at what speed? Lin Yuan sensed a bit and found that it would take at least 10 million years to evolve successfully. 10 million years? Although 10 million years is nothing to Lin Yuan, having stepped into the 12th layer, lifespan limitations are no longer a concern. It's still too long. From becoming an evolver until now, how much time has even passed? Using insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji of Chaos, it's somewhat too forcing, thus requiring 10 million years. If the comprehension of the Chaos rule reaches the Third Realm, the time for evolution would likely be significantly reduced. Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. The Yin-Yang Taiji power of chaos within it is based on chaos as the foundation, the vessel. The higher the comprehension of chaos rule, the naturally shorter it will take to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. The pinnacle of the Chaos Second Realm requires 10 million years to evolve the Yin-Yang Taiji power. Should Lin Yuan's insights reach the Third Realm of Chaos, it might only take 10,000 years. Progressing further to attain insights at the pinnacle of the Chaos Third Realm, perhaps just 1,000 to several thousand years will suffice. Take it slow. I'm not in a rush. Even if it truly takes 10 million years, I can afford to wait. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, contemplating in his heart. However, the help from Haiyu for mental willpower is indeed substantial. It's only been half a year, and my mental willpower index has increased by at least 5 million points, reaching 75 million, Lin Yuan thought to himself. No wonder the Haiyu nest is considered a first-class treasure land. The ancestor of the Fierce Sun ancient country is a 13th layer time life form. What treasures haven't those great lords and heavenly venerates seen? Even so, they still scramble to compete for the position of guarding the Haiyu nest. This shows the effectiveness of Haiyu. It took me just over half a year to increase my mind willpower index by 5 million points. It must be because I just started using Haiyu. It won't take just half a year to gain such an increase again. Previously, Lin Yuan had never used Haiyu, which is why he could achieve such a significant increase. The reason Qi Yang Heavenly Venerate willingly gave up the Haiyu nest is not only because he didn't want to offend Lin Yuan, but also because his mind willpower issues have been mostly resolved, and Haiyu no longer has a significant effect on him. When I've accumulated extra Haiyu, I can bring it to the Chaos Void and sell it to those venerable saints, Lin Yuan thought silently. At least until now, he had never heard of any treasure in the Chaos Void that could enhance mind willpower so effectively. Previously, Lin Yuan had traveled through the Myriad Realms Gate and descended into the Boundless Void, where he slew void creatures in the Void's secret realm, which also increased mind willpower strength. But this kind of enhancement has a limit and can only increase up to 40 or 50 million points at most. Nothing compares to Haiyu, which has a significant effect on the mind willpower of those at the Heavenly Venerate level, between Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbo Void Domain. It is a vast, desolate void. The term desolate void is a general term referring to the area between two void domains. Void domains are areas rich in chaos chi, suitable for creatures to cultivate and survive. Under the nourishment of chaos chi, they more easily give rise to strong beings. The desolate void between void domains has thin chaos chi, and few strong beings reside here permanently. If one compares the chaos void to an ocean, each void domain is like an island in the ocean, while the desolate void occupies 99% of the ocean's space. Simply put, in the boundless chaos void, the desolate void occupies most of the area. At this moment, the previously lifeless desolate void suddenly emanated terrifying waves of breath. A fiery red aura continuously collided with an aura of endless dark shadow, and the aftermath spread in all directions. Natural universes nurtured by the chaos void began prematurely moving towards a great destruction. 9 Phoenix, just what will it take for you to stop? The source representing the endless dark shadow aura, which is the shadow demon Great Saint, spoke again. When other Chaos Realm beings break through to the Great Saint level, they are usually congratulated by other Great Saints. Yet after becoming a Great Saint, he, the shadow demon Great Saint, was soon after pursued by 9 Phoenix Great Saint. This pursuit has continued until now. It has made the shadow demon Great Saint miserable, wondering if he can continue to focus on cultivating. Stop? 9 Phoenix Great Saint sneered, if you can resurrect all my kin, I'll stop. How about that? Can you do it? That's impossible. The Shadow Demon Great Saint shook his head. 9 Phoenix Great Saint, being a naturally phenomenal life form, and most of his kin had crossed into the 12th layer, freeing themselves from the constraints of the River of Time. How can they be resurrected? Freeing themselves from the constraints of the River of Time indeed breaks the shackles of lifespan, but at the same time, it also loses the opportunity for resurrection. Humph! Nine Phoenix Great Saint said nothing in response, instead using the Chaos Flame, filled with boundless vitality, to strike toward the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's form became indistinct, and the Chaos Flame struck the distant desolate void. However, bang! A faint tearing sound echoed. Where the Chaos Flame had struck, a fragment of space-time appeared, seemingly revealing a corner of a great world. Wisps of Xuanhuang Qi spread and coiled around. What is that? Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately noticed this scene. Rarely in sync, they stopped and observed the fragment of space-time that appeared. This fragment of space-time should be one of the entrances to a universe, originally hidden in the depths of space-time, but was revealed by my strike. Nine Phoenix Great Saint was skeptical. It's not a natural universe, but a postnatal universe. Only an absolute great saint, perhaps even a strong one among absolute great saints, could have created such a vast universe. Shadow Demon Great Saint similarly discerned much. In the Chaos Void, there are two types of universes. One is the natural universe, a universe nurtured by the Chaos Void. The other is a postnatal universe, created by beings at the absolute great saint level. A postnatal universe cannot have the indestructible qualities of a natural universe, but in terms of foundations, it surpasses the latter by far. After all, it was created by an absolute great saint. An absolute great saint can create a postnatal universe and set their own rules within it, often using it as their lair. Opportunity. This is a great opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was wildly joyous inside. A universe created by an absolute great saint? Especially considering the current situation, this absolute great saint should no longer be present, or else it could never have been struck to reveal a corner. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Star Tier's Fragment World. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged, pondering over the 28th Chaos Mystic Pattern Diagram. Suddenly, at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. With a flick of his right hand, a piece of beast skin appeared. The beast skin floated and drifted, emitting an indefinite aura. The mysterious map on its surface faintly glimmered with light. Chapter 137, 7 Shuang Universe. Subscription requested. Chapter 1137, Chapter 7 Shuang Wang Universe. Subscription requested. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and the Anbo Void Domain. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint rarely stopped the slaughter, carefully observing the corner of the universe's aura that had been revealed. The hatred between her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint was indeed relentless and unending. But this glimpse of the universe discovered now involved a peerless Great Saint. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint could not help but take it seriously. Although a peerless Great Saint is also at the peak of the Chaos Realm, the same as the Chaos Great Saint realm, their combat power is significantly higher than the latter. Moreover, every peerless Great Saint has much exploration and understanding in impacting the 13th dimension. The peerless Great Saints search through the Chaos Void, pursuing traces of life at the 13th dimension, and have gained some insights and rewards. These rewards are undoubtedly crucial for the Chaos Great Saints, and may even increase the likelihood of impacting the 13th dimension. Both Chaos Great Saints and Peerless Great Saints can impact the 13th dimension, but the latter has made far more preparations, and their chances of success are naturally higher. Unexpectedly, shortly after being promoted to the Great Saint, I discovered a universe opened by a Peerless Great Saint, a great opportunity, a tremendous opportunity. The Shadow Demon Great Saint's heart surged with excitement. At the stage of Chaos Realm's perfection, few things could attract him. Resources? Chaos Great Saints do not lack resources, as they have reached the pinnacle in all aspects, and having more resources does not enhance them much. The Peerless Great Saint's combat power surpasses the Chaos Great Saints not because of resources, but due to the Chaos path they have evolved on their own. Weapons? Actually, Chaos Great Saints also do not lack weapons. Unless it's weapons of the 13th dimension level, their interest is generally not significant. For any Chaos Great Saint, there is only one thing that attracts them most. That is the 13th dimension. Impacting the 13th dimension is the goal of every Chaos Great Saint. Many Chaos Great Saints have lived through long cosmic eras, and their relatives and friends have mostly died, leaving only the obsession to impact the 13th dimension. The interior of this universe already shows trends of breaking apart. Otherwise, it couldn't have been blasted out a corner. Even without my attack, hundreds or thousands of cosmic eras later, this corner would still be exposed. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint also continuously observed. She could clearly perceive that this universe developed postnatally was unbelievably ancient, originating from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. After so many cosmic eras have passed, many time spaces inside this universe are near collapse and remain unrepaired, suggesting its creator likely hasn't returned. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint drew many conclusions. Not returning to a universe you developed for such a long time? Letting its interior time and space collapse can only mean a few possibilities. 1. This Peerless Great Saint is dead. 2. This Peerless Great Saint is impacting the 13th dimension and has not succeeded yet, being trapped in a time loop. 3. This Peerless Great Saint reincarnated. Amongst the three possibilities, The Nine Phoenix Great Saint believes the second is closest to the truth. But no matter which one, it signifies that this peerless great saint may have difficulty appearing in the world again. Even considering the third reincarnation possibility, having not recovered all memories and returned to the peak for such a long time, the hope of returning to this universe is slim. For Chaos Realm's strong reincarnation means, the hope of recovery is greatest in the first life. Failing to recover in the first life means significantly fewer awakened memories in the second, and even less in the third, fourth, and so on. Even for a peerless great saint, if they haven't returned to the peak in the third life, they typically can't return anymore, losing memories with each reincarnation. Nine Phoenix, you should also know the importance of this universe. The grievances between us can be set aside temporarily to join hands in exploring this universe. The Shadow Demon Great Saint glanced at the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, speaking. Normally, before a peerless great saint impacts the 13th dimension, they would leave everything behind. Their weapons and treasures, insights and experiences, exploration of the 13th dimension, and so on. Indeed, impacting the 13th dimension basically has only two possibilities: success or being trapped in a time loop. If successful, ascending to become a time life of the 13th dimension, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind are of no importance. Even if others know, they just know. If they fail, trapped in an eternal time loop, the weapons, treasures, insights, and explorations left behind have no impact, and if it helps create a 13th dimension time life, it might even rescue them from the time loop. Indeed, the time loop of a perfected 12th dimension can be interfered with by a 13th dimension life. Of course, even for a 13th dimension time life, forcibly breaking a certain time loop would come at a great cost, but it's always a glimmer of hope. And for such a perfected 12th dimension life that is rescued by external interference, it would equate to losing the opportunity to impact the 13th dimension. Join hands to explore? The Nine Phoenix Great Saint looked at the Shadow Demon Great Saint. Indeed, even if you kill me, your closest family and clan cannot be resurrected, but as long as you step into the 13th dimension, you can reverse the timeline and resurrect your deceased closest family and clan. The Shadow Demon Great Saint spoke. The revival of deceased beings in the 12th dimension is based on the River of Time, using the life imprint as an anchor point for resurrection. So, when one ascends to the 12th dimension, shedding the constraints of time life, the life imprint leaps out of the River of Time, losing the ability to be revived. However, for 13th dimension time life, 13th dimension time life can see many future timelines and past timelines. The resurrection means they can accomplish is to resurrect against the timeline. Chapter 138, 7, Xuanhuang Universe, subscription requested. Second, Chapter 138, Chapter 7, Xuanhuang Universe, subscription requested. 2. This resurrection power does not require any reliance. As long as one has existed before, they can be resurrected. Advance to the 13th realm? Nine Phoenix Great Saint fell silent. She paused the fight with Shadow Demon Great Saint due to this consideration. The universe opened by this Supreme Great Saint likely stores insights on advancing to the 13th realm. If she can acquire them, her future hope of advancing to the 13th realm might increase. As for why the Supreme Great Saint has not returned, it is basically impossible for them to advance to the 13th realm. Yet, every Great Saint who has perfected the Chaos Realm is full of confidence, walking their own paths. Even if this Supreme Great Saint failed to reach the 13th realm, it does not mean she will fail too. Alright. Nine Phoenix Great Saint weighed the pros and cons and finally made a decision. All grudges are insignificant when facing the challenge of the 13th realm. Upon hearing this, Shadow Demon Great Saint sighed in relief. He was worried that Nine Phoenix Great Saint might continue to go berserk and ignore this universe. Now let's join forces to smash this section of the universe, then proceed inside. Shadow Demon Great Saint said for what they were seeing was only part of this universe. The entire universe remained intact. To enter, they either need the method to access it or forcefully smash their way in. Yes. Nine Phoenix Great Saint nodded. Rumble. The full force combined strike of the two Great Saints was much stronger than Nine Phoenix's earlier attack. The terrifying chaotic power tore through space-time and hurled towards the revealed section of the universe. Buzzing. In an instant, the universe suddenly emitted infinite Shuangquang Qi, rapidly diluting the combined strike of Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Great Saint under its protection. Meanwhile, a heavy wave of space-time fluctuations spread in all directions, the strike from the two Great Saints reverberating like hitting an ancient bell, the terrifying sound waves expanding through the boundless space-time. Not good. Shadow Demon, Great Saint, and Nine Phoenix Great Saint's expressions changed. Their combined strike not only failed to smash this section of the universe, but even failed to shake it. A postnatal universe left from eons ago holds terrifying depths. Even when its internal space-time neared collapse, it easily blocked the strike of these two Great Saints. What was the strength of the Supreme Great Saint who originally opened this universe? Yet Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint could not think deeply about these matters, for the result of their combined strike was the emergence of terrifying space-time ripple waves. These space-time ripple waves spread toward the surrounding void domains. What's going on? These space-time fluctuations? Within each void domain, Chaos Venerables faintly sensed and looked towards the source of the space-time fluctuations. This fluctuation, is it the fluctuation of a universe? A postnatal universe? The universe opened by a supreme great saint? Inside a postnatal universe opened by a supreme great saint surely lies many treasures and profound insights, possibly even realizations for advancing to the 13th realm. Great opportunity, this is a great opportunity. The eyes of each Chaos Venerable burned with passion. Advancement to the 13th realm is not merely the goal of Chaos. Great saints, even those new to Chaos realm, have this yearning. This exists within the postnatal universe opened by the Supreme Great Saint. Even if the realizations for advancing to the 13th realm are not obtained, the treasures and divine artifacts left by a Supreme Great Saint are sufficient for Chaos Venerables to benefit endlessly. Let's go. Go over there now. Immediately, some Chaos Venerables could not hold back and moved toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Indeed, this space-time fluctuation from the postnatal universe also contains waves of Great Saint-level power. This means that besides that universe, there should be Chaos Great Saints. Yet, does it matter? Normally, Chaos Venerables do not wish to offend a Great Saint. However, faced with an irresistible opportunity, what does a Chaos Great Saint matter? A postnatal universe created by a peerless Great Sage, the heavy fluctuations of time and space continued to spread, also alarming some Chaos Great Saints. In the Chaos Void, each void domain would have a few Chaos Venerables. But as for a Chaos Great Saint, even dozens or hundreds of void domains might not have one. Is it the aura of the Shadow Demon and the Nine Phoenix? Those two are quite lucky, stumbling upon an undiscovered postnatal universe. A Chaos Great Saint, eyes deep and penetrating, immediately deduced the cause and effect of the situation. The grudge between the Nine Phoenix Great Saint and the Shadow Demon Great Saint is not a secret among the Chaos Great Saints. The battles between the two Great Saints were just a spectacle for the other Great Saints who weren't bothered to intervene as long as it didn't affect them. In the ancient Ming Chaos continent, in the fragment world of Star Tier, Lin Yuan's expression was solemn as he looked at the beast skin floating before him. This piece of beast skin was something Lin Yuan obtained from a golden box inscribed with the mark of the profound Xuan Shuang. According to the description by the six-armed silhouette in the spirit of the Xuan Shuang secret realm, the golden box likely passed through the hands of His Majesty Xuan Shuang. The treasure inside is a precious artifact of the profound Shuang lineage. Is it a map? Lin Yuan discovered the root of the beast skin's anomaly was the map on its surface. Has the location marked on the map emerged? Lin Yuan thought to himself, pondering that the map on the beast skin depicted a tomb, and according to the spirit of the Xuan Huang secret realm, this tomb belonged to His Majesty Xuan Huang. However, the map included areas within the mausoleum, but Lin Yuan did not know the coordinates of its location. Only when the mausoleum emerged, revealing its aura to resonate with the map, could it be known. Originally, Lin Yuan held little hope for the map. After all, who knew when His Majesty Xuan Huang's tomb would emerge? Even after millions of cosmic eras passed without any sign, he assumed it would remain the same for millions more. But now? The anomaly on the map of the beast skin led Lin Yuan to speculate that His Majesty Xuan Huang's tomb might have truly emerged. Specific space-time coordinates, Lin Yuan split a trace of his primordial spirit, exploring the map on the beast skin, vaguely resonating with the mausoleum the map corresponded to. Is it there? Lin Yuan gazed in a certain direction, his eyebrows furrowing. Too far. Even with only a rough correspondence, Lin Yuan could sense the vast distance between the mausoleum and his current position. Even with Lin Yuan's current understanding of time and space, traveling with full effort and continuously void traveling, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years to reach it. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a slight stirring in his heart. The galaxy. Ancient Ming Chaos Venerable sent a message. Lin Yuan looked opposite, where the form of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable coagulated. Of course, what coagulated was merely the incarnation of the ancient Ming Chaos Venerable, and it could only descend and coagulate with Lin Yuan's consent. A major event has occurred. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable's expression was solemn as he swiftly conveyed the information he had just received. Between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbo Void Domain, a postnatal universe has appeared in the desolate void. How important is a postnatal universe? It is enough to drive the Great Saints to madness. Once this news spreads, it will only spread rapidly with terrifying speed. As a seasoned Chaos Realm entity, the ancient Ming Venerable knew many Venerables and naturally received this news. A postnatal universe? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged, though waves stirred within his heart. The location mentioned by the ancient Ming Venerable was precisely the space-time coordinates Lin Yuan sensed through the map on the beast skin. Coupled with the sudden appearance of a postnatal universe, Lin Yuan could almost confirm that this postnatal universe was related to His Majesty Xuan Huang, possibly even created by him. The mausoleum represented by the map on the beast skin is likely within this postnatal universe. Now many Venerables are rushing there, including some at the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, and possibly even Great Saints. If it weren't for the postnatal universe being so far away, I would have gone to take a look myself. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable said with a shake of his head. It is indeed very far, Lin Yuan nodded. The desolate void between the Ripple Cloud Void Domain and Anbo Void Domain would require him to travel through the void continuously for hundreds of years to reach. The ancient Ming Venerable estimated it would be thousands or tens of thousands of years before he could arrive. Forget it, it's too far. Even if I rush there, the contention would probably be long over by the time I arrive. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, considering it quietly to himself. With his foundation, a postnatal universe is not something he absolutely must have. Chapter 139.8, The Teleportation of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Requesting Subscription. Chapter 1139, Chapter 8, The Teleportation of the Eye of Myriad Laws. Requesting Subscription. They continued to chat for a few more sentences. Ancient Ming Venerable then got up to say goodbye. He had come specifically to inform Lin Yuan of this matter, purely for the sake of sharing information. This was something Lin Yuan had entrusted him with before. If anything major happened in the Chaos Void, remember to let him know. Ancient Ming Venerable took this matter seriously, which is why he came as soon as possible. After the Ancient Ming Venerable left, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and fell into contemplation. In the postnatal universe, the most valuable thing is none other than the exploration of the 13th level by Supreme Saints. This is also the key to the madness of those Chaos Great Saints. If one achieves perfection at the 12th level and attempts the 13th level, perhaps gaining just a bit more insight in the end, they could step into the 13th level. But in Lin Yuan's mind, this was just that. In the Source World, Lin Yuan could even come into contact with true-time life forms of the 13th level, and even possess them, experiencing the perspective and height of the 13th level. Compared to the Chaos Great Saints and Supreme Saints of the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan's conditions were simply far superior. And the commotion in that postnatal universe was so great that even Ancient Ming Venerable knew about it. This basically meant it was spreading within the Chaos Realm circle, estimating that nearby Great Saints would flock there. With Great Saints taking action, Lin Yuan did not think a postnatal universe from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago could withstand for much time. Even if he rushed there now, it would be meaningless. Hundreds of years later on arrival, the entire postnatal universe would probably be turned over, not even a drop of soup left. What a pity. Lin Yuan looked at the beast skin in front of him, the map on it flickering with light. Depending on the map on the beast skin, if Lin Yuan could reach that postnatal universe, he'd definitely have a great advantage, even with competition from other Chaos Great Saints. In the end, he could probably obtain most of the resources left by His Majesty Xuan Huang within the postnatal universe. His Majesty Xuan Huang's exploration and insight into the 13th level, Lin Yuan was not as eager as those Chaos Great Saints, but the numerous resources, weapons, and treasures left by a Supreme Saint at the end, Lin Yuan was still very interested in them. Chaos Great Saints had no desire for resources because their own abilities had reached extremes, and no amount of resources could enhance their strength. But Lin Yuan? He was currently in a phase of strength enhancement, with constant practice of the Infinite Void's second layer, his internal universe changing each day, and his desire for resources never stopped. This is why he had the idea to take the Black Jade from the Source World through the Myriad Realms Gate and sell it at high prices to those Chaos Great Saints. The Black Jade, capable of enhancing the willpower of the heart, probably no Chaos Great Saint could resist, and they would go to any lengths to purchase it. Compared to plundering through slaughter, Lin Yuan still preferred to acquire resources through peaceful trade. It's just His Majesty Xuan Huang. Lin Yuan looked at the beast skin map, feeling reluctant. After all, how valuable must the inheritance of a Supreme Saint be, and how much cultivation time could it save him? Ask the spirit of the Xuan Huang secret realm. Lin Yuan still wanted to understand more. Xuan Huang secret realm. Due to the cosmic collapse, the Xuan Huang secret realm was also affected, the originally vast secret realm world now reduced to a radius of 100 meters. Furthermore, the spirit of the secret realm had fallen into slumber. The avatar Lin Yuan left here opened its eyes and began to call upon the spirit of the secret realm. Master. The six-armed figure of the spirit of the secret realm awoke from slumber, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight confusion. With the universe now plunged into absolute silence, why was Lin Yuan waking it up at this time? Tell me about His Majesty Xuan Huang, Lin Yuan immediately said. The matters regarding His Majesty? The six-armed figure blinked, cautiously asked, which aspect? Weapons and treasures, Lin Yuan said. If His Majesty Xuan Huang truly fell into a time loop while attempting the 13th level, then his treasures and weapons would definitely be left in his resting palace, waiting for successors to claim. After all, external forces have almost no effect on the attempt of the 13th level. Weapons. The six-armed figure thought for a moment. Among His Majesty's many weapons, the seal of Xuan Huang is the most powerful. Under a single strike, ordinary Chaos Great Saints would be annihilated, unable to resist. And then there's the armor of Xuan Huang, invulnerable to all laws, imperishable amidst tribulations. Wearing this armor, even Supreme Saints of the same level would find it difficult to inflict the slightest harm. Lin Yuan listened quietly, becoming increasingly tempted as His Majesty Xuanhuang's main battle weapons totaled 6, each incredibly powerful. Even among supreme saints, there were very few able to match them. At that time, when His Majesty was still present, those supreme saints did not dare contend with His Majesty, the six-armed figure said with a sigh. Among the supreme saints, His Majesty Xuanhuang definitely belonged to the most powerful tier, while supreme saints and chaos great saints are both at the perfect state of the chaos realm. But though their realms are the same, the power to fight and kill varies in strength. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Master, what on earth has happened? The six-armed figure tentatively asked. The map on the beast's skin. Lin Yuan briefly explained the matter. The universe developed by His Majesty has been discovered? The six-armed figure lamented. If His Majesty Xuanhuang were still alive, no one could find the universe he developed. Now that the universe has been discovered and besieged by all the saints and venerables, it means that His Majesty Xuanhuang indeed hasn't appeared in the Chaos Void for a long time. Master, the weapons and treasures left by His Majesty should all belong to you. The six-armed figure looked at Lin Yuan and couldn't help but say, as the spirit of the secret realm created by His Majesty Xuanhuang, the six-armed figure naturally did not want to see His Majesty's weapons and treasures fall into the hands of outsiders. Lin Yuan, having taken over the Xuanhuang secret realm, is considered the heir of His Majesty, the rightful successor of that postnatal universe. As for outsiders, those venerables and saints coveting it, in the eyes of the six-armed figure, they are intruders, plunderers. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded. Starlight fragmented world. Lin Yuan pondered, considering the many possibilities of entering that postnatal universe. In fact, there's no need for much consideration. The biggest problem blocking Lin Yuan now is how to reach the vicinity of that postnatal universe in the shortest time. If he can't get there, everything is for naught. Hard, hard, hard. Lin Yuan mused for a while, unable to see much hope. With the current understanding and mastery of the eightfold realm of space-time, it would take hundreds of years to reach the postnatal universe. To arrive in a short time, perhaps a qualitative breakthrough in time perception is needed, like reaching the ninth realm of space. Time? But a breakthrough in time perception? It requires a lot of accumulation, and with Lin Yuan's current perception, stepping into the ninth realm, it's possible, but it would take time. This leads to a dead-end loop. Relying solely on myself, it's impossible to get there in a short time. But what if I rely on external forces? Lin Yuan shifted his thinking, silently considering. For example, in the Fierce Sun ancient country, wanting to travel from the capital to the edge domain, even a powerful heavenly venerate would need to perform millions of void traversals. But with the ancient country's space-time teleportation formation, it can be reached in just over 10 breaths. The space-time teleportation formation here is an external force. 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Lin Yuan looked towards the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion has branches throughout the Chaos Void. Every void domain has a subdivision, and the Eye of Myriad Laws can descend upon any subdivision in an instant. If the Eye of Myriad Laws is willing to help Lin Yuan, there's hope to get there in a short time. Go and ask. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then immediately formed an incarnation and descended upon the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Inside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, as soon as Lin Yuan entered, he came to the deepest space. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion awaited Lin Yuan with a smile. The last evaluation of Lin Yuan by the Eye of Myriad Laws was something he had memorized to this day. A future 13th Order life form? My heavens! To be evaluated like that by the Eye of Myriad Laws, even those unparalleled great saints couldn't achieve such a thing, right? The unparalleled great saints are only a step away from the 13th Order, but that step is like a chasm, almost impossible to cross. I want to see the Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan immediately said, Please wait a moment. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion considered briefly before immediately starting to contact the Eye of Myriad Laws. If other strong individuals came, directly requesting to see the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master wouldn't bother to respond. The Eye of Myriad Laws is such an existence that you can't just meet it upon request. But Lin Yuan? The pavilion master knew exactly what to do. Before long, time and space slowly rotated, forming a whirlpool. A massive eye condensed, gazing down upon Lin Yuan. What's the matter with me? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan with interest. I want to go here. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush, directly stating the space-time coordinates. What's your relationship with that young Xuanhuang? The Eye of Myriad Laws expressed surprise in its tone, staring at Lin Yuan for a moment. That young Xuanhuang, Lin Yuan pondered, and immediately understood that the Eye of Myriad Laws was referring to His Majesty Xuanhuang. His Majesty Xuanhuang is incredibly ancient. Not to mention this era, even in the time of the Moyu Tower Master, few powerful individuals were aware of him, but the Eye of Myriad Laws clearly knows His Majesty Xuanhuang well, even calling him that kid. I have inherited part of the legacy left by His Majesty Xuanhuang. Lin Yuan didn't hide, he spoke directly. As an unparalleled great saint, His Majesty Xuanhuang had opened 33,3333 Xuanhuang secret realms as his legacy grounds. No wonder. The Eye of Myriad Laws suddenly understood that young Xuanhuang is a pity. If he weren't trapped by his heart demon, there would have been a slim hope for him to become the 13th Order. The Eye of Myriad Laws muttered to itself, clearly recalling something. Heart demon? Lin Yuan listened from the side. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. Even the spirit of the secret realm didn't know. From the 12th Order to impact the 13th, the most taboo thing is the obsession with heart demons. Because the time loop you fall into will change according to your weaknesses, your mental state must be absolutely perfect to have a chance to endure. If there is an obsession with a heart demon, the time loop will revolve according to the obsession with the heart demon, making escape almost impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws explained. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. However, he was puzzled. Even such an unparalleled great saint as His Majesty Xuanhuang had something he couldn't see through. Otherwise, how could an obsession with the heart demon form? All right. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed at Lin Yuan and said, You came to me, wanting me to teleport you to the vicinity of that postnatal universe? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, quite favorably asking for assistance. The Eye of Myriad Laws showed a hint of amusement in its eyes, but I have agreed. Chapter 149, Everything is Ready, Subscription Requested. Chapter 1140, Chapter 9, Everything is Ready, Subscription Requested. The Eye of Myriad Laws gazed down at Lin Yuan. The 10,000 paths pavilion spread across each void domain, with every pavilion acting as an anchor point. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws desired, it could completely teleport Lin Yuan from the 10,000 paths pavilion on the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the one in the Ripple Cloud Void domain. The Xuanhuang universe was right next to the Ripple Cloud Void domain. Once Lin Yuan reached this void domain, he would be very close to the Xuanhuang universe. Thank you. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. As long as the Eye of Myriad Laws did not refuse, all was well. What do I need to offer? Lin Yuan asked. He knew very well that the Eye of Myriad Laws would not help for free. Being an ancient entity that has traversed countless cosmic eras, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed in fair trade. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion adhered to this principle as its conduct guideline. One must pay before obtaining. Offer, let me think. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. If it were another Chaos Great Saint, it would certainly demand a hefty price. Currently, the only quick way to reach the Xuanhuang universe is through the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws demanded a fortune, Lin Yuan would have to acquiesce. But Lin Yuan was not like other Chaos Great Saints. In the eyes of the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan holds more potential to step into the 13th stage than those peerless Great Saints, even though the hope here remains minute. Therefore, the trade with Lin Yuan needs careful handling. If priced high, it might breed resentment in Lin Yuan's heart, becoming counterproductive. If priced low, it would not align with its principle of fair trade. Previously, when the Eye of Myriad Laws helped Lin Yuan spread numerous martial Dao paths, it wasn't just a simple offering. It required a promise from Lin Yuan. A promise in exchange for the 10,000 Paths Pavilion's best efforts to spread various martial Dao paths. And this promise bore no causal bindings. It seemed like the 10,000 Paths Pavilion suffered a loss. Even a peerless Great Saint's promise wouldn't be worth the Eye of Myriad Laws doing this. But in essence, the promise sought by the Eye of Myriad Laws was a future promise from Lin Yuan after stepping into the 13th stage. A promise from a 13th stage time being? Simply put, if Lin Yuan truly becomes a 13th stage time being, the initial investment of the Eye of Myriad Laws would reap returns 10 or 100,000 times over. Thus, helping spread martial Tao paths was not a loss for the Eye of Myriad Laws, but somewhat of a gain. After all, throughout numerous cosmic eras, it was the first time the Eye of Myriad Laws encountered a being as terrifyingly potential as Lin Yuan. Just 50,000 Chaos Stones. The Eye of Myriad Laws thought for a while and spoke. 50,000 Chaos Stones? Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. If it were just straightforward traveling from the ancient Ming Chaos continent to the Xuanhuang universe, 50,000 Chaos Stones would be an astronomical price. Though it would take Lin Yuan centuries to traverse the distance, ordinary Chaos Venerables might take tens of thousands or 100,000 years to arrive. Is tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel akin to 50,000 Chaos Stones? No Chaos Venerable would be willing to make such a trade. 50,000 Chaos Stones is quite a sum for a Venerable, while tens of thousands or 100,000 years in their eyes mean little. Moreover, during tens of thousands or 100,000 years of travel, Chaos Venerables can undertake other activities, and nothing is hindered. But, as the Xuanhuang universe is emerging, more and more Venerable Saints are rushing there, at this time charging 50,000 Chaos Stones. Lin Yuan finds the Eye of Myriad Laws rather wise. No problem, Lin Yuan nodded. Previously, in the inheritance space left by Tuolong Great Saint, there were numerous treasures, allowing Lin Yuan to accumulate quite some Chaos Stones. Let me go back and prepare. After speaking, Lin Yuan's avatar dissipated directly, star-tier fragment world. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, pondering the forthcoming journey to the Xuanhuang universe. The Xuanhuang universe was established by Xuanhuang, according to current intelligence. It is gathering numerous Chaos Venerables, including Chaos Great Saints. If Lin Yuan were to engage in the contention within the Xuanhuang universe, even if possessing advantages like Xuanhuang Inheritor and Beast Skin Map, his strength cannot be too weak. At least he shouldn't just dispatch an avatar. An avatar severely limits his strength exertion, with Lin Yuan's avatar reaching a combat power up to the threshold of Chaos Venerables. The true form should go, leaving a primordial spirit behind. Lin Yuan thought silently. Undoubtedly, his true form combat power is the strongest. And leaving a primordial spirit in the fragment world can also ensure the safety of the human civilization homeland as much as possible. Moreover, with a primordial spirit left, even if Lin Yuan's true form encounters incidents in the Xuanhuang universe, he can recover very swiftly. As for reviving through preservation means, it consumes too much time. Lin Yuan's true form and primordial spirit share a trinity relationship. As long as one exists, the other two can rapidly coalesce even if utterly obliterated. Reviving via preservation means can't achieve rapid coalescence. Regarding weaponry, carrying 3 pieces of Chaos Realm tier secret treasures will suffice. His myriad techniques chiefly revolve around his physical form and inner universe. To crush foes with an absolute foundational advantage, having prepared everything, Lin Yuan summoned Xuanyuan Supreme and other Supremes. Galaxy, what's the matter? Xuanyuan Supreme, Shaqian Supreme looked at Lin Yuan. I need to send my true form out for an errand. During this period, you should pay close attention. Lin Yuan spoke. Though he would leave a primordial spirit, the combat power of a primordial spirit is naturally far inferior to the true form. In case of offense against enemies at the Great Saint tier, a mere primordial spirit might fail to hold back. Of course, how exalted are Great Saints? Even if human civilization wanted to offend, it wouldn't have such a privilege, hardly even coming into contact with them. Chapter 141, 9, Everything is Ready, Subscription Requested, 4-second, Circuiture 1141, Chapter 9, Everything is Ready, Subscription Requested, Circuiture second. Circuits, it's never wrong to consider things from the worst possible outcome. After all, Lin Yuan's departure in his true form really will put human civilization in a relatively vulnerable state. Alright, the Xuanyuan Supreme and Shaqian Supreme did not know why Lin Yuan left in his true form, but they did not ask further. Having chosen the Chaos Realm's secret treasure to bring along, Lin Yuan's true form quietly disappeared from the fragment world of star tiers. Outside the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. It is his first time, in his true form, coming so close to the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Previously, all his contact with the 10,000 Paths Pavilion was through casually created avatars. Buzz! Lin Yuan stepped into the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. In an instant, he appeared in the deepest space. The Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to have never left, always waiting there. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan, showing a hint of surprise. No wonder you dare to contest in the Xuanhuang universe, the Eye of Myriad Laws remarked in slight astonishment. Even with a casual look, it could vaguely sense how profound Lin Yuan's foundation was, surpassing even the usual Chaos Great Saints. And this is just the Sovereign Realm. If the Sovereign Realm is already like this, what will become when you step into the Chaos Realm, reaching its perfection? Wouldn't you be an invincible Great Saint? Pondered the Eye of Myriad Laws. Originally, the Eye of Myriad Laws investing in Lin Yuan was risky, for example if Lin Yuan did not reach the 13th stage in the future. Not even an exceptional Great Saint is worth the investment from the Eye of Myriad Laws. But if he were an invincible Great Saint, such a Great Saint could sweep over other exceptional Great Saints of the same era. Even the mighty Xuanhuang of old wasn't considered an invincible Great Saint. Usually, only one invincible Great Saint might emerge during a Chaos Void era. Often, there are no invincible Great Saints at all, as the power of exceptional Great Saints mostly reaches a limit, none able to sweep the others. To nurture an invincible Great Saint? It's exceedingly difficult. At this moment, the Eye of Myriad Laws believed that Lin Yuan's future would be either as a 13th stage temporal being or as an invincible Great Saint. A promise from an invincible Great Saint is not a loss to the Eye of Myriad Laws. Seems my foresight wasn't bad, thought the Eye of Myriad Laws, feeling pleased. When will the transmission occur? Lin Yuan asked. No hurry, we can begin now, the Eye of Myriad Laws replied with a smile. By the way, the Eye of Myriad Laws seemed to remember something, reminding, this appearance of the Xuanhuang universe has attracted many Great Saints. Several have approached me, wanting me to send them near the Xuanhuang universe. The ability and techniques of the Eye of Myriad Laws aren't considered a secret among Great Saints, as many Chaos Great Saints, being too far away to reach the Xuanhuang universe, would seek help from the Eye of Myriad Laws. Understood. When he headed there in his true form, he was prepared for the worst and had anticipated these scenarios. Do not resist now. The eye of myriad laws gazed down at Lin Yuan, the surrounding fluctuations of space-time subtly growing intense. Qinglan void domain, within one chaos continent's 10,000 paths pavilion, a figure coalesced, striding in. The figure was tall, exuding an aura of wild archaic essence, appearing instantly within the deepest space of the 10,000 paths pavilion. Greetings, wild barbarian great saint. The pavilion master of this 10,000 paths pavilion had been waiting for a while, bowing slightly to the tall figure out of respect. I seek the eye of myriad laws. The wild barbarian great saint stated. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 paths pavilion immediately began to contact the eye of myriad laws. Before long, space-time slowly began to rotate. A giant eyeball formed, looking down at the wild barbarian great saint. Wild barbarian, what do you want with me? The eye of myriad laws spoke calmly, without a hint of fluctuation. I want to go to this space-time coordinate location. The wild barbarian great saint dove straight to the point. You also wish to go to that Xuanhuang universe? The eye of myriad laws looked at the wild barbarian great saint. Indeed, I once read in the records of a broken ruin about this unparalleled great saint, and the postnatal universe he developed is quite valuable, said the wild barbarian great saint. Originally, he wanted to keep this matter hidden without disclosing the information about that postnatal universe, but the Eye of Myriad Laws directly revealed the name of the postnatal universe. So the wild barbarian great saint did not continue to conceal it. No problem. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. However, you know I always prefer fair trade. Okay, tell me. The wild barbarian great saint nodded. 10 billion Chaos Stones, or 10 Great Saint-level weapon treasures. The Eye of Myriad Laws named the price. 10 billion Chaos Stones? The wild barbarian Great Saint's eye twitched. Even though he had prepared himself to be fleeced by the Eye of Myriad Laws before he came, he still felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing the offer. 10 billion Chaos Stones? Even for a Chaos Great Saint, 10 billion Chaos Stones is a massive amount, and as for 10 pieces of Great Saint-level weapon treasures, even more so. The distance between Qinglan Void Domain and that Xuanhuang universe is only a few decades worth of traveling effort for the wild barbarian Great Saint. If it weren't for the fear of running out of time, he would have gone there himself. But now, just for one teleportation, he has to pay 10 billion Chaos Stones? If you're unwilling, then forget it. The Eye of Myriad Laws immediately said, Willing? I'm definitely willing. The wild barbarian Great Saint took a deep breath and looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. But can it be a bit cheaper? I don't have that many Chaos Stones on me right now. Then how much do you have? The Eye of Myriad Laws directly asked. 3 billion Chaos Stones, 2 Great Saint weapons. The wild barbarian Great Saint said, Those 2 Great Saint weapons cannot be given to you, otherwise my combat power will decrease, and even if I reach the Xuanhuang universe, I won't be able to obtain anything valuable. 3 billion Chaos Stones, it's too little, the Eye of Myriad Laws said. He was unwilling to fleece Lin Yuan, but that didn't mean he wouldn't fleece these Chaos Great Saints. Eventually, the wild barbarian Great Saint and the Eye of Myriad Laws reached an agreement, exchanging 3 billion Chaos Stones and 30% of his gains from the Xuanhuang universe for the opportunity to be teleported near the Xuanhuang universe. You do nothing and get 30% of the gains? The wild barbarian Great Saint felt rather helpless. You can also choose to pay 10 billion Chaos Stones, the Eye of Myriad Laws said. Then forget it. The wild barbarian Great Saint shook his head. Although he was certain of the great value of the Xuanhuang universe, he couldn't ensure that his 30% gains from it would exceed 7 billion Chaos Stones. The primary goal of the wild barbarian Great Saint was also His Majesty Xuanhuang's exploration and understanding of the 13th stage. In a mysterious place within the Chaos Void, a Chaos Great Saint with 2 horns on his head appeared before an ancient, modeled altar. Great Altar Spirit, I wish to travel to this spatial coordinate in the shortest time possible. The 2-horned Great Saint spoke. Buzz, the ancient, modeled altar slightly trembled, and a voice rang in the 2-horned Great Saint's ear. I want 60% of your gains from this journey. 60% of the gains? The 2-horned Great Saint fell silent, handing over 60% of the spoils he risked battling with other Great Saints to the altar. The 2-horned Great Saint understood the altar's capabilities and methods. Once 60% of the gains were set, it would not change. Even if he wanted to hide, he couldn't. Then tell me, to which unparalleled Great Saint does this postnatal universe belong? The 2-horned Great Saint was unwilling to make a wasted trip, only to end up working for the altar, so he wanted to first understand the origins of that postnatal universe. If it only belonged to an ordinary unparalleled Great Saint, then there was no need to pay such a price to go there. In battling other Great Saints, he too would incur losses, and he didn't want his 40% share of the gains to not even cover those losses. That universe is called the Xuanhuang universe, left behind by the Xuanhuang Great Saint. The Xuanhuang Great Saint was one of the unparalleled Great Saints closest to becoming an invincible Great Saint in that era. A voice from the ancient, modeled altar resounded in the 2-horned Great Saint's ears. An unparalleled Great Saint closest to an invincible Great Saint? The two-horned great saint's expression changed slightly, as invincible great saints only existed in legend. To become an invincible great saint, one must first sweep through all unparalleled great saints of one's time, and be universally acknowledged by all unparalleled great saints of that time. But achieving this requires terrifying strength. It's not just about defeating a certain unparalleled great saint to gain that recognition. Then 60% of the gains it is. The two-horned great saint agreed. An unparalleled great saint approaching the level of an invincible great saint traveling to the postnatal universe he developed was worth paying such a price. Chapter 1142, 10 Great Saints. Please subscribe. Chapter 142, Chapter 10, Great Saints. Please subscribe. Ripple Cloud Void Domain. Wanchuan Chaos Continent, 10,000 Paths Pavilion. The neighboring void domains have been quite unsettled lately, several deputy pavilion masters whispered among themselves. The 10,000 Paths Pavilion spread across various void domains, but only the pavilion master could be directly appointed by the Eye of Myriad Laws. As for the deputy pavilion masters, most of the daily affairs of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion were managed by them, while the pavilion master dealt with uncertain paths of evolution and communication with the Eye of Myriad Laws. Indeed, many venerables have been passing through nearby, one of the deputy pavilion masters remarked with a sigh. The Wanchuan Chaos Continent was opened by the Wanchuan Venerable, but usually, aside from the Wanchuan Venerable, it was rare to see another Chaos Venerable in millions or tens of millions of years. However, recently, Chaos Venerables have been arriving from other surrounding void domains. It's said that the postnatal universe was opened by an extraordinary being, which is why so many venerables are attracted to it. The deputy pavilion masters chatted, armed with extensive intelligence thanks to the backing of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. If not for the gathering of so many venerables, I would have liked to take a look myself. Another venerable spoke, tone slightly curious. As deputy masters of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, they were merely beings of the mastery realm and dared not approach the vicinity of the Xuanhuang universe. The area was swarming with venerables, and beings of the mastery realm were too fragile in comparison. It's not just the venerables heading there. At this moment, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion spoke. He had been listening to the deputy pavilion master's discussions and finally spoke. Not just the venerables? Pavilion master, what do you mean by that? The hearts of the deputy pavilion masters trembled. In contrast to the deputy pavilion masters, the pavilion master directly received orders from the Eye of Myriad Laws, with access to more intelligence. Several great saints have already headed there, the pavilion master revealed. Great saints have gone over? The deputy pavilion master swallowed hard. Typically, a void domain might host a few venerables, but a great saint? Even hundreds or thousands of void domains might not produce a single great saint. Why don't you believe? The pavilion master glanced at the deputy pavilion masters, about to speak further. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He then immediately got up and disappeared from sight. What happened to the pavilion master? The deputy pavilion masters looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Deep spaces within the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Space-time rotated slowly, and a stable space-time passage formed. A young man emerged from it. Immediately, a huge eye took shape. Gazing down at the young man, Galaxy, you have arrived. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths. Pavilion stood respectfully at the side, cautiously observing the young man who had stepped out of the space-time passage. The fact that the Eye of Myriad Laws personally greeted him meant he was at least at the level of a great saint. In other words, was this young man before him a Chaos Great Saint? And judging by the Eye of Myriad Laws' attitude, it seemed this young man was no ordinary Chaos Great Saint. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. As he stepped out of the space-time passage, he felt the distance between himself and his primordial spirit left in the star-tier fragment world expanding significantly. Then I won't see you off. The Eye of Myriad Laws glanced at Lin Yuan and then quickly dissipated. Master. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "This way is the exit." For an esteemed guest personally welcomed by the Eye of Myriad Laws, the pavilion master dared not show any negligence. The Eye of Myriad Laws not seeing Lin Yuan out didn't mean he could disregard him. All right, Lin Yuan nodded. In reality, with his mastery of space-time, he could forcibly break free of this space, but there was no need for that. Since the Eye of Myriad Laws had just brought him over, it was polite to be a bit more courteous, very soon. Lin Yuan reached the exit of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. This should be the Wanchuan Chaos Continent? Lin Yuan asked casually. Yes. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion nodded immediately. Once Lin Yuan's figure disappeared beyond the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, the pavilion master finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Which great saint is this? Galaxy? I've never heard of him. The pavilion master's thoughts expanded. But he didn't overthink it. The Chaos Void is vast and boundless. Within certain void domains, Chaos Great Saints are exceptionally rare, but overall, there are still some Chaos Great Saints. The pavilion master of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion wasn't even a venerable. It was perfectly normal for him not to recognize this great saint. Pavilion Master. When the Pavilion Master returned, the Deputy Pavilion Masters looked over full of curiosity. The sudden disappearance and now reappearance with a lingering change in expression left the Deputy Pavilion Masters quite intrigued. Where did I leave off? The Pavilion Master glanced at the Deputy Pavilion Masters. You just mentioned that some great saints have also headed this way, one of the Deputy Pavilion Masters promptly replied. Indeed. The Pavilion Master nodded and didn't continue the conversation. He had just personally greeted a great saint, but this matter was a secret of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion. Even if the Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't advised him, he wouldn't dare let it slip outside. Ripple Cloud Void Domain. Lin Yuan took a step forward, leaving the Wanchuan Chaos Continent and arriving in the Chaos Void. The Xuanhuang universe is in that direction. Even without specific space-time coordinates, upon reaching the Ripple Cloud Void domain, Lin Yuan was able to sense the change in the beast skin map, the light it emitted becoming increasingly intense. If Lin Yuan hadn't suppressed it in time, it would likely have directly resonated with the Xuanhuang universe. At least more than 30 Chaos Venerables are gathered there, Lin Yuan observed from afar. With his space-time insight, the aura of the Chaos Venerables couldn't be concealed from him. There are also Chaos Great Saints. Is it the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan continued to perceive, his expression becoming peculiar. The ancient Ming Chaos Venerable mentioned the Xuanhuang universe to him, but did not mention these two great saints. This is not surprising, as ordinary Chaos Venerables can at most sense the aura of a postnatal universe. Recognizing the presence of Chaos Great Saints or identifying them is not something they might achieve. I didn't expect to have such fate with these two great saints. Lin Yuan's gaze was astonished. His hometown universe was destroyed due to the battle between these two great saints, and now with the emergence of the Xuanhuang universe, he encounters these two great saints again? However, at that time, compared to the two great saints, Lin Yuan was akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. The aftermath of their battle left him struggling. And now? Lin Yuan dared not say how much he surpassed them, but at least he was not weaker than these two great saints. Perhaps the Xuanhuang universe is emerging also because of these two great saints, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Besides Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix, 2 more great saints have arrived. His space-time insight had reached the 8th realm, a domain belonging to the great saint tier, thus he could detect the aura of great saints, a moment later. Lin Yuan entered the desolate void and saw the edge of the Xuanhuang universe. Through this fragment of the universe, Lin Yuan could vaguely perceive the vastness and inscrutability of the entire Xuanhuang universe. No wonder everyone is waiting outside. It turns out they're waiting for the outer space-time of the Xuanhuang universe to collapse on its own, Lin Yuan thought deeply. The Xuanhuang universe had endured too many ages. Although far surpassing the natural universes nurtured by the Chaos Void in size and scale, it did not possess the indelible or rebirth characteristics. Without its master's restoration and with the erosion of time, the space-time of the Xuanhuang universe was slowly collapsing. This time, the active emergence of the Xuanhuang universe on the surface was due to the influence of the Shadow Demon and 9 Phoenix Great Saints, but in reality, it was inevitable. Once the space-time collapses to a certain extent, it will reveal itself even without external forces. Of course, the death of a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if the Xuanhuang universe was gradually collapsing, it could not be broken and entered by a few great saints joining forces. The Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint had tried to force entry together and not only failed, but also caused spatial fluctuations to spread, attracting numerous venerables and great saints. In at most 2 years, the outer space-time will completely collapse, and by then, one can enter. Lin Yuan observed and concluded, trying to force entry before the collapse? It's as difficult as ascending to heaven and might even trigger the Xuanhuang universe's origin source backlash. This is also why the Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately stopped after striking once together. I shall wait as well. Lin Yuan casually hid in a certain layer of space-time, dividing his mind to sense the Xuanhuang universe's space-time collapse while focusing the rest of his energy on cultivation and comprehending the Dao. During the wait, no strong individuals would make a move either. Those who had achieved the Chaos Realm were cautious, they wouldn't strike without benefit, especially when the door to the Xuanhuang universe hadn't opened yet, thus refraining from fighting each other. Lin Yuan was no different, his time was precious. Every additional moment spent in cultivation improved his power and attack strategies. Damn. The Shadow Demon Great Saint blended into the space-time, coldly watching the continuously arriving Chaos Venerables and the 2 other Chaos Great Saints besides him and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint. I discovered this postnatal universe first. The Shadow Demon Great Saint was extremely unwilling. If he had known attacking the exposed fragment of the universe would lead to such a great reaction, he wouldn't have done so. But now, it was too late to regret. The matter of the Xuanhuang universe's emergence was completely leaked out. It's utterly uncontrollable. The Shadow Demon Great Saint wasn't worried about the Chaos Venerables rushing to pick up cheap gains. He was concerned about the Chaos Great Saints of the same level. As time passed, more Chaos Great Saints would come. Shadow Demon, the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, focused most of his attention on the Shadow Demon Great Saint. This time, if able to enter the Xuanhuang universe, the 9 Phoenix Great Saints' primary target would be the exploration insights left by the 13th tier founder of this postnatal universe. Secondly, to make the Shadow Demon Great Saint pay a sufficiently tragic price. As time slowly passed, 2 years went by in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, 5 more Chaos Great Saints arrived successively. In reality, it's rare for even one Chaos Great Saint to appear among thousands of void domains. This time, within just a few years of the Xuanhuang universe's emergence, 9 Chaos Great Saints gathered, most of whom used special means to come, paying a substantial price. Rumble. 2 years passed. An edge of the Xuanhuang universe had already collapsed to a certain extent. Lin Yuan also temporarily ceased his cultivation, observing from afar. As the outer edge of the Xuanhuang universe completely collapsed, the aura inside began to flow out, and Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. For the beast skin map he held once again underwent a change. Chapter 1143, 11, Winning Over. Request for subscription. Chapter 1143, Chapter 11, Winning Over. Request for subscription. The map, is it extending? Within the internal universe, Lin Yuan descended in his avatar, observing the changes in the beast skin map before him. As the inner aura of the Xuanhuang universe gradually dissipated, the map on the surface of the beast skin was visibly extending rapidly. The map originally occupied only 1/5 of the beast skin. Now it was expanding, 1/4, 1/3. Eventually half of the beast skin's surface was covered by the map. In addition to the mausoleum, many other areas have appeared, Lin Yuan carefully observed, and many regions had descriptions introduced. For example, a place called Futu Tower, a location for body refining, where any being approaching the area would be shrouded by the Futu power. Even those as powerful as a great saint would be trapped momentarily. There is also a place called the 9 Realms Pavilion, which connects to 9 small worlds separately opened by the Xuanhuang, imprisoning some wonder life forms nurtured by the Chaos Void. For the Xuanhuang's daily research. With this map in hand, once I enter the Xuanhuang universe, I will definitely gain many advantages. Lin Yuan smiled, while other powerhouses, even those Chaos Great Saints, would be clueless once inside, not knowing where to head. To be precise, they are unaware of the value of those regions' positions. Rushing in recklessly, it is very likely to mistakenly enter places like 9 Realms Pavilion or Futu Tower. The 9 Realms Pavilion connects to 9 small worlds. If a Chaos Great Saint mistakenly enters, it may take a lot of effort to get out. Futu Tower is even more so, as the Futu power is no weaker than the chaotic evolution forces, specifically used by the profound Shuang for body refining. The Great Saint would surely find it unbearable once trapped. And as the Xuanhuang universe initially opens, every moment is extremely precious. Being trapped for a while, by the time they come out, many precious resources may have already been taken. Step by step, they fall behind. Later Great Saints can only watch helplessly. Once I enter, follow this route. Lin Yuan, according to the map, devised his route upon entering the Xuanhuang universe. The places these routes pass through contain many treasures, oddities, and weapons maximized by Lin Yuan for profit. To prevent himself from randomly appearing at some position in the universe, Lin Yuan directly formulated more than 10 routes, covering almost every contingency. Ultimately, I must head to the mausoleum, where it's likely the Xuanhuang has stored the most precious treasures. Lin Yuan looked at the center region of the map, which was also the initially exposed mausoleum. Yet, during this opening of the Xuanhuang universe, not a single master of the Xuanhuang secret realm has come. Lin Yuan glanced outside, thinking to himself, every being that masters and refines the Xuanhuang secret realm generates a slight mutual response among themselves. Refining the Xuanhuang secret realm is tantamount to being a disciple of the Xuanhuang, belonging to the profound Shuang line, naturally allowing them to identify each other. Indeed, with so many cosmic eras having passed, even if there were still masters of the secret realm, they may not be aware of the Xuanhuang universe's emergence, and even if they knew, they might not make it here on time. Lin Yuan thought internally. He was aware this universe was the Xuanhuang universe due to the beast skin with the engraved map, which resonated with each other. Without this beast skin, Lin Yuan could not determine that the newly emerged postnatal universe was the Xuanhuang universe. If the distance was too far and the cost too great to come over, it would likely not be worth meddling in this situation. Moreover, becoming the master of the Xuanhuang secret realm isn't an easy task. Lin Yuan achieved it due to his extraordinary comprehension. But for other beings within different universes, it's exceedingly difficult. With 33,333 Xuanhuang secret realms, how many have been mastered is another question altogether. In the outside world. As time and space collapsed on the outer edge of a corner of the Xuanhuang universe, revealing a hint of its inner aura, the many powerhouses who had been waiting for a long time felt a thrill. Lin Yuan's true body was also watching intently. It should be a few more days, Lin Yuan thought internally. This corner's space-time collapse had stirred a temporal storm within the universe. To wait until it is enterable, many more days are likely required. Most of Lin Yuan's attention was focused on a corner of the Xuanhuang universe when he suddenly noticed a presence approaching swiftly. Divine Wind Venerable? Lin Yuan recognized the identity of the other, a well-known peak Chaos Venerable. Besides the Divine Wind Venerable, there were two other peak Chaos Venerables following behind. Your Excellency, don't be alarmed, we mean no harm. Divine Wind Venerable immediately transmitted his voice, stopping not far away without approaching further. What do you seek? Lin Yuan asked, looking at them. Your Excellency must have noticed the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe. Its creator was undoubtedly an extraordinary great saint, Divine Wind Venerable said. However, the majority of treasures and rarities within this postnatal universe are destined to fall into the hands of the 9 great saints. Divine Wind Venerable glanced at the 9 figures closest to the secret realm. Initially, the auras of the Chaos Great Saints were somewhat restrained, but now? As they were about to enter the Xuanhuang universe, the 9 Chaos Great Saints no longer hid, instead freely releasing their terrifying auras. We Chaos Venerables can only follow behind the Great Saints and scrape for what little we can. Even so, we must still guard against other Venerables. Divine Wind Venerable sighed. Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, remained silent. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, competition was necessary, and among the Chaos Venerables, competition was equally required. In fact, the level of competition among Venerables far exceeds that of the Great Saints. After all, there are only 9 Great Saints who will surely claim the majority of resources and treasures within the Xuanhuang universe. Chapter 1144, 11, Winning Over. Request for subscription, to Chapter 1144, Chapter 11, Winning Over, request for subscription, to but Chaos Venerables. Currently, there are already over 100. With 100 Chaos Venerables fighting over the soups discarded by the Great Saints, one can only imagine how fierce the struggle will be. What do you want to say? Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable. I want to invite you to join us. Divine Wind Venerable said, we Chaos Venerables need to join forces to have an advantage in our struggle against other Venerables. Rest assured, we already have 12 Chaos Venerables, including 4 Peak Venerables. If you join us, you will surely gain something from this venture. Divine Wind Venerable continued, of course, after you join, all gains from exploring this postnatal universe will be managed by me and distributed after the exploration is complete. Trust me, only in this way can we maximize our gains, which is beneficial for you and has no disadvantages. Lin Yuan looked at Divine Wind Venerable, shook his head, and said, hand over all the gains to you for distribution? Although it was impossible for him to choose to join, Lin Yuan was still a bit helpless. Were they treating him as a free hired hand? Who knows how Divine Wind Venerable would distribute? I'm not interested, Lin Yuan said directly. Not interested? Divine Wind Venerable was slightly taken aback. Before coming, he had already met with other Venerables, and they all agreed with his view. With over 100 Chaos Venerables gathered, if some Venerables could unite, they would indeed have a great advantage. Even among Chaos Venerables, the gap is not that large, far less than the chasm between Great Saints and Venerables. At this time, numerical superiority was very important. Consider it again, Divine Wind Venerable continued. I said, not interested. Lin Yuan frowned. All right, the choice is yours. Divine Wind Venerable was silent for a while and did not continue to persuade him, but let me remind you, going solo will put you at a disadvantage. After speaking, Divine Wind Venerable turned and left. Divine Wind, you were actually rejected? A Peak Venerable next to Divine Wind Venerable sneered. Which void domain is this Venerable from? Haven't they even heard of your reputation, Divine Wind? Regardless of his background, with a great enemy before us, he doesn't think of joining forces, but instead plans to go solo? How short-sighted. Divine Wind Venerable shook his head and in an icy tone said, once this postnatal universe is fully opened and many Venerables rush in, he will know what a mistake it was to reject me. Indeed, does he really think of himself as a great saint? Another Peak Venerable also spoke, feeling that Lin Yuan would regret it sooner or later. Being personally invited by Peak Venerables? What an honor. Lin Yuan refused without even considering it? If it weren't for the imminent opening of the Xuanhuang universe and the presence of too many nearby Venerables, the 2 Peak Venerables would have planned to teach Lin Yuan a lesson. Let's go, invite the next one. Divine Wind Venerable continued to fly forward. With every Venerable they invited to join, their strength would increase, giving them a greater advantage in the upcoming struggle. In the depths of many layers of space-time, the dual-origin Great Saint, with dual horns, gazed into one corner of the universe. The Altar Spirit said this postnatal universe was created by the Xuanhuang Great Saint, and the Xuanhuang Great Saint is the Great Saint closest to becoming Invincible Great Saint. The dual-origin Great Saint thought to himself, and it was precisely because of this information that he was willing to endure the cost of being fleeced by the Altar Spirit to force his way here. To earn such an evaluation from the altar spirit, the strength of the Xuanhuang Great Saint must be terrifying, likely surpassing all other unparalleled great saints of that era. The postnatal universe he left behind is worth my full effort to compete for. The dual origin great saint's eyes shimmered with anticipation. The existence of the altar spirit is similar to the eye of myriad laws, both related to 13th order time life. The dual origin great saint also happened to enter the space of the altar spirit by chance. Without sufficient luck, even a peerless great saint could not contact the altar spirit. The ones to watch out for this time are Wild Barbarian, Tianlu, and Black Light. But as for the other five, the dual origin great saint cast a glance at the 9 Phoenix great saint, Shadow Demon great saint, and 5 other great saints. There was no excessive attention given. Among the 9 great saints present, there were clearly 3 tiers. The first tier was the dual origin great saint, Wild Barbarian great saint, and Black Light great saint. These 3 great saints were the strongest, especially the dual origin great saint, whose path had a great chance of becoming a peerless great saint. For a chaos great saint to become a peerless great saint mainly depended on the path they chose. If the path was unsuitable, a chaos great saint was destined never to become a peerless great saint. In essence, regarding the 13th step, the gap between a chaos great saint and a peerless great saint was not that large, mainly because the exploration and understanding of the 13th step by a peerless great saint were undoubtedly superior to those of a chaos great saint. The second tier was Tianlu Great Saint and 2 other Chaos Great Saints. And the third tier was Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, and 3 other newly minted Chaos Great Saints. What brings the dual origin guy here? The towering Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at the dual origin Great Saint, feeling a slight headache. Thousands of years ago, he had heard that the dual origin Great Saint was exploring a site far away from here, so distant that even a Chaos Great Saint would take millions of years to get here. I arrived through the Eye of Myriad Laws within a short time, so how did dual origin manage it? Was it also the Eye of Myriad Laws? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint pondered to himself, having crossed paths with the dual origin Great Saint multiple times. The other's strength was indeed terrifying, and even he could only manage to maintain a standoff. He even felt that the dual origin Great Saint had not used all his trump cards then. No matter, whoever dares to block me this time, I'll just crush them. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's aura surged, tearing apart the surrounding space-time. To arrive here, he paid 3 billion Chaos Stones to the Eye of Myriad Laws. If he couldn't recoup this cost, he would suffer a heavy loss. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint couldn't accept such an outcome. As a Chaos Great Saint, and one who was good at offense among the Chaos Great Saints, when had he ever suffered such a loss? In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Black Light. Tianlu Great Saint silently observed his surroundings, clearly aware of his tier level. But in the fight for treasures, it's not just about strength, Tianlu Great Saint thought to himself. Each Chaos Great Saint, according to their evolved Chaos Power Path, has different specialties. Dual Origin, Wild Barbarian, and Black Light were notably adept at offense, but Tianlu Great Saint excelled at survival. As long as I seize the opportunity and get the treasures, even Dual Origin and the others won't be able to deal with me. Tianlu Great Saint had no intention of going head-to-head with the 3 Great Saints. That would clearly be a case of using his weakness against others' strength. However, this postnatal universe actually managed to attract Dual Origin over. Tianlu Great Saint's thoughts spread as he roughly gauged the position of Dual Origin Great Saint, incredibly far from here, currently exploring an ancient site. Yet even so, the Dual Origin Great Saint still rushed over. Clearly, the Dual Origin Great Saint paid a huge price. Abandoning the site he was exploring and paying a high price to arrive here could only mean one thing. That is, the creator of this postnatal universe was extraordinary, or there was something inside that the Dual Origin Great Saint desperately needed. 9 Chaos Great Saints? Lin Yuan was also observing the 9 Chaos Great Saints. Dual Origin Great Saint? Lin Yuan looked distantly at the horn-headed Great Saint. The chaotic path evolved by the Dual Origin Great Saint was the fusion of 2 forces, although not as perfect as Lin Yuan's fusion of Taiyin, and able to form a new power like Taiji, but it was not to be underestimated. It's known that an ordinary Chaos Great Saint, even if wanting to evolve 2 chaotic paths, can't achieve full fusion, demanding a lot from the Great Saint themselves. However, once the fusion succeeds, the increase in combat power would be unprecedented. Lin Yuan's evolution into Taiyang, finally forming the chaotic Taiji Dao, could presumably reach the level of a peerless Great Saint directly. Chapter 1145-12, The Explosive Lin Yuan Seeking Subscription. Chapter 1145, Chapter 12, The Explosive Lin Yuan Seeking Subscription, Chaos Chi Drifted. The 9 Chaos Great Saints patiently waited for the time-space storm to settle within the Xuanhuang universe. With the Chaos Great Saints unmoving, the surrounding Chaos Venerables naturally dared not approach. More than 100 Chaos Venerables gathered here, and even if they combined forces, they could not perfectly merge their powers to threaten any single Chaos Great Saint. In the source world, using the war machines containing chaos secret patterns, the Great Lord might pose a threat to the heavenly venerate. But in the chaos void, there is no such statement. Rumble, at a certain moment. The corner of the Xuanhuang universe that was revealed fell into complete tranquility, with the outer time-space disappearing, revealing an entrance to the universe's interior. Ha ha ha, we can go in now. Blacklight Great Saint's eyes were filled with endless darkness as he stepped forward, causing darkness to spread and cover. The area shrouded in darkness became utterly silent, even the Chaos Chi ceased to exist. The path of chaos power evolved by Blacklight Great Saint is called Chaos Darkness. The Chaos Darkness here is incredibly pure, akin to an enhanced version of the Chaos Shadow mastered by the Shadow Demon Great Saint. The Blacklight domain is an extension of Blacklight Great Saint's own power. Ordinary venerables shrouded by this domain find it difficult to break free and are basically suppressed. Rest assured, Blacklight Great Saint won't specifically suppress you. His adversaries are the other 8 Great Saints. The surrounding Chaos venerables shuddered inwardly. Some venerables, with cunning thoughts, had intended to sneak in at the moment the time-space storm subsided. But under the shroud of Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight domain, that possibility was virtually severed. In the distance, the Shadow Demon Great Saint, who was about to be the first to rush into the Xuanhuang universe, was similarly enveloped by the Blacklight domain, suddenly sensing that the surrounding time-space was like amber, firmly suppressing him. The Blacklight domain can hardly completely bind a Chaos Great Saint, but suppressing and restraining is simple, at least for now. The Shadow Demon Great Saint noticed a significant drop in his speed, unable to use time-space traversal means to enter the Xuanhuang universe, and could only fly in slowly. Ha ha ha, I'll go in first then. A smile appeared on Blacklight Great Saint's face. Under the shroud of the Blacklight domain, other Great Saints couldn't traverse time-space, but he could. So he could completely be the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Don't underestimate being the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe. In the universe developed and left behind by such a peerless Great Saint, entering even half a minute earlier gives a significant lead, let alone being the first to enter? Suddenly, 2 streams of blue-gray aura rapidly spread, intersecting and colliding with the Blacklight domain, and time-space began to shatter heavily. What is this? Blacklight Great Saint's expression changed. Under the shock of the blue-gray aura, he too was unable to perform time-space traversal. The prerequisite for time-space traversal is relative stability of time-space, but now the time-space is utterly chaotic. Forcing traversal at this time means indiscriminate traversal, and there's a significant chance of being driven away from the Xuanhuang universe. Realizing this, Blacklight Great Saint immediately ceased his intention to traverse time-space. Forced traversal right now might get him into the Xuanhuang universe first, but it might also send him elsewhere. Even if not far from here, by the time he rushes back, it's estimated that the other 8 Great Saints would have already gone in, and even part of the Chaos Venerables might have entered. If not traversing time-space, Blacklight Great Saint could at least ensure he would be among the top 3 to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Blacklight, you want to go in first? Did you ask me? The dual-origin Great Saint, with his 2-horned head sneered as his horns, one blue and one gray, continuously vibrated with the power of time-space, centered around them rapidly spreading. He too was bound by the Blacklight domain, unable to perform time-space traversal. But though the dual-origin Great Saint couldn't traverse himself, he had ways to prevent Blacklight from traversing. Ha ha ha, Blacklight, if you have the ability, try traversing now? Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately laughed aloud. Although he was confident in not being inferior to Blacklight Great Saint, the latter's methods were more numerous than his. Without the dual-origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint would have likely watched helplessly as Blacklight Great Saint became the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Now, it's just right. Blacklight and Dual Origin mutually restrained each other, causing everyone to be unable to perform time-space traversal, which is naturally most beneficial for him, Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Blacklight Great Saint, within the endless darkness, Lin Yuan was also among them, similarly feeling the pressure. Regarding time-space attainments, he wasn't superior to the Chaos Great Saints present, so he couldn't perform time-space traversal either. To enter the Xuanhuang universe, he could only fly in. The Chaos Great Saints have all evolved their own power paths from chaos, mastering numerous mystical methods, in which I'm indeed inferior. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Along the path of growth, Lin Yuan's most adept at comprehending rules, but compared to the Chaos Great Saints, it didn't provide much advantage. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. Blacklight Great Saint sneered and showed no intention of retracting the Blacklight domain. Although the dual-origin Great Saint disrupted time-space with his own power, preventing himself from performing time-space traversal with the enhancement of the Blacklight domain, he would still fly a bit faster than the other Great Saints even if flying slowly. Swoosh! Blacklight Great Saint transformed into a pure darkness and fled towards the Xuanhuang universe. Blacklight, did you forget about me? Wild Barbarian Great Saint laughed aloud, clenched his big hand, and struck toward the direction where Blacklight Great Saint was fleeing. Immediately, Time-space once again shattered violently, and Blacklight Great Saint had no choice but to stop, turning to look at the wild barbarian Great Saint striding over. This is bad. Blacklight Great Saint frowned. I was too eager, showing the ability to be the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe, only to become the target of both Dual Origin and Wild Barbarian. At this moment, Blacklight Great Saint also realized the key issue. In terms of strength, he wasn't much stronger than Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin, but the Blacklight domain was very suitable for such treasure-grabbing situations. In this scenario, the equally matched Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin would instinctively join forces, even without prior discussions, to jointly deal with him. Since that's the case, no one should think about going in. Blacklight Great Saint gritted his teeth, fully activating the Blacklight domain, even abandoning its enhancement on himself to suppress the Wild Barbarian and Dual Origin Great Saints. Boom. The three Great Saints attacked each other, with terrifying aftershocks spreading out in all directions. I can't squeeze in at all. Tianlu Great Saint was at the back, trying to bypass the three Great Saints, Blacklight, Dual Origin, and Wild Barbarian, and enter the Xuanhuang universe first. But he found that not only couldn't he get in first, he couldn't even get close. The closer he got to the space-time where the three Great Saints were, the greater the constraining pressure he felt. Tian the Great Saint even had the feeling that if he forcibly went in, he might face a joint attack from the three Great Saints. The three Great Saints, Blacklight, Dual Origin, and Wild Barbarian, were counterbalancing each other, but if any other Great Saint dared to fish in troubled waters, they would surely face an attack from the three Saints ahead. Forget it. There's no need to be the first one in. Tianlu Great Saint pondered for a while and finally gave up. With his survival abilities, none of the three, Blacklight, Dual Origin, or Wild Barbarian, could do anything to him alone. But if the three of them joined forces, even a single blow might seriously injure him. At the crucial time of entering the Xuanhuang universe, if he were seriously injured, not only would he lose the qualification to compete with the three Great Saints ahead, but even the newly emerged Great Saints behind might be able to ride on top of him. This is the power of a Great Saint. Among many Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable was quite emotional. In the struggle of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they, as Chaos Venerables, couldn't intervene at all. Only after the 9 Chaos Great Saints entered could they dare to go in. That's why there were more than 100 Venerables gathered on the field, yet none had the slightest intention of competing with the Great Saints. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. If it weren't for the fact that those 9 Great Saints looked down on them and were balancing each other, just one could probably clear out all the Venerables. Everyone, stay close. Divine Wind Venerable sent a voice message to the more than 10 other Venerables around. They certainly didn't dare to enter the Xuanhuang universe before the Great Saints or even enter together with them. But after all the Great Saints entered the Xuanhuang universe, who follows closely behind becomes very important. The power of the Blacklight domain enveloped them, and even after Blacklight Great Saint entered the Xuanhuang universe, it wouldn't dissipate immediately, making it impossible for the Venerables to traverse space and time. Therefore, once the Great Saints entered the Xuanhuang universe, whoever was nearest to the entrance could enter first. But this staying close must be measured, not too close, or they'll fall behind the other Venerables, nor too close lest they provoke a Great Saint to strike, ending in disaster. Even a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable couldn't withstand a casual blow from a Great Saint. This Blacklight domain, Lin Yuan was also flying towards the entrance of the Xuanhuang universe, also feeling the suppression of the Blacklight domain. Flying slowly, I will surely be among the last few to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Lin Yuan frowned. Although he had the map inside the Xuanhuang universe, it was certainly best to enter first. With the Dual Origin Great Saint shaking space-time, even without the Blacklight domain, I can't perform space-time traversal. Lin Yuan looked towards Dual Origin Great Saint, who was already very close to the entrance of the Xuanhuang universe. Chaos Evolution Power? Truly difficult to deal with. Lin Yuan rarely felt this kind of all-encompassing suppression, his aura subtly brewing, no choice but to go head-on. Boom. Lin Yuan seemed to transform into an eternal fierce sun. The space-time attributes within 10,000, 100,000, a million light-years were all distorted. Under the illumination of the fierce sun's brilliance, everything turned into his domain. The Blacklight domain of Blacklight Great Saint and the blue-gray power of Dual Origin Great Saint quickly retreated under the pervasive glow of the fierce sun. At least in the space-time surrounding Lin Yuan, these two forces were swiftly expelled. Rustle. Space-time regained stability. Lin Yuan tore with his right hand, ripping the void before him, then stepped inside. In an instant, he appeared ahead of Blacklight, Dual Origin, and Wild Barbarian Great Saints. The three Great Saints, who were balancing each other in battle, showed astonished expressions, looking at Lin Yuan, who was about to rip the void again and step into the Xuanhuang universe. Person Hour, COC 2. Person Hour C240C, it's the end of the month. The monthly tickets will expire if not cast. Begging for monthly tickets. The last 3 lines are free. Chapter 146, 13, 1 Palm Strike, seeking subscription. Chapter 146, Chapter 13, 1 Palm Strike, seeking subscription. The internal cosmos fused with the fierce sun's origin source, combining 2 13th step methods into one. Lin Yuan once again performed the physical body divine ability. World. There was no longer any sort of restriction, no mention of duration. As long as the origin source was sufficient, it could be maintained indefinitely. To some extent, Lin Yuan's divine ability world was no longer just a mere divine ability. Instead, it fused infinite void, fierce sun creation, and others, forming a brand new method. Hiding a great saint not inferior to us? The Blacklight Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately ceased their conflict, turning their focus on Lin Yuan. Among them, while engaging each other, they were also mindful of their surroundings. Having reached such a level in cultivation, they naturally didn't want to let other bystanders benefit. Rumble. The Dual Origin Great Saint acted first, spreading azure gray power, forcibly penetrating the cosmos coverage of Lin Yuan's external cosmos, disrupting space-time. Lin Yuan had already torn open a space-time passage leading to the interior of the Xuanhuang universe. 1 foot was already inside, but he then withdrew. The Blacklight Great Saint was unwilling to risk forcing his way through, as it could result in his being the last to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Lin Yuan didn't want this either. He held a map of the interior of the Xuanhuang universe, ensuring that merely being among the first to enter would grant rewards far surpassing those of other great saints. You capitalized on our fight to take advantage. Quite a clever scheme indeed. The Blacklight Great Saint also activated the Blacklight Domain, previously coalesced 99% of its power on the Dual Origin Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, allowing Lin Yuan to easily repel it with his external cosmos. Now the Blacklight Great Saint collected himself. The Blacklight Domain returned full force, continuously colliding with Lin Yuan's external cosmos, the edges of the space-time turning to dust. Your powers are indeed formidable. I dare not claim to be your opponent. Lin Yuan turned and smiled to the 3 great saints. That is why I acted thusly. I hope for your understanding. Not an opponent? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's eyes briefly shimmered with murderous intent. Besides anything else, Lin Yuan effortlessly bypassing the regions occupied by them and reaching the spot closest to the Xuanhuang universe demonstrated his strength was no less than theirs. Not an opponent? If the Dual Origin Great Saint hadn't reacted in time, Lin Yuan might indeed have been the first to slip into the Xuanhuang universe. Even so, Lin Yuan's ability to withstand the Dual Origin Great Saint's azure gray power and the Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight Domain undeniably showcased his strength. How was he possibly not a match for them? Just who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The Dual Origin Great Saint squinted slightly. From Lin Yuan's outburst until now, though brief, they've clashed countless times. But what perplexed the Dual Origin Great Saint was the unfamiliarity with Lin Yuan. Within the realm of Chaos Venerables, due to vast distances between their respective void domains, not knowing each other might occur. But a Chaos Great Saint? The emergence of a Chaos Great Saint would swiftly send their name across the Chaos Void. Many Venerables from the various void domains would know. Take the 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Although newly ascended Great Saints, the Dual Origin Great Saint had heard of them long ago. Besides, Lin Yuan's prowess outmatched that of new Great Saints like the Shadow Demon Great Saint, 9 Phoenix Great Saint, not inferior to them in the slightest. Such a formidable Great Saint, their fame and power trajectory should have already spread throughout the Chaos Void. A 10th Great Saint? Another hidden Great Saint? Who is this Great Saint who dared to mingle in the Dual Origin Great Saint strife, yet showed no signs of falling behind? The Chaos Venerables watching from afar felt alarmed. The encounters among the 4 great saints with any random aftermath capable of severely injuring or annihilating a multitude of Venerables. The Dual Origin Great Saint and the Blacklight Great Saint, each renowned far and wide, how has this newly appeared Great Saint never been seen before? Could it be a Great Saint from the endlessly ancient times? Among many Chaos Venerables, speculation arose. The fame of a Great Saint transcends space, yet is gradually forgotten over the long epochs. Even the most peerless Great Saints, if disappearing for too lengthy a time, 10,000 cosmic eras, 1,000,000 cosmic eras, 10 million cosmic eras, they will similarly be forgotten, the trace of existence gradually eroding. For instance, the former Xuanhuang toppling all challengers in their era, other peerless Great Saints avoided their sharpness. Now few know of Xuanhuang, largely limited to special beings like the Eye of Myriad Laws and Alter Spirit. A Great Saint from endless ages ago? It appears this postnatal universe is quite extraordinary to attract such a formidable being. Those Chaos Venerables watched remotely as the postnatal universe's visible corner emerged, beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints possessing infinite lifespans and finding it difficult to die unless self-destructing. Yet most Chaos Great Saints ultimately choose to pursue the 13th step, as living too long bears little significance to a Great Saint. Only by becoming 13th step can one attain ultimate freedom. The chaos evolution prowess of the Dual Origin Great Saint can undermine space-time foundations, yet this newly emerged Great Saint manages to withstand such destructive power, but so strong. Not just the dual origin Great Saint, the Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight domain also oppresses the opponent, facing both the Blacklight Great Saint and the dual origin Great Saint together, while still sustaining no signs of decline. This, Tianlu Great Saint and several others similarly observed covertly. They had long discarded any thoughts of entering the Xuanhuang universe ahead. Dual Origin Great Saint and the others were no easy adversaries, yet Lin Yuan's forceful intervention and displayed power truly startled them. Chapter 147, 13, A Palm Strike Sends Flying, Seeking Subscriptions. 2, Chapter 147, Chapter 13, A Palm Strike Sends Flying, Seeking Subscriptions. 2. How could this newly emerged Great Saint have a slight causal connection with me? Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint wondered in their hearts. As Chaos Great Saints, even without doing anything, their influence spreads across various void domains. This is especially true for newly ascended Chaos Realm Masters like Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint who have reached consummation. Countless beings have causal connections with them. In contrast, those peerless Great Saints who have been in the Chaos Realm for countless ages almost never strike recklessly, making their causal relationships more straightforward. Yet, even though the cause and effect of newly ascended Chaos Great Saints are complex and intricate, forming a connection with a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's caliber still caused Shadow Demon Great Saint and Nine Phoenix Great Saint to remain unsure and skeptical. Is that person a Great Saint? Or could he be a Great Saint who can rival Dual Origin Great Saint and others? Compared to the surrounding astonished Chaos Venerables, Divine Wind Venerable and a few other Venerables were filled with extreme panic. Other Venerables, when facing a Great Saint of Lin Yuan's power, were at most frightened, but they had previously interacted with Lin Yuan. In fact, when Lin Yuan refused their invitation, Divine Wind Venerable had vaguely threatened him. Divine Wind, what should we do now? The two Chaos Venerables following Divine Wind Venerable immediately communicated telepathically. While Chaos Venerables can protect themselves in front of a Great Saint, unless there is no other choice, they would never dare to offend a Chaos Great Saint. Especially not a formidable Great Saint like Lin Yuan who can directly contend with Dual Origin Great Saint. Even if Chaos Venerables have means to preserve their lives, if a Great Saint genuinely decides to target a Venerable, it wouldn't take personal action. Just spreading the word would be enough to make the Chaos Venerable hide forever in darkness, never daring to show their face again. Don't panic, let's retreat for now. Divine Wind Venerable was inwardly very anxious, but couldn't show it. The more critical the moment, the calmer one must be, while many Chaos Venerables were discussing. Near the Xuanhuang Universe entrance area, Lin Yuan's collision with the three Great Saints, including Dual Origin Great Saint, was becoming increasingly intense. Since Lin Yuan was closest to the Xuanhuang Universe entrance, he naturally became the target of Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Rumble. The terrifying power clashes caused many aspects of space-time to vanish completely. Lin Yuan felt an invisible penetrating force, passing through the external universe he controlled, falling on his Chaos Realm defensive artifact, then penetrating his physical form, finally dissipated by the internal universe. Currently, the internal universe within Lin Yuan far exceeds that of a normal Chaos Great Saint in scale. The terrifying foundation greatly enhanced Lin Yuan's defensive capabilities. Even if the external force was horrifying, once it penetrated his body, it would be diluted by the internal universe, leaving not much behind. What exactly is this power? Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint felt slightly uncomfortable, their attacks penetrating into Lin Yuan's being, while Lin Yuan's external universe and power of Fierce Sun Heaven creation simultaneously affected them greatly. The omnipresent universe's suppressive force, along with the radiance of the Fierce Sun, gave Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint a headache, especially the latter, as the vast power of Fierce Sun seemed to begin twisting and transforming the two Great Saints' exclusive Chaos Evolved power. You three are really slippery. Wild Barbarian Great Saint was most furious. Whether it was Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, or Blacklight, they were all using their mastery over space-time, whether controlling it, distorting it, or destroying it. But what about Wild Barbarian Great Saint? His methods were much more straightforward, and among the three felt that he couldn't exert his strength effectively. At this rate, I should be able to enter the Xuanhuang universe first. As Lin Yuan and the other three Great Saints fought, they were all moving towards the Xuanhuang universe entrance. Even though Lin Yuan was being targeted by Blacklight Great Saint and others, as long as he held them off, he was sure to enter the Xuanhuang universe first. Blacklight, this newly emerged Great Saint, might be an ancient undying from countless ages ago. That's why we haven't heard of him. Dual Origin Great Saint looked coldly and secretly communicated to Blacklight Great Saint. Although we are all vying for treasures within this postnatal universe, but you and I are Great Saints of similar eras, we must not let this ancient undying snatch the most. Precious treasures. What do you mean? Blacklight Great Saint's heart stirred. You and I join forces. We absolutely can't let him enter the universe first, Dual Origin Great Saint said. Although they were already working together to target Lin Yuan, they kept colliding with each other. What Dual Origin Great Saint meant by joining forces was to completely stop their previous collisions and fully deal with Lin Yuan. Go on. Blacklight Great Saint transmitted. I have a killer move, definitely able to hold him back, but the premise is no interference. Dual Origin Great Saint replied. You mean you want me to handle him and not strike at you? Blacklight Great Saint glanced at Dual Origin Great Saint after pondering for a moment. No problem. According to the current situation, unless something unexpected happens, Lin Yuan will definitely be the first to enter the universe. As for the second to enter, it is likely between him and Dual Origin, meaning Blacklight Great Saint would enter the universe second or third. And according to Dual Origin Great Saint's intention, given the time and opportunity, he would thoroughly delay Lin Yuan, making him or Dual Origin the first to enter the universe, whereas Blacklight Great Saint would guarantee entering the universe second. Compared to being guaranteed third entry, Dual Origin Great Saint's proposal obviously aligns more with Blacklight Great Saint's own interests. Then I'll start preparing. Dual Origin Great Saint immediately closed his eyes. The surrounding space-time suddenly filled with blue and gray hues. Whoosh. The Blacklight domain suddenly expanded, trying to envelop Lin Yuan, but was blocked by the external universe. Dual Origin Great Saint, Lin Yuan, at the forefront, seemed to sense something and glanced backward. He could feel that Dual Origin Great Saint had stopped striking him, yet the chaotic space-time around the Chaos Great Saint made it hard to discern what was happening temporarily. A short while later, just as Lin Yuan was incredibly close to the Xuanhuang universe entrance, buzz, an inexplicable aura quickly approached. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He glanced behind him. At this point, the space-time around Dual Origin Great Saint clarified again. Lin Yuan noticed the two blue-gray horns on Dual Origin Great Saint's head, felt his mind and will being attacked, and began to fall. Not good. Lin Yuan immediately realized something was wrong, the internal universe's power rapidly spreading throughout his body, instantly dispelling the effect. Ha ha ha, you all conceded. At this moment, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a ray of blue-gray light, bypassing Lin Yuan at an inconceivable speed, and surged into the Xuanhuang universe first. You? Lin Yuan looked towards Blacklight Great Saint, immediately deducing that the two Great Saints must have fully teamed up. Otherwise, during the chaotic time around Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint had full ability to intervene and interrupt. That Dual Origin, didn't he say he could delay? Blacklight Great Saint's face was displeased. Dual Origin Great Saint indeed held up Lin Yuan, but for how long? In such a brief moment, Dual Origin Great Saint was the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe, and what about himself? Rumble. Lin Yuan, looking at Blacklight Great Saint, unleashed a powerful wave of suppressive force and power of fierce sun from the external universe, enveloping Blacklight Great Saint completely. This? Blacklight Great Saint's complexion changed slightly, immediately activating the Blacklight domain to resist. However, the suppressive force of space-time and the shining light of the fierce sun were clearly superior, making it evidently challenging for Blacklight Great Saint. This ancient undying, was he not exerting his full strength just now? Blacklight Great Saint frowned, feeling the pressure as he faced Lin Yuan alone. Boom. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, delivering a fierce strike toward Blacklight Great Saint. The blow felt like heaven and earth collapsing. Blacklight Great Saint immediately felt an incomparable impact penetrating his whole being, with the Blacklight domain protecting him like an iron ball. Then, under this impact, Blacklight Great Saint, along with the Blacklight domain, was sent flying far away. Wild Barbarian Great Saint at the farthest back rejoiced at this sight. With Lin Yuan's strike, Blacklight Great Saint immediately fell behind him. Swoosh! After striking Blacklight Great Saint away, Lin Yuan didn't even look, directly stepping into the Xuanhuang universe. Chapter 1148-14, Influence Diffusion, Subscription Requested. Chapter 1148, Chapter 14, Influence Diffusion, Subscription Requested. Ha ha ha, Blacklight, I'm going in too. Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared instantly before the entrance of the Xuanhuang universe, then strode inside. Lin Yuan's slap forced the Blacklight domain of Blacklight Great Saint to retract, unable to suppress time and space any longer, allowing Wild Barbarian Great Saint to teleport to the entrance. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Tianlu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and the following 6 Great Saints entered the Xuanhuang universe one after another. Blacklight Great Saint was dizzy from Lin Yuan's slap, giving the last 6 Great Saints a chance to enter the Xuanhuang universe ahead. Originally, these Great Saints were destined to enter the Xuanhuang universe after the 5th position, but Blacklight Great Saint being slapped away collectively boosted their entry by 1 rank. We, the many Chaos Venerables spectating from afar, were immediately tempted, now losing the suppression of time and space. Even the weakest Chaos Venerable could teleport to the entrance, then go in. The conflicts among Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and the other 4 Great Saints made them realize the extraordinariness of this postnatal universe. Then, before any Chaos Venerable could take action, swish, swish. An incomparably dark aura spread madly in all directions. Blacklight Great Saint came to his senses. His invisible Blacklight domain began to spread wildly. Damn. Blacklight Great Saint felt extremely aggrieved. Dual Origin tricked me. Blacklight Great Saint finally understood. Dual Origin Great Saint had no means to hold Lin Yuan for long, or even if there were, he wouldn't use them. As long as Dual Origin Great Saint could enter first, it was fine. As for Blacklight Great Saint, entering later, Dual Origin Great Saint might have one less competitor. Boom. Blacklight Great Saint almost simultaneously appeared beside the entrance to the Xuanhuang universe. As for the many Chaos Venerables who were originally eager, they suddenly became very obedient, not approaching unless Blacklight Great Saint went in. Earlier, when Blacklight Great Saint was slapped away, some Chaos Venerables had red eyes. But on second thought, even if they entered the Xuanhuang universe first, what could they achieve? Tianlu Great Saint and other 6 Great Saints had dared to enter first because they too were Great Saints, having at least the confidence to save their lives against Blacklight Great Saint. But these Chaos Venerables? Facing an enraged Blacklight Great Saint? What could they do to resist? If they entered the Xuanhuang universe one step earlier and provoked Blacklight Great Saint to chase them in anger, who could survive leaving this universe? After cooling down, all the Venerables naturally knew what to do. I've suffered a huge loss this time. Before entering the Xuanhuang universe, Blacklight Great Saint felt regret. If he hadn't cooperated with Dual Origin Great Saint, he could have entered as the 3rd, vying for the 2nd. And now, he's the 10th to enter the universe. If he hadn't come to his senses last, a few Venerables might have entered the universe before him. I hope it's not too late. This postnatal universe was left by Xuanhuang Great Saint from tens of thousands of cosmic eras ago. Blacklight Great Saint's figure disappeared, entering the universe. Like Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint knew some details about this universe, aware of how strong Xuan Great Saint was back then. A supreme great saint who, single-handedly, established an empire across tens of thousands of void domains, if not for an unexpected incident causing Xuan Great Saint to mysteriously disappear midway in future cosmic eras, Xuanhuang Great Saint could very likely have become the legendary Invincible Great Saint. To become an Invincible Great Saint not only requires sweeping strength over other Supreme Great Saints, but also time to prove oneself, making other Supreme Great Saints admit defeat. And that requires long years. Yet, Xuanhuang Great Saint? At his peak, suddenly disappeared, causing him not to be acknowledged by all Supreme Great Saints of that era. After Blacklight Great Saint entered the Xuanhuang universe, a large number of Chaos Venerables instantly became excited, quickly teleporting into the Xuanhuang universe. However, still quite a few Chaos Venerables did not act, refraining from rushing into the Xuanhuang universe. This postnatal universe is indeed extraordinary, but no matter how extraordinary, what does it have to do with us? 10 Great Saints have entered, along with so many peak Venerables. No matter how many treasures there are, they will be divided up. Going in, not only won't we get treasures, we might even die. Many Chaos Venerables were very clear. Lin Yuan and the 4 Great Saints, including Blacklight Great Saint, made many Chaos Venerables realize the reality. A significant number of Venerables, although aware of the Great Saint's power, had seen confrontations among Great Saints, but had never encountered conflict like that among Blacklight, Dual Origin, and the other 4 Great Saints. Usually, Great Saints rarely clash, especially the strong ones. Lin Yuan, Blacklight, and the other 4 Great Saints' conflict made some Venerables deeply aware of their own weakness. If it were just ordinary Great Saints, going in might offer a chance to fish in troubled waters. But against such formidable Great Saints, how could they fish in troubled waters? Not to mention many peak Venerables have also entered. Even though I won't go in, witnessing a confrontation among Great Saints of this level has been worthwhile. Indeed, we've seen images of battles between Great Saints in the past, but images can never compare to the impact of witnessing the real scene. That last Great Saint that appeared, make sure you remember him. If you encounter him in the future, under no circumstances should you provoke him. Many Chaos Venerables felt quite relieved. After abandoning the quest to enter the Xuanhuang universe, they naturally felt no pressure. That's right, I have already passed on the footage of the recent battle to many of my friends, so they can be cautious as well. A Chaos Venerable spoke up. This is the reason the reputation of the Chaos Great Saint will inevitably spread throughout various void domains. As long as they take action once and are noticed by other Chaos Venerables, the news will be spread widely. Someone like Lin Yuan, who possesses the mighty strength of a great saint yet has no related information or intelligence available, is rare. He can only be categorized as a great saint from ancient times, with all the beings who knew his intelligence perishing in the distant past, further away. In a twisted space-time, several colossal consciousnesses were watching from afar. These vast consciousnesses faintly manifested in different forms. There was a giant eye, an ancient and modeled altar, and a long knife broken into 2 pieces. This person has not evolved a path of chaos power, yet his strength can rival that of a chaos realm perfection. Remarkable, truly remarkable, the soul of the ancient and modeled altar, spirit emitted waves expressing amazement. They are all special existences, not regarded as normal life forms, means left by 13th-layer beings birthed with intelligence. Through countless cosmic eras, they have witnessed untold numbers of Chaos Great Saints and Legendary Great Saints, but it is the first time seeing someone like Lin Yuan. It's not that Lin Yuan's strength is exceptionally powerful, but that a life form who has not even mastered chaos evolutionary power can fight evenly with those perfected in the chaos realm. The higher one's level of insight, the more one can perceive the difficulty in this. Why can those perfected in the chaos realm stand far above venerables? Essentially, both exist in the chaos realm, but the former has evolved its own path power from chaos. This is a qualitative change. It's also the prerequisite for impacting the 13th layer. I can feel his foundation is incredibly terrifying. Could he have obtained some 13th layer inheritance? The broken long knife also emitted soul waves, 13th layer inheritance. For 12th layer beings, it's something one may never come across. Even many chaos great saints and legendary great saints haven't heard of it. But in the eyes of these special existences, a 13th layer inheritance is no secret. Some even know the locations of certain 13th layer inheritances. Many ancient and mighty 13th layer beings, when in the mood, will leave their inheritances intentionally. It's just that these inheritances involve certain 13th layer temporal life forms. Even if they know, these special beings dare not leak it to the outside. You must know, 13th layer beings can see through the past and future. Almost no secret can be hidden from them. Once they know their inheritance has been leaked and obtained by others taking advantage of it, even if these beings are the handiwork of some 13th layer life form, they won't meet a good end. At the very least, their current consciousness will be erased. Even if he obtained a 13th layer inheritance, to practice and reach such a level is also very difficult. The ancient modeled altar spirit said, although a 13th layer inheritance indeed has extremely defiant effects, to master it, it's equally difficult, and some 13th layer inheritances might not even be acquirable at all, entirely belonging to the creator's theoretical speculation. No matter what, it's estimated that in the not-too-distant future, this chaos void will have another invincible great saint. The broken long knife spoke. Upon hearing this, the other consciousnesses did not voice any objection. With the current strength Lin Yuan has demonstrated, once he evolves chaos-exclusive powers, becoming a legendary great saint is inevitable, and further refining that 13th layer inheritance to a certain height, he will assuredly become an invincible great saint. How long has it been since a new invincible great saint appeared in my chaos void? Who was the last invincible great saint? Wasn't it Mo Yu? The ancient modeled altar spirit casually said. Unlike the other consciousnesses involved in the conversation, the Eye of Myriad Laws, which presented as a giant eye, did not say much. This galaxy, his strength is much stronger than I imagined. The Eye of Myriad Laws was secretly astonished, for he knew Lin Yuan better than the other special existences. As time passed, the battle outside the Xuanhuang universe quickly spread across various void domains, especially the contest among Lin Yuan, Dual Origin, Black Light, and Wild Barbarian 4 great saints, which made many Chaos venerables tremble with fear. It was evident that the strength of these 4 great saints surpasses the other 6 great saints by a considerable margin. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. The Ancient Ming Venerable also received combat footage from outside the Xuanhuang universe, so that's a Chaos Great Saint. The Ancient Ming Venerable was quite emotional. Were 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint there too? The Ancient Ming Venerable immediately recognized these 2 great saints. Not long ago, because of the battle between these 2 great saints, the Chaos Continent where he resided was forced to relocate here. The strength of these 4 great saints, the ancient Ming Venerable was trembling internally upon seeing the 4 great saints contest, though he quickly noticed something amiss. Why does that last great saint look so much like Galaxy? The ancient Ming Venerable was shocked. Chapter 149, 15, The Land of Treasures, subscribe. Chapter 149, Chapter 15, The Land of Treasures, subscribe, Xuanhuang Universe. Lin Yuan entered second, as if traversing a long corridor of time and space, finally arriving beneath a silent and empty starry sky. Is this within the universe? Lin Yuan looked around in all directions, his vast perception quickly spreading. The oppression of rules is intense, with insights at the eightfold realm of space. Time, it's challenging to traverse the void extensively here. In the external chaos void, a chaos great saint could traverse the void easily, crossing even 1% or 1/10 of a void domain. However, within this Xuanhuang universe, one could at most traverse millions of light years, a drastic difference from before. No wonder this universe was established by the unparalleled great saint. Lin Yuan gazed in awe. The more he sensed, the more terrifying this universe appeared. Even with rules operating autonomously, it could suppress a chaos great saint. In terms of size, this postnatal universe, who knows how many times larger it is than those naturally born universes from the chaos void. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, he could easily devastate a naturally born universe, causing it to break prematurely, but this Xuanhuang universe remains out of reach. Even after enduring ages, the space-time within the universe gradually enters collapse. It is imaginable that in its peak, even an unparalleled great saint would not dare to enter lightly. However, this Xuanhuang universe was painstakingly established by an unparalleled great saint like His Majesty Xuanhuang with immense dedication. And a naturally born universe? They are casually nurtured by the chaos void, incomparable directly. My current position is here. After arrival, Lin Yuan observed the surroundings while also comparing the areas on the beast skin map, finally pinpointing his location. Following this direction yields the greatest rewards. Lin Yuan selected a predetermined route, with the final destination being His Majesty Xuanhuang's mausoleum, passing through numerous areas along the way, each containing many treasures and wonders. Other strong figures entering the Xuanhuang universe, even those Chaos Great Saints, could only subconsciously move towards the universe's center. As for gains along the way, it all depends on luck. But with Lin Yuan's prior planning, he ensured maximum gains without wasting time. So even if nothing were found in the mausoleum, the trip wouldn't be in vain. Let's go. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, reappearing tens of millions of light years away. Before Lin Yuan could proceed to another traverse, roar! A terrifying roar echoed as a massive octopus-shaped being emerged from the depths of space-time, with hundreds of tentacles sweeping towards Lin Yuan. The regions passed by the tentacles saw rapid annihilation of space-time. Is this a Xuanhuang beast? Lin Yuan was amazed, immediately recognizing the identity of the creature. During his past ventures in the Xuanhuang secret realm, such beings were ubiquitous. In fact, the Xuanhuang beast is not truly a creature, though immensely powerful. Borrowing the powers of the surrounding world, their intelligence is quite low. The profound Xuanhuang defines Xuanhuang beasts merely as vessels nurturing Xuanhuang crystals. In the cultivation of profound Xuan disciples, Xuanhuang crystals are essential, such as in Lin Yuan's cultivation of Xuanhuang physique, requiring abundant Xuanhuang crystals. The strength of this Xuanhuang beast is formidable, nearly reaching the Chaos Realm threshold. Lin Yuan assessed the opponent, concluding internally. The Xuanhuang beasts in the Xuanhuang secret realm had a strength cap at the 9-stage million-layer realm, but here they're exponentially stronger, nearing the Chaos Realm threshold. However, it's normal. Xuang beasts can leverage the surrounding world's power, and this Xuanhuang universe's origin source is potent, even amidst collapsing spacetime. The boost to strength is formidable. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. A dead camel is bigger than a horse, let alone the fact that the Xuanhuang universe far exceeds a camel in complexity compared to the Xuanhuang secret realm. Crackling sounds echoed. Lin Yuan, observing the octopus-shaped Xuanhuang beast attacking wildly towards him, slightly stirred his mind, and the world-divine skill operated silently. Under the unseen force of the universe, the Xuanhuang beast, nearing Chaos Realm threshold, instantly turned to dust. The intelligence of Xuanhuang beasts is inherently low, and approaching the Chaos Realm threshold pertains to combat prowess, not essentially making them Chaos Venerables. Had it been a normal Chaos Venerable, upon seeing Lin Yuan, they would have fled without hesitation. Even if escape was hopeless, they wouldn't charge fearlessly like this Xuanhuang beast. This is just the most straightforward distinction. Compared to Chaos Venerables, Xuanhuang beasts' attacks are overly simplistic, repeating just a few moves, making them manageable once patterns are identified. Of course, here, manageable is based on Lin Yuan's absolute crushing strength. If it were a regular Chaos Venerable, even a pinnacle Chaos Venerable, encountering such fearless Xuanhuang beasts initially would be quite troubling. The octopus-shaped Xuanhuang beast's body collapsed, revealing a massive Xuanhuang crystal measuring several thousand meters. This Xuanhuang crystal. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. It was his first time seeing such a large Xuanhuang crystal, surpassing the sum of all Xuanhuang crystals nurtured by Xuanhuang beasts in the Xuanhuang secret realm. Now the Xuanhuang physique at the Chaos Realm level has hope. Lin Yuan was content. The Xuanhuang physique, a body refining method created by His Majesty Xuanhuang in its cultivation, demands vast resources. Here, the resources are not specified types. Any resource can become essential for Xuanhuang physique. Chapter 150-15, Treasureland, Everywhere, Seeking Subscription. 2. Chapter 150, Chapter 15, Treasureland, Everywhere, Seeking Subscription. 2. Secondly, there's the Xuanhuang crystal. The Xuanhuang secret realm is half-integrated with the universe's time and space, exchanging chaos qi with the outside, able to continuously nurture new Xuan crystals. But the earlier-than-expected great collapse of the home universe came too soon. Normally, the time within a complete cosmic era would be enough for the Xuanhuang secret realm to nurture Xuanhuang crystals sufficient for Lin Yuan to refine to the Chaos Realm level of Xuanhuang physique. Even if not achieving Chaos Realm perfection, one could still wait for the next cosmic era, the era after that, and slowly accumulate. For a being at the Chaos Realm level, waiting 10 cosmic eras, 100 cosmic eras isn't a difficult task. Due to the premature great collapse of the home universe, Lin Yuan lost the stable source of acquiring Xuanhuang crystals. After refining the Xuan physique to Dominator Realm perfection, this method of body refinement stagnated, not because resources couldn't keep up, but because Xuanhuang crystals couldn't keep up. If I could face thousands more of these Xuanhuang beasts, I'd probably be able to refine the Xuanhuang physique to the Chaos Realm level. Lin Yuan stored the kilometer-sized Xuanhuang crystal, estimating inwardly. His body's starting point is too high. Even just refining the Xuanhuang physique to dominate a realm perfection means his physical strength rivals the normal Chaos Great Saints. Once he pushes the Xuanhuang physique to the Chaos Realm level, his bodily strength will likely reach the peak level of the Chaos Great Saints. If the Xuanhuang physique is refined to Chaos Realm perfection, mere physical strength alone could suppress peerless Great Saints. Thousands? Lin Yuan gazed toward the four directions of the starry sky, not feeling that it's too many. The Xuanhuang universe is vast, and its nurturing of Xuanhuang beasts definitely far exceeds tens of thousands. There are quite a few venerables entering the universe this time. Eventually, I can exchange for the Xuanhuang crystals they have. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He can encounter Xuanhuang beasts, and other Chaos Realm individuals will likely encounter them as well. The Xuanhuang beasts cannot leave the world they are in, and upon death, their physical bodies and souls will collapse, leaving only the Xuanhuang crystals. Moreover, Xuanhuang crystals only hold significant value for the strong members of the profound Xuanhuang. If they fall into the hands of other creatures, at most, they would equate to Chaos Stones of equal size. Lin Yuan only needs to offer a bit of premium in exchange, and those Chaos Realm venerables would surely scramble to get in line. Next. Every time Lin Yuan traverses, he keeps an eye out to see if there are any Xuanhuang beasts nearby. If there are, he eliminates them conveniently and takes the Xuanhuang crystal. If not, he doesn't force it and traverses with full effort along the planned route. It's not that Xuanhuang crystals aren't valuable. Concerning Lin Yuan's body refinement strength, Xuanhuang crystals are naturally important. But so far, Xuanhuang crystals are only effective for him, so even if Lin Yuan doesn't specifically seek them out, other Chaos Venerables won't focus all their energy on Xuanhuang beasts. Defeating a single Xuang beast at the Chaos Realm threshold isn't easy for Chaos Realm Peak Venerables. It involves an arduous battle, resulting only in acquiring tens of thousands of Chaos Stones or hundreds of thousands. To those outside the profound Xuang lineage, Xuanhuang crystals are equivalent to the same amount of Chaos Stones. It's here. Lin Yuan descended in front of a pale green planet, observing it meticulously. This pale green planet doesn't emit the slightest breath, appearing no different from the lifeless planets within the Xuanhuang universe. Yet on the beast skin map, this pale green planet is marked as the Life Origin Star, the place where life-divine stones are nurtured. The life-divine stone is a cosmic treasure from the Chaos Void. A palm-sized life-divine stone contains enough life source power to heal a gravely injured Chaos Great Saint in a short period. Even if suffering some irreversible harm, as long as the life source power within the life-divine stone isn't exhausted, one won't die. Because of this, life-divine stones have always been highly prized yet not available for sale within the Chaos Void, considered the top tier of life-saving items, eagerly sought by Chaos Great Saints. Life-divine stones are peculiar treasures fallen from the Sea of Life, and the Sea of Life, like the light pools, are mysterious places within the Chaos Void, normally inaccessible. Theoretically, only the Sea of Life can drop life-divine stones, and their numbers are extremely rare, but that's only theory. Lin Yuan looked at the pale green planet not far away. Why would peerless Great Saints expend effort to create a postnatal universe? Precisely because the postnatal universe created by peerless Great Saints allows them to set their own rules. For instance, this Life Origin Star was nurtured by His Majesty Xuanhuang to mimic the Sea of Life, capable of evolving life-divine stones. Of course, the Life Origin Star guided and nurtured by His Majesty Xuanhuang falls far short of the true Sea of Life, and its efficiency in birthing life-divine stones isn't as high as the Sea of Life. But over tens of millions of cosmic eras, even if the Life Origin Star's efficiency in nurturing life-divine stones is low, with no one having taken them away for such a long time, quite a few life-divine stones must have accumulated. Let's go see. Lin Yuan split off an avatar to enter the Life Origin Star. Even though the Beast Skin Map's introduction to the Life Origin Star is that it's not dangerous, Lin Yuan was reluctant to enter personally. Who knows what changes might have occurred inside the Life Origin Star over such a long period? Inside the Life Origin Star, Lin Yuan's avatar quickly descended, heading straight to the core. Here, life energy converged at the core, spreading like mist around, and Lin Yuan thought to himself that in this environment, no matter how grave an injury, rapid recovery seemed assured. What's that? Lin Yuan gazed towards the deepest point, noticing a green crystal nearly 3 meters in size, quietly floating in the ocean of life energy from which all pervasive mist originated. A life-divine stone? A life-divine stone nearly 3 meters in size? Lin Yuan was stunned. A palm-sized life-divine stone could rapidly heal a Chaos Great Saint at the brink of death, and now this life-divine stone is nearly 3 meters? Equivalent to tens of thousands of palm-sized life-divine stones? Capable of saving tens of thousands of gravely injured Chaos Great Saints? With such a large life-divine stone, even if attacked by a group of peerless great saints, I wouldn't die quickly. Lin Yuan rejoiced inwardly. As long as the life source power within the Chaos Divine Stone remained, Lin Yuan could be considered immortal, which far exceeds the physical body divine ability's rebirth from a drop of blood. Unless a 13th level life entity intervenes, erasing Lin Yuan from the temporal plane, no one could kill him instantly. How much would this be worth in Chaos Stones? Lin Yuan calmed himself. To be accurate, no amount of Chaos Stones could replace a Life Divine Stone, the latter being the top-tier life-saving item even for Chaos Great Saints. Collect. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan began collecting the Life Divine Stone. Rumbling, the entire Life Origin Star shook, and Lin Yuan, standing outside, began to assist, aiding the Avatar in collecting the Life Divine Stone. Eventually, the Life Divine Stone, nearly 3 meters in size, slowly fell into Lin Yuan's hands. I've hit the jackpot. Lin Yuan felt jubilant. This expedition to the Xuanhuang universe, even without other gains, solely this Life Divine Stone sufficed to make up for it. Life Divine Stone isn't just the top-tier life-saving item. Its core lies in the life origin rules contained within, which is crucial for me to comprehend life-related rules and pathways. Lin Yuan carefully stored the Life Divine Stone within his cosmic body, allocated some focus merely observing for a short while, but already achieving insight. No rush for now. Ready to collect the next treasure. Once confirming no other Life Divine Stones were left on the Life Origin Star, having removed the Life Divine Stone, the life mist pervading the star quickly dissipated. Swoosh, Lin Yuan's figure vanished, appearing tens of millions of light years away. Subsequently, Lin Yuan followed the planned route track, traversing regions where treasures and wonders were stored, collecting them effortlessly. Great Saint-level weapon secret treasures? Exceedingly rare wonders across tens of thousands of cosmic eras? Heavy treasures only nurtured by specific mysterious places in the Chaos Void? The wealth Lin Yuan amassed along his journey would incite envy and madness from peerless great saints. The resources accumulated by the Xuanhuang universe over millions of epochs became a windfall for Lin Yuan. Chapter 151, 16, Demon Jade Great Saint requesting subscription. Chapter 151, Chapter 16, Demon Jade Great Saint requesting subscription. This Great Saint-level secret treasure, Lin Yuan, emerged from a planet named Spiritual Treasure Star, examining his harvest. The Spiritual Treasure Star is the place where secret treasure weapons are nurtured in the Xuanhuang universe, not just one planet. Unlike the regular methods of forging secret treasure weapons in the Chaos Void, the way of the Xuanhuang line mainly focuses on nurturing. First forge a secret treasure weapon embryo, then place it into a designated spiritual treasure star, allowing the secret treasure weapon to naturally form over the long years of nurturing. This method of forging has two major advantages. First, it's convenient. Once the secret treasure weapon embryo is made, that's all that's needed. Second, the power of the resulting secret treasure weapon is often superior to those of the same level. As for the disadvantages, the lack of human interference means it takes too long. However, if one can obtain a high-powered secret treasure weapon, spending more time is quite normal. A Great Saint-level soul and mind defense secret treasure? Lin Yuan looked at the yellow droplet the size of a thumb in front of him, as if watching a vast universe. Whether it's Great Saint-level secret treasure weapons or other levels, defensive type ones are generally valued higher than offensive ones. After all, compared to kill methods, preserving life is undoubtedly more important. Among defensive Great Saint secret treasures, soul and mind defense treasures are the most precious. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. This defensive Great Saint-level secret treasure, although incomparable to the Life Divine Stone he obtained first, is still highly valuable, unattainable by many Chaos Great Saints even after exhausting one cosmic era. It's just getting closer to the inner region of the Xuanhuang universe now. Lin Yuan glanced around. Every life entering the Xuanhuang universe randomly appears in the outermost edge region, and as Lin Yuan continues to explore deeper, he gradually approaches the inner region of the Xuanhuang universe. The most apparent sign is Lin Yuan faintly sensing the slight aura of other Chaos Great Saints. The aura of Chaos Great Saints, when fully unleashed, can be felt even when separated by Void Domain after Void Domain, just that the Xuanhuang universe's oppressive rules made Lin Yuan only aware when nearing the inner region. No Great Saints share my path. Lin Yuan carefully senses for a while, concluding. Other Great Saints do not possess a beast map, are not intimately familiar with the myriad regions within the universe. Given the vastness of the Xuanhuang universe, the probability that those Great Saints share the same path as Lin Yuan is strikingly low. From the inner region onwards, danger will begin to appear. Lin Yuan's expression subtly serious. Treasures and wonders from the outer region can generally be taken without significant difficulty, because their value is not high. As for the 3-meter-large Life Divine Stone, totally an exception. Normally, the Life Origin Star's nurturing of Life Divine Stone has very low efficiency. Even spending one cosmic era, the final nurtured stone is thumb-sized. A palm-sized Life Divine Stone can save a heavily injured, dying Chaos Great Saint. A thumb-sized life-divine stone probably can only save a Chaos Realm venerable. Therefore, that life origin star merely breeds rare treasures at the normal Chaos Realm level. However, a thumb-sized life-divine stone nurtured over one cosmic era. Then, what about 10 cosmic eras? 100 cosmic eras? 1,000? 10,000 cosmic eras? Quantity leads to quality change. The Xuanhuang universe sealed for eons allowed Lin Yuan to harvest such a large piece of life-divine stone. It's entirely a coincidence plus luck. Even if there's danger, I possess more advantages than those great saints. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the beast map has provided immense help. 40 CT, Shore 1, and Extier Tor Fragment World. Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit sat cross-legged. Within the Xuanhuang universe, his true self is currently proceeding smoothly, only occasionally blocked by Xuanhuang beasts. As for other Chaos Realms, the Xuanhuang universe is vast. Over 100 venerables and 10 great saints falling into such a vast universe are akin to a drop of water entering the ocean. It's still the exploration phase now. No conflicts will arise for the time being. Lin Yuan mused. The so-called conflicts mainly refer to those between great saints. Not having reached the inner region, naturally, the great saints won't confront each other, making conflict impossible. Lin Yuan speculated conflicts between great saints would only arise after penetrating deeper into the inner region. With my current strength, I can attempt the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan suddenly contemplated. The 9 floors of the Demon Jade Black Tower have spanned Lin Yuan's journey from weak to strong. He traversed the 8th floor before advancing to the 12th layer. As for the 9th floor, the 9th floor of the Black Tower is completely different from the previous 8 floors. What it requires facing is a mark left by the Moyu Tower Master. Even though this mark lacks any intellect, existing solely as a fixed program, yet it originates from the Moyu Tower Master, an unparalleled great saint. In Lin Yuan's eyes, the Moyu Tower Master isn't much weaker than the Xuanhuang, and according to the Eye of Myriad Laws, the Xuanhuang approaches the status of invincible great saint, thus implying the Moyu Tower Master is of approximately the same level of strength, and his left mark requires at least Chaos Realm Peak or even Chaos Great Saint to confidently defeat it. After entering the 12th layer, Lin Yuan, only at the path-splitting realm, even if grown to its pinnacle, could merely match ordinary Chaos Realm venerables, naturally losing hope of passing the Black Tower's 9th floor. Lin Yuan separated a sliver of mental will, descending into the Demon Jade space. In front of the towering 9th-floor Black Tower, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. The 6-armed figure Shenji emerged, gazing at Lin Yuan with a slightly complex expression. Lin Yuan hasn't descended here for a long time. Coming now suggests a likely intention to challenge the 9th floor of the Black Tower, and with the 6-armed figure Shenji's understanding of Lin Yuan, if without certain assurance, Lin Yuan wouldn't intentionally come. Especially with Lin Yuan aware the 9th floor of the Black Tower demands facing a mark by the Moyu Tower Master. Unless reaching Chaos Realm Peak, he wouldn't even entertain the thought of a venture. Chaos Realm Peak? That little one from back then has already grown to this extent? The 6-armed figure Shenji's thoughts wandered. He watched Lin Yuan grow up to now, and remembers when he saw this little one for the first time, he was merely at the 6th or 7th layer. In the blink of an eye, he already possesses the power of the peak Chaos Realm. I want to attempt the 9th level of the Black Tower, Lin Yuan said. Go ahead. The 6-armed figure Shenji nodded, showing no surprise. Rumble. The gate of the 9th level of the Black Tower opened. Lin Yuan stepped in and appeared on the 9th floor. Compared to the omnipresent pressure of the previous 8 levels, the 9th level was empty, seemingly devoid of anything. But Lin Yuan remained on high alert. Soon, the world turned dark. A towering figure materialized. He wore a black robe, his gaze indifferent, seemingly containing the rules of the Great Dao. This was the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master manifesting. When Lin Yuan first faced the Moyu Tower Master's imprint, he couldn't withstand even a single glance, and his mind completely fell, not even knowing how he was defeated. But this time, Lin Yuan's strength had increased manifold, and the Moyu Tower Master's gaze, though invisibly tugging at his mind, couldn't shake Lin Yuan's mental will. Whoosh! The Moyu Tower Master quietly watched Lin Yuan, his gaze devoid of emotion, then directly raised his hand and pressed down. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth fell into darkness. This darkness was exceedingly pure, completely distinct from the blacklight domain of the Blacklight Great Saint. Divine Ability, World. Lin Yuan directly transformed into the fierce sun, the universe outside his body spreading wildly in all directions, vaguely contending with the Moyu Tower Master's dark power. Too strong. Without being a Chaos Great Saint, there's simply no match. At this moment, Lin Yuan was utterly certain that a Chaos Realm Peak Venerable could not possibly pass the 9th level. Time? Lin Yuan vaguely sensed a change in the time around him. It wasn't merely a matter of accelerating or decelerating time, but something deeper. The Moyu Tower Master's strength greatly improved after killing that wondrous life with rich time bloodline. He must have gained a lot from it. Upon passing the 8th level, he acquired a drop of time blood left by the Moyu Tower Master, originating from that wondrous life with a rich time bloodline. The Moyu Tower Master did not keep this drop of time blood for himself to comprehend, but rather left it in the 9th level of the Black Tower, indicating it was no longer significant for his own understanding. Boom, boom, boom. The glimmer of the fierce sun spread, the power of the universe outside suppressing, opposing the dark power gathered by the Moyu Tower Master as he raised his hand. Lin Yuan felt exceedingly uncomfortable. This discomfort was not due to being helpless against the Moyu Tower Master. In terms of aura intensity, the Moyu Tower Master currently revealed was not as strong as the Dual Origin Great Saint or the Blacklight Great Saint. Yet the pressure this result exerted on Lin Yuan far exceeded that of the previous 2 Great Saints. Heaven tier. Lin Yuan grasped with his right hand, and 5 terrifying marks flashed and vanished, tearing 5 cracks in the endless dark power around the Moyu Tower Master. However, shortly after these 5 cracks appeared, they quickly healed, recloaked by the endless dark power. There's no other way. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The divine skill Heaven Tear was definitely among the top 5 of his current killing techniques. Even this divine skill couldn't defeat the Moyu Tower Master, leaving Lin Yuan with no choice but to use his final move. Universe, explode. Lin Yuan's mind moved slightly, and the universe surrounding him suddenly began to collapse. Since his internal universe fused and devoured the source of the fierce sun, detonating his external universe had surpassed the divine skill Heaven Tear in might. After all, this was not just a single divine skill, but a whole new technique formed by the combination of the 13th layer's talent, Fierce Sun Open Sky. Rumble. The universe outside collapsed, and the fierce sun also began to annihilate, the resulting terrifying power tearing every inch of the 9th level of the Black Tower. Rustle. The endless dark power raised by the Moyu Tower Master also swiftly disintegrated, until even the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master rapidly dissolved. Rumble. After a long time, Lin Yuan walked out from the depths of time and space, his aura weakened. Is it over? Lin Yuan looked around, no longer feeling a trace of the Moyu Tower Master's aura, and breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan's expression shifted, looking in a particular direction. He saw wisp after wisp of dark power converging, once again forming the figure of the Moyu Tower Master. However, compared to the initial figure's indifference and ruthlessness, this time the formed Moyu Tower Master figure had obvious differences. The gaze cast upon Lin Yuan showed an expression of surprise, as if it had come to life. P.S. It's the last day. The monthly tickets are really going to expire. Please, please, please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 1522, 17, The Secret of the Magic Jade. Please subscribe. Chapter 1522, Chapter 17, The Secret of the Magic Jade. Please subscribe. Lin Yuan watched carefully as the Moyu Tower Master reformed in the distance. He was ready to concede and exit the 9th layer of the Black Tower at any moment. First, because he had just exploded his external universe and was temporarily in a weakened state. Second, although the current Moyu Tower Master didn't have the same level of energy fluctuation as initially, the threat he posed to Lin Yuan was greater. Even if he did nothing and just stood there, there was a sense of sole dominance over time and space. Not bad. The Moyu Tower Master stared at Lin Yuan for a moment, then smiled. Not bad? Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. According to the 6-armed figure Shen Ji, the imprint left by the Moyu Tower Master on the 9th layer was merely a kind of fixed program. But now? He had actually said, not bad, a statement with personal emotional evaluation? Very good. The Moyu Tower Master continued to look for a while and made another remark. Senior? Lin Yuan tentatively called out. Although he didn't know what state the Moyu Tower Master was in, since the other party didn't attack immediately, he likely bore no malice. Rest assured, you passed the 9th layer of the Black Tower. The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. I am now essentially a strand of consciousness left behind by my past self, completely severed from the true self. However, upon awakening, the connection re-established, it won't be long before I fall into another time loop. Lin Yuan was secretly shocked at these words. Indeed, the present Moyu Tower Master is more than just an unemotional imprint. It is a strand of consciousness. This consciousness is different from the soul division of the Tuolong Great Saint. The soul division is a new life form, albeit with the same memories as the original body. But consciousness is still considered the Moyu Tower Master. In fact, many Chaos Great Saints are reluctant to leave behind such a thing as a soul division. The more powerful the Great Saint, the more so. A soul division without power, when in the hands of some Great Saints, often meets a poor fate. Given that this consciousness still belongs to the Moyu Tower Master, even with a brief revival, it will quickly fall back into a time loop. The time loop encountered when the 12th layer attempts to break through to the 13th layer is a test from the Chaos Void, unavoidable by any means for the same being. You should have cultivated the foundational legacy of that being? No, not quite. It's somewhat different. Did you merge with other same tier legacies? Merging different 13th layer legacies, very impressive. The Moyu Tower Master observed Lin Yuan, asking with interest. The imprint he left after just contending with Lin Yuan, even at the terrifying power when he exploded his external universe, the Moyu Tower Master saw it all. Thus, the information gathered was far more than those special beings observing Lin Yuan from afar outside the Xuanhuang universe in his battle with the Blacklight Great Saint and the Dual Origin Great Saint. In the clash between Lin Yuan and the Blacklight Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint, neither used their full strength, not even fully activating the external universe, much less exploding it. Of course, the Blacklight Great Saint, the Dual Origin Great Saint, also did not use their true lethal means. They didn't even enter the Xuanhuang universe, naturally avoiding an all-out fight. I was also just lucky, Lin Yuan immediately said. He was not surprised that the Moyu Tower Master discerned his cultivation of infinite void. At the level of a peerless great saint, a 13th layer legacy isn't that much of a secret, but the Moyu Tower Master being able to see his fusion of other 13th layer methods slightly startled Lin Yuan. This implied that the Moyu Tower Master had a deep understanding of infinite void, aware of its power scope. There is no such thing as luck. The Moyu Tower Master smiled. Cultivating a 13th layer legacy is incredibly difficult. Had I not slain that wondrous life form back then, I wouldn't have reached the threshold for cultivating that 13th layer legacy. Senior also cultivated a 13th layer legacy? Lin Yuan looked at the Moyu Tower Master and said, he understood the terror of a 13th layer legacy, having reached a level in the Dominator realm to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chaos Great Saints, though it wasn't solely due to infinite void. But this 13th layer legacy that elevated Lin Yuan's foundation to a terrifying degree definitely played an important role. The Moyu Tower Master as a peerless great saint, in addition to having cultivated some kind of 13th layer legacy, how truly powerful must he be? Perhaps not sweeping away other peerless great saints, but probably close. The most difficult part of a 13th layer legacy is its cultivation, not its acquisition. The Moyu Tower Master smiled. With your current power, once you reach perfection in the Chaos Realm, your strength might even surpass mine. Lin Yuan obediently listened, and according to his own estimations, this was indeed so. If Lin Yuan could step into perfection in the Chaos Realm, ordinary peerless great saints would simply not be his match. By then, those able to pose even a slight threat to Lin Yuan were likely only those other peerless great saints who also cultivated a 13th layer legacy, or those special peerless great saints. But even then, it would be only a slight threat, as Lin Yuan had too many trump cards and methods. Back when this Black Tower was built, the intention was to nurture a Chaos Great Saint, but during my lifetime, that never happened. Yet, after falling into a time loop, one eventually emerged. The Moyu Tower Master looked around with a slightly sentimental tone. During the prime of the Magic Jade Tower, the Moyu Tower Master, as an invincible great saint sweeping through the Chaos Void, indeed had some Chaos Great Saints and even peerless great saints pledge allegiance. But these Chaos Great Saints and peerless great saints were outsiders, not direct descendants of the Magic Jade Tower, lacking even the qualification to enter this Demon Jade space, let alone challenge the 9 layers of the Black Tower. Chapter 153, 17, The Secret of the Magic Jade, please subscribe. To Chapter 153, Chapter 17, The Secret of the Magic Jade, please subscribe. 2. The Chaos Realm cultivated by the Magic Jade Tower itself has not birthed a Great Saint. A Chaos Great Saint cannot be cultivated just through training. No matter how powerful the Moyu Tower Master is, he cannot forcefully cultivate a Chaos Great Saint. If this could be achieved, the Magic Jade Tower would not have fallen into decline. The Elder is still caught in the time loop, Lin Yuan tentatively asked. Are you asking about the time loop and the matters of reaching the 13th stage? The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. I have indeed left corresponding arrangements elsewhere, which should have been taken by now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was not particularly surprised. His Majesty Xuanhuang left behind the Xuanhuang universe, and it is estimated that the Moyu Tower Master should have left a similar place. Just because the Xuanhuang universe has just been born now does not mean that the place left behind by the Moyu Tower Master has also not been born yet. Everything depends on conditions of fate. Whether it's His Majesty Xuanhuang or the Moyu Tower Master, both have been attempting to reach the 13th stage, caught in time loops, with very limited influence on the outside world. However, if all you want is information about reaching the 13th stage and time loop data, I can provide it to you. The Moyu Tower Master smiled slightly. There is only one treasure and rare weapon, but information can be replicated. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yuan felt a joy in his heart. The Xuanhuang universe emerged, and the Blacklight Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint, and many other Chaos Great Saints have rushed here at all costs. What for? Treasure and rare items within the Xuanhuang universe? There is indeed a purpose in this regard, but it is definitely not the main reason. These great saints are more eager to obtain His Majesty Xuanhuang's views and insights on exploring the 13th stage and time loops. So-called treasures and wonders are ultimately just external forces and provide no help in reaching the 13th stage. Buzz. The Moyu Tower Master raised his right hand and pointed at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a large amount of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Reaching the 13th stage, time loops, Lin Yuan's complexion was thoughtful. The exploration and knowledge of time loops by the Moyu Tower Master and His Majesty Xuan Huang do not come from thin air but are sourced from elsewhere. It's just that any life caught in the time loop while attempting to reach the 13th stage cannot affect the outside world, let alone convey any information about their own time loop. Therefore, if you want to gain accurate exploration knowledge on time loops, you can only get it from those beings who have successfully navigated through the time loop. And those who have navigated through the time loop? They are the 13th stage time life. This is also the reason why many peerless great saints traverse the chaos void, pursuing the footsteps of 13th stage time life. The Moyu Tower Master has traversed various void domains, delved into dangerous sites and relics, and once had the fortune to meet a 13th stage time life and, under its guidance, gained much information on reaching the 13th stage and time loops. Each Chaos Realm consummation's time loop is different. Simply put, you can't prepare in advance. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan. In the future, if you attempt the 13th stage and get caught in a time loop, it will certainly be something you've never experienced before. It will be the most challenging trial for you. For example, if your accomplishments in space are high, then the time loop you fall into will have nothing to do with space. In my view, so-called time loops are entirely formulated based on the aspects you lack the most, your shortest shortcomings, the Moyu Tower Master said. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood why the Eye of Myriad Laws had advised him not to pay too much attention to time loops, because there's essentially no need to. What use is worrying? You can't prepare in advance anyway. The various information provided by the Moyu Tower Master also included numerous explanations on this point, even with specific case studies. For example, in this Chaos Void, a specific 13th stage time life once faced a time loop when attempting the 13th stage. This 13th stage life was born a spectacle life, one of the most inherently powerful spectacle lives nurtured by the Chaos Void, with immensely rich time bloodline, born with consummate Chaos Realm strength. It was the indisputable, invincible great saint of its era. And this being, the time loop it fell into was the time loop of an ant. This means, literally, an ant. Simply put, it descended into the body of an ant. The world where this ant resides had no rules, no extraordinary power, and all the introspections of numerous rules mastered by the peerless great saints were entirely useless in this world. Even the speed of thought became incredibly slow. To break this time loop, one had to lead the ant tribe to become the strongest group in the world. Note that ants are the weakest creatures in that world, under the premise of not relying on any extraordinary power or cultivation system, leading the ant tribe to become the strongest group. This 13th stage time life almost despaired at the time. Ultimately, through repeated arrangements and using the pure physical rules of the time loop world, climbed the technology tree, creating one by one high-tech weapons from scratch, completely obliterating those life forms whose power and body size were millions of times larger than ants, and only barely escaped that time loop. It's too difficult. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel it's tricky. Are you the most inherently powerful spectacle life nurtured by the Chaos Void? Then let you experience the time loop of the weakest life form, an ant. Are you solitary? Then let you lead the weakest tribe to become the strongest tribe. Are you the indisputable, invincible great saint? In that time loop, the test isn't strength. The concept of strength doesn't exist. It's purely physical power, where size decides everything, and an ant's size, whatever you're good at, I'll strip it away. Technology. Lin Yuan realized that the key to this 13th stage time life breaking free from the time loop was technology. It can be speculated that this 13th stage time life had never touched on technology, otherwise the time loop wouldn't have been such a test. Without exposure to technology, the test is technology. Once aware of technology, the time loop test will be another kind. No wonder that throughout history in the Chaos Void, numerous consummate Chaos Realms have been birthed, but few successfully crossed into the 13th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if the time loop is really so targeted, even for peerless great saints, the possibility of crossing it is almost none. I wonder what time loop I'll face when I attempt the 13th stage in the future, Lin Yuan silently pondered. Anyway, it certainly won't be anything he currently has mastery over. Elder, I am now inside the Xuan Huang universe, Lin Yuan said, wanting to get some information about His Majesty Xuan Huang from the Moyu Tower Master. Although the time loop can't be prepared for in advance, the exploration knowledge provided by the Moyu Tower Master helped Lin Yuan significantly. Since it can't be prevented, he should try to comprehensively understand every aspect of abilities. Thus, even in future time loops, facing tests he has never encountered before, knowing multiple paths may lead to more possibilities of crossing. Hence, Lin Yuan is also keenly seeking exploration knowledge left by His Majesty Xuan Huang regarding time loops. Xuan Huang, The Moyu Tower Master pondered for a while. I don't know much about him, just that he attempts the 13th stage not for great freedom, but to resurrect his former Dao companion. To resurrect a former Dao companion? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. 13th stage time lives can see through the future and past timelines and can follow the timeline to resurrect any past existing. beings, including 12-stage lives liberated from the constraints of the Time River. That's all I know. The Moyu Tower Master shook his head slightly, but I heard that before attempting the 13th stage, he entered some dimensional rift and immediately prepared for the 13th stage after returning, likely experiencing something in the dimensional rift. So, that's the case. Lin Yuan nodded. A dimensional rift is a gap area separating different dimensional realms. And the dimensional realm that can be separated from the Chaos Void is probably not weaker than the Chaos Void itself. Between them, the dimensional rift is very likely to birth some terrifying existences. Chapter 1154, 18 Comprehensive Enhancement Request Subscription. Chapter 1154, Chapter 18 Comprehensive Enhancement Request Subscription. The Eye of Myriad Laws says that a heart demon exists within Xuanhuang, and the Moyu Tower Master says Xuanhuang is striving for the 13 tiers to resurrect a companion? Lin Yuan thought silently. From the Moyu Tower Master's tone, Xuanhuang should also be in existence not weaker than him. All right, my time here is limited. The Moyu Tower Master smiled and then flipped his hand. The 6-armed figure Shenji was then moved to the 9th layer. Master. The 6-armed figure Shenji was moved to tears with excitement. Earlier outside the Black Tower, upon seeing the Moyu Tower Master reviving consciousness, he was somewhat stunned. The master he had been waiting for many cosmic eras without returning was now appearing on the 9th layer? From today onward, he will be the new Tower Master of Demonic Jade Tower. The Moyu Tower Master looked at the 6-armed figure Shenji and spoke. Yes. The 6-armed figure Shenji nodded immediately. The hierarchy within Demonic Jade Tower is strict, not to mention becoming the new Tower Master. Even to become a direct disciple requires personal approval from the Moyu Tower Master. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Yuan is currently just a sequenced member of the Demonic Jade Tower, which is already the limit. However, now, a consciousness left by the Moyu Tower Master has revived, equivalent to the Moyu Tower Master personally arriving. Back in the day, I left some good things in this Demon Jade space. If you don't become the Tower Master, you can only choose a few. The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, smiling. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yuan spoke with a grateful tone. According to the rules of Demonic Jade Tower, every time one passes a layer, they can only choose from the reward list. No matter how astonishingly talented Lin Yuan's performance is, he cannot break this rule. But becoming the Tower Master is different. With the personal approval of the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan has the highest control privileges over this Demon Jade space. He can freely dispose of all treasures and wonders within the Demon Jade space. The control privileges of being a sequenced member before, compared with the current Tower Master privileges, are just like child's play. That drop of Time's blood you must carefully comprehend. The Moyu Tower Master admonished. After reviving consciousness, he was fully aware and in control of everything happening in this Demon Jade space. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. All these years, he had never stopped comprehending that drop of Time's blood. The more he understands, the more he can feel the vast incredibility between different timelines. It was like a fish growing in the deep sea, looking up through layers of seawater, gazing at the boundless starry sky. Although extremely blurry, it could still capture the vastness of the endless starry sky. The 13-tier inheritance I cultivated cannot be left to you, nor can I even tell you how to obtain it. The Moyu Tower Master pondered for a moment before speaking. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The 13-tier inheritance left by the time life focuses most on opportunities. Which implies that the means of acquisition must not have any deliberate preparation, like Lin Yuan obtaining the Jade Gourd purely by coincidence, without knowing in advance. Other 13-tier inheritances are the same. If one knows the location of this 13-tier inheritance from other sources and then pretends to obtain it deliberately, one would face retribution from the creator of that inheritance afterward. Don't think about deceiving a 13-tier. Life at this level can absorb along the timeline, knowing almost anything they wish to know. If one dares to touch the bottom line set by 13-tier, even if you die, you could be forcibly resurrected and then live worse than death, as long as you understand. The Moyu Tower Master's figure began to faintly fade, with strands of time's power beginning to shroud around him. I am about to be drawn into a time loop. The Moyu Tower Master said, this being the result of maximum isolation, only held off by the barrier of Demon Jade space till now. If, in the Chaos Void, the Moyu Tower Master would be pulled back into the time loop at the instant of consciousness revival. Senior, what can I do for you? Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. What can you do for me? The Moyu Tower Master looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. Become strong. Become as strong as possible, preferably crossing into the 13-tier, becoming time's life. All right. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. With the information about striving for 13 tiers and time loops transmitted to him by the Moyu Tower Master, Lin Yuan understands what this sentence means. What is a time loop? It is an endless cycle within a period, from beginning to end and then from end to beginning again. For instance, the 13-tier born from a phenomenal life, caught in a time loop, is embodied in leading an ant tribe and becoming the strongest group of the era. If this phenomenal life fails and does not achieve this before the lifespan limit, they will be wiped clear and start anew. At this time, connection with the outside world becomes crucial, helping one recognize reality, spreading the path of evolution, primarily using the latter as anchor points and landmarks to enhance one's clear cognition within the time loop. The evolution path is like this, and cause and effect can serve similar purposes. However, to break through the barrier of time loop with cause and effect, it must at least be the cause and effect of a 13-tier life, and need to be that significant cause and effect. Lin Yuan entered Demon Jade space from weak childhood, established cause and effect with the Moyu Tower Master, and now has become the new Tower Master. If one could become a time life form, the unprecedented strengthening of cause and effect might help the Magic Jade Tower Master embroiled in a time loop. Buzz. Under Lin Yuan's gaze, the timeline around the Magic Jade Tower Master became increasingly distinct, swiftly dragging him into the void. What kind of existence is a time loop really? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Master, six-armed figure Shenji was forlorn for a moment before he respectfully saluted Lin Yuan. Prior to this, even though Lin Yuan had become a sequence member, six-armed figure Shenji treated him as an equal. There's no need for such formalities between us. Lin Yuan shook his head and immediately began examining the various magical treasures within the Demon Jade space. The Magic Jade Tower Master summoned six-armed figure Shenji only to notify him, having already transferred the highest authority of the Demon Jade space to Lin Yuan. Demonic Jade Immortal Body? Lin Yuan glanced at this body-refining technique created by the Magic Jade Tower Master, no weaker than Body of Xuan Huang. Earlier, when Lin Yuan observed the body segment of a 12th-layer member of the Magic Jade Tower, he understood part of the Demonic Jade Immortal Body from it. Now, he finally obtained the complete Demonic Jade Immortal Body. It is entirely different from Body of Xuan Huang. Lin Yuan thought to himself, given his current level of insight, comprehending this body-refining technique was not difficult, and he even compared it to Body of Xuan Huang. Treasures, magical wonders, Lin Yuan cursorily scanned them. The value of the treasures in the Demon Jade space does not compare to the Xuan Huang universe, which is expected as they are fundamentally different entities. The Demon Jade space is solely a place for nurturing members of the Magic Jade Tower, while the Xuan Huang universe is a realm painstakingly created by Xuan Huang. Is this the memory of the Magic Jade Tower Master's killed spectacular life form? Lin Yuan looked at a piece of crystal stone. This crystal stone, like the one storing a drop of time blood, possesses an astonishing sealing effect. However, rather than time blood, it contains mist resembling a river. Upon fully mastering the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan instantly became aware of the purpose within the mist of the crystal stone. Back then, after the Magic Jade Tower Master, together with other beings of equal rank, managed to kill that time blood-entrenched spectacular life form, they seized its body. As for the life essence and soul of that spectacular life form, it's the river-like mist inside the crystal stone, refined through the Magic Jade Tower Master's special methods. By dedicating part of the mind to exploring it, one can witness the memory perspective of this remarkable life form, including its mastery over time forces. Though this method doesn't match the ancestor of Fierce Sun's possession in the source world, it remains one of the few ways within Chaos Void to experience the minute timeline perspective. The time blood entrenched spectacular life form had various astonishing techniques, even able to peer into obscure timelines. The Magic Jade Tower Master and other great saints paid a grand price to slay this remarkable life form, but reaped vast rewards. By studying the time blood, the Magic Jade Tower Master fulfilled the cultivation prerequisite for certain 13th layer inheritance, significantly boosting his power, elevating him to become an invincible great saint of that era. That spectacular life form, Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. One must admit, the Magic Jade Tower Master and the other great saints thoroughly utilized that spectacular life form from body to life essence and soul, Xuan Huang universe. Lin Yuan had fully entered its inner regions. The harvest is immense. Lin Yuan was delighted. Holding the cosmic map of Xuan Huang universe, his advantage over other great saints was substantial. Many regions within the Xuan Huang universe appeared ordinary on the surface, such as the life origin star Lin Yuan first encountered. Who could have imagined it was nurturing a life-divine stone nearly 3 meters high? A Chaos Great Saint, passing by that life origin star, would generally not spare at a glance. After all, such planets are too abundant within the Xuan Huang universe. To inspect each one meticulously, the Chaos Great Saint would lag behind other noble beings in speed. Only Lin Yuan, leveraging the advantage of the map, was certain of treasures within this region, prompting him to pause and retrieve them. Apart from the life origin star, many other regions followed suit. Thus far, those Chaos Great Saints have gained lamentably little. Only regions that seem particularly extraordinary on the surface would make these great saints hesitate, yet often these regions harbor traps like the Futu Tower or the Nine Realms Pavilion. Lin Yuan was about to proceed further along his route toward the deeper universe when his expression subtly changed. Inner universe, infinite void's second layer has been achieved? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Since fusing with and devouring the source of Fierce Sun, Lin Yuan never halted his cultivation of the second layer of infinite void. Even during his exploration of Xuanhuang universe, Lin Yuan diverted part of his mind to focus on cultivating the second layer of infinite void. After all, this 13th layer inheritance is crucial to Lin Yuan, as stepping into the second layer would bring another significant qualitative. The second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan immediately descended a consciousness avatar into the inner universe. THPS. There will be 2 extra chapters added at midnight, along with a prize draw where the prize is Black Myth, Wukong, with a total of 10 copies available, drawn according to the monthly ticket monthly route. Keep the guaranteed monthly tickets at the beginning of the month for a chance to win Black Myth, Wukong. Chapter 155-19, Birth of the Treasure bonus update, seeking monthly votes at the start of the month. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Chapter 19, Birth of the Treasure bonus update, seeking monthly votes at the start of the month, internal universe. The red-clad girl stood beside the Jade Gourd, also observing the changes in time and space around her. As the spirit of the Jade Gourd, with Lin Yuan's permission, the red-clad girl could immediately sense the subtle differences in the internal universe before and after. The second layer is complete. The red-clad girl mused. The process of cultivating infinite void was akin to the subtle transformation of the internal universe, perfecting its microstructure. The same fundamental particles, through different structuring methods, ultimately display vastly different powers. The second layer of infinite void is almost reaching the third layer, infinite void, the red-clad girl thought. Normally, the second layer of infinite void could only push the internal universe to the level of a Chaos Great Saint's internal universe. But the current internal universe is far beyond just matching a Chaos Great Saint's internal universe. What opportunity did the Master obtain to elevate the internal universe to this extent? The red-clad girl was quite curious, reaching new heights from a tall pole. It's very hard, especially since infinite void has nearly pushed the internal universe to its limits. To further enhance the strength of the internal universe? Only the red-clad girl knew how difficult it was. Hua! Lin Yuan's consciousness avatar descended. Master. The red-clad girl jumped up, looking at Lin Yuan. The universe has transformed completely. Lin Yuan nodded, closing his eyes to carefully experience the vast and boundless internal universe. It's like a plain piece of carbon, transformed into a brilliant diamond due to changes at the microstructural level. At this moment, a similar change occurred in Lin Yuan's internal universe. The essence remained unchanged, but the microstructure was completely renewed. The universe's limit has been elevated by a significant margin. Lin Yuan immediately sensed an intense hunger from the root of the internal universe. Devour, devour. Lin Yuan immediately brought out vast resources, allowing the origin source of the internal universe to consume them. This journey to the Xuanhuang universe, even without being concluded, Lin Yuan had reaped tremendous gains, making it not at all difficult to satisfy the internal universe's hunger. Rumbling. With the support of vast resources, the internal universe started expanding frenziedly again. 100 billion light-years, 200 billion light-years, 500 billion light-years, 800 billion light-years. Only when approaching the trillion light-year range did it gradually slow down. The internal universe within the trillion light-year range, in terms of size, has already completely rivaled the naturally born universe nurtured by the Chaos Void. A Chaos Venerable's internal universe is only several hundred billion light-years in size. It must be noted, Lin Yuan's internal universe, unlike other Chaos Realm internal universes, doesn't pursue size but quality. It's like comparing a block of tofu with a silver needle. In terms of size, the former crushes the latter. But a silver needle can easily penetrate the tofu. The 13-tier inheritance, Infinite Void, also reconstructs the microstructure of the internal universe, not specifically to increase the universe's area. Lin Yuan gazed into the deepest part of the universe, where a cosmic sun was blazing intensely, its radiance illuminating the entire universe. This cosmic sun could only be seen by Lin Yuan, deliberately hidden from the red-clad girl. The transformation of the internal universe has caused this cosmic sun source to also transform. Lin Yuan thought to himself as he watched the cosmic sun source. It is evident that after mastering the second layer of infinite void, the cosmic sun source itself became stronger. Indeed, as the cosmic sun source has now completely integrated with the internal universe, becoming a part of it, the improvement of the internal universe naturally leads to the advancement of the cosmic sun source. Lin Yuan thought silently. Currently, Lin Yuan's internal universe gathers two great 13-tier methods. One is Infinite Void, and the other is Raging Sun Genesis. My current internal universe, although only covering 1 trillion light-years, is enough to rival those of 10 trillion or 100 trillion light-years. Such internal universes are close to those of absolute saints. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The power operating within the internal universe at this moment was so mighty that Lin Yuan felt a shiver, so powerful that it transcended the average Chaos Great Saint's strength. Perhaps there was still a gap with an absolute saint, but it could almost sweep across the level of Chaos Great Saints. Master, how do you feel now? The red-clad girl couldn't help but ask from the side. Very good. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He felt an unprecedented strength, even a sense that, if he fully unleashed it, he could break free of the Xuanhuang universe's suppression. Of course, even if this feeling were real, Lin Yuan wouldn't do it. It would be entirely thankless. Breaking free from the Xuanhuang universe would cause the entire universe to collapse prematurely. This would not bring even the slightest benefit to Lin Yuan. The longer the Xuanhuang universe exists, even under the circumstances of space-time collapse, it can continuously nurture Xuanhuang beasts, providing resources for Lin Yuan's cultivation of the body of Xuanhuang, more than just very good. The red-clothed girl blinked her eyes. The inner universe transformed by the second layer of infinite void makes the master the absolute first among all previous cultivators, and far ahead of the second. Among the previous cultivators of infinite void, there were those who reached the third or even fourth layer. But speaking of the second layer, no one could compare to Lin Yuan. The previous cultivators of infinite void? Lin Yuan was not surprised. The 13-stage legacy of infinite void is extremely ancient and surpasses him as its sole cultivator. Before Lin Yuan, over the long years, there were also many cultivators of this legacy. However, once these cultivators died or advanced to the 13th stage, the red-clothed girl would take the jade gourd and leave, appearing randomly at any place in the chaos void. Because the red-clothed girl is not a real living being, she can also enter the universe. When Lin Yuan swept through the Milky Way star region and acquired the Jade Gourd, this 13-stage legacy bearer had already stayed in the home universe for several hundred cosmic eras. The Master is now only at the Dominator realm. The inner universe still has much room for improvement, the red-clothed girl continued. First, upon entering the Chaos realm, the inner universe will undergo a qualitative transformation, and the same will happen when the Chaos realm is perfected. As a great saint, the inner universe will continue to evolve. Moreover, the third, fourth, and fifth layers of infinite void will all bring qualitative changes to the inner universe. As for the sixth layer, it is merely a theoretical boundary evolved by the creator of infinite void. At most, previous cultivators reached the fifth layer. None have ever touched the sixth layer. The sixth layer, created by the former master, will transform the inner universe into an existence comparable to the chaos void, and this differs greatly from the fifth layer, so it's almost impossible to reach. The red-clothed girl looked at Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, even reaching the fifth layer of infinite void would mean the inner universe is only tens or hundreds of thousands times stronger than an ordinary great saint's inner universe. Compared to the entirety of the chaos void, it is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Crossing from 1 to 2 isn't hard, but leaping from 1 to millions in a single bound is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Lin Yuan is different. Based on his current growth speed and inner universe foundation, when Lin Yuan cultivates to the perfection of the chaos realm and adds the fifth layer of infinite void, the inner universe will grow far beyond the conventional fifth layer level. This reduces the gap with the chaos void, naturally increasing the possibility of advancing to the sixth layer. The sixth layer is too far away from me. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head, not thinking too much of it. The fragment world of star tears. Lin Yuan's tie-in primordial spirit sat cross-legged, and at the moment when the true self cultivated the second layer of infinite void, the inner universe of the tie-in primordial spirit naturally reached the second layer. Regarding the transformation of the inner universe, both the true self and the avatar proceed simultaneously. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the inner universe and found that the principles of the chaos void began to retreat from him, centering on his presence. It's said that a great saint can, if they wish, create an area where rules are self-established. Am I now half achieving that? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although a great saint is also at the perfection of the chaos realm, their path holds great potential, allowing them to surpass the chaos great saints. By taking their path as the foundation, many principles can retreat, forming a domain where they establish the rules. Like the postnatal universe created by the great saints, this is the principle. However, the range of a postnatal universe is larger, and maintaining its rules demands much effort from the great saints. Lin Yuan slowly restrained his aura and glanced at the countless humans in the fragment world, including the 9 supreme beings, none of whom noticed Lin Yuan's gaze, let alone discovered that Lin Yuan's real strength has reached the extent of dominating the Chaos Great Saints. Xuanhuang Universe. After getting slightly familiar, Lin Yuan began attempting to cultivate the third layer of Infinite Void. Infinite Void has a total of 6 layers, strictly speaking 5 layers. Each layer involves a distinctly different microscopic transformation of the inner universe, and the third layer of Infinite Void has already begun transforming the time-space origin source of the inner universe. The cultivation time for this layer is estimated to be not short. Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He had no worries, for what he had most now was time. Those ancient great saints have passed through hundreds or thousands of chaos eras, basically having no other pursuits, so they chose to attack the 13th stage. After all, the chaos great saints cannot advance further. As for promoting to the great saint, it's determined by the path. It can be achieved or not at all. just as Lin Yuan was both cultivating the third layer of infinite void and continuing towards the depths of Xuanhuang universe. Buzz, a significant spatial temporal fluctuation came from afar, rapidly spreading throughout more than half of the Xuanhuang universe. Is it that place? Lin Yuan gazed far at the source of the spatial temporal fluctuation, his expression subtly changing. Chapter 156, 20, Inconceivable Strength Bonus Update, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Start of the Month. Chapter 156, Chapter 20, Inconceivable Strength Bonus Update, Seeking Monthly Votes at the Start of the Month. Is it the Dark Sky Palace? Lin Yuan sensed the source of the space-time fluctuations, and by comparing it with the beast skin map, he made a judgment in his heart. The Dark Sky Palace is a crucial place in the Xuanhuang universe, where the Dark Sky Heart is nurtured, a supreme treasure of the absolute Great Saint level. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the Xuanhuang universe, aside from the nearly 3-meter life divine stone, all the treasures and wonders he acquired were at the Chaos Great Saint level or below. As for the Absolute Great Saint, even when the profound Xuang lineage was still present, there were not many supreme treasures at the Absolute Great Saint level, mostly found in the inner and deep regions of the universe. With my current strength, Lin Yuan felt a slight movement in his heart. Before entering the Xuanhuang universe, Lin Yuan formulated routes according to the beast skin map, without considering the Dark Sky Palace as a stopover. This was because the outside of the Dark Sky Palace was filled with Dark Sky power, a force even stronger than Futu power. With Lin Yuan's strength at the time, attempting to enter the Dark Sky Palace required a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not consider it. Compared to the Dark Sky Palace, Lin Yuan was more concerned with the tomb in the deepest part. But circumstances have changed. Back then, entering the Dark Sky Palace was quite difficult for Lin Yuan, but now? After practicing Infinite Void to the second layer, Lin Yuan's strength soared comprehensively, and the Dark Sky power, which could have stopped him momentarily, now poses little threat. And according to the space-time fluctuations emanating from the Dark Sky Palace at this moment, it is evidently emerging. If Lin Yuan doesn't go now, it will surely attract other great saints. Powerful figures such as Blacklight Great Saint and Dual Origin Great Saint have the ability to enter the Dark Sky Palace, albeit with more time spent. I will make a trip. Lin Yuan's mind slightly moved, and the Taiyang Divine Spirit emerged, allowing him to follow the established route towards the depths of the Xuanhuang universe. As for Lin Yuan's true self, he immediately swiftly traversed toward the direction of the Dark Sky Palace. The second layer of Infinite Void brought comprehensive enhancement to Lin Yuan, not only improving the true self, but also significantly enhancing the two primordial spirits. Now, the strength of the Taiyang Divine Spirit is stronger than Lin Yuan's true self before entering the Xuang universe. This time, really screwed by that dual origin. Blacklight Great Saint's face was gloomy as he quickly advanced towards the depths of the Xuanhuang universe. Being the 10th to enter the Xuanhuang universe, Blacklight Great Saint had few choices and could only immediately proceed towards the depths of the Xuanhuang universe. Along the way, there was no time to carefully check, resulting in a complete lack of gain up till now. The mighty Chaos Great Saint, a strong figure among Chaos Great Saints, having entered a postnatal universe without any notable achievements, was unacceptable to Blacklight Great Saint. Dual Origin Fellow is certainly hateful, but he, Blacklight Great Saint, thought of Lin Yuan. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan, he would at least have been the third to enter the Xuanhuang universe. Damn it, where the hell did he come from? Blacklight Great Saint felt furious. Although Lin Yuan's final slap sent him flying, Blacklight Great Saint suffered not a single bit of injury. Through this strike, Blacklight Great Saint judged that Lin Yuan's strength should be similar to his, on the same level. At that moment, Blacklight Great Saint's expression changed, sensing a rich space-time fluctuation. It's there. Blacklight Great Saint looked over, feeling slightly exhilarated. Such rich space-time fluctuations belong to anomalies produced when a supreme treasure appears in the four-way space-time of the universe. The space-time rules compression in this postnatal universe is extremely high, yet still such dense space-time anomalies occur. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Definitely an absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Blacklight Great Saint unhesitatingly headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. An absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Even absolute Great Saints would fight wholeheartedly for it. If he, as a Chaos Great Saint, obtained it, he could trade it with an Absolute Great Saint even if he didn't need it. This space-time fluctuation, in another direction, Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a blue-gray light and suddenly stopped, an Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure. Even though the creator of this postnatal universe was once close to the invincible Great Saint, possessing Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures would not be many either. Dual Origin Great Saint thought, secretly, hesitated only for a moment before heading to the source of the space-time fluctuations. Without knowing whether there are other Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasures deep within the universe, Dual Origin Great Saint naturally did not want to give up the supreme treasure at the current source of space-time fluctuations. That is, Great saints like Tianlu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint also sensed the sweeping space-time fluctuations and recognized that a supreme treasure at the level of Absolute Great Saint was about to emerge. Such a supreme treasure, Tianlu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and other powerful figures did not hesitate and immediately headed toward the source of the space-time fluctuations. Outside the entrance of the Xuanhuang universe, these great saints did not compete with dual-origin great saint, Lin Yuan, and others for entering the Xuanhuang universe first. Aside from the strength factor, there's also a crucial point. There were no clear benefits up front. Who stipulated that those who entered the Xuanhuang universe first would definitely have gains? Moreover, whether this postnatal universe contained treasures worth their desperate effort to fight for still remained uncertain. As Chaos Great Saints, they exist as entities who won't act without clear benefits, expecting them to fight desperately without perceived gains. But now, this level of space-time fluctuation undeniably signifies the emerging treasure has reached the level of Absolute Great Saint. An Absolute Great Saint level supreme treasure is enough for these Chaos Great Saints to fight desperately. In the presence of such treasure, even newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dare to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Black Light Great Saint. Farther away, several Chaos Venerables also sensed the space-time fluctuations. A supreme treasure, absolutely a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us. Many Chaos Venerables felt eagerness in their eyes before quickly calming down as if doused with cold water. Newly promoted Great Saints like Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint dare to compete with Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint because they are at the full Chaos realm. Even if there is a difference in strength, it's not too big. At least for the Dual Origin Great Saint, it's very difficult to kill a newly ascended Great Saint, as the latter is not a stone and can escape on its own. But a Chaos Venerable? Don't mention those powerful Great Saints like the Dual Origin Great Saint. Even a newly ascended Great Saint can effortlessly kill a Chaos Venerable. These Chaos Venerables, if they dare to join this commotion, no matter how many lives they have, it wouldn't be enough to escape death. Although it has nothing to do with us, we can get close and take a look. That's right, what does such a precious treasure look like? Some Chaos Venerables were curious in their hearts and started approaching the source of space-time. As long as they watched from afar without revealing the intention to compete for it, it was expected that those great saints wouldn't bother them. Arrived. Lin Yuan's figure appeared, looking toward a palace not far away, shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the palace was slowly emerging from the depths of space-time, with all directions filled with the profound power of the dark sky. Normally, the Dark Sky Palace is located deep in space-time and is hard to discover without guidance. Now that the Dark Sky Palace has voluntarily come into the world, is it because the outer space-time of the Xuanhuang universe is gradually collapsing, thereby affecting this space-time? Lin Yuan pondered silently. The early emergence of the Dark Sky Palace was one of the reasons he came. If it continued hiding in the depths of space-time, Lin Yuan could have waited and come over after leaving the tomb. Once it completely emerges from the depths of space-time, I can directly take the Dark Sky Heart inside. Lin Yuan stood still, patiently waiting. Just at this moment, a slight fluctuation of space-time traversing emerged. The Dual Origin Great Saint arrived second. Is it that palace? The Dual Origin Great Saint, without Lin Yuan's detailed map guidance, immediately noticed the Dark Palace. Swoosh, 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 very soon. The Blacklight Great Saint and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also successfully arrived. Then came the Tianlu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and Shadow Demon Great Saint. The treasure is inside the palace. All great saints stared hotly at the Dark Palace slowly emerging from the depths of space-time. Your mastery of space-time distortion is indeed unique, but wanting to compete with me for the treasure inside this palace is still a bit lacking. The Dual Origin Great Saint stared at Lin Yuan and said, "The power road I wield just happens to restrain you, and if I fight with all my might, you definitely are not my match." If Lin Yuan could be persuaded to retreat by mere words, the Dual Origin Great Saint was willing. Oh? Lin Yuan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at the Dual Origin Great Saint. What the Dual Origin Great Saint said was true. Although they hadn't had a full-on battle outside the Xuanhuang universe, the gray-blue power he wielded could indeed greatly disrupt space-time, but that's under the condition of comparable strength. Water can extinguish fire, but can a drop of water extinguish a fire that spans the sky? Wild Barbarian, why don't you and I join forces? The Blacklight Great Saint secretly communicated with the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Join forces? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's heart was moved. He indeed was willing to join forces with Black Light, as the restraining power of the Black Light domain was well known. Against whom? The Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately responded. It's him. The Blacklight Great Saint thought for a moment and glanced at Lin Yuan. The reason for choosing Lin Yuan was due to the Blacklight Great Saint's careful consideration. Lin Yuan's abilities were similar to the Blacklight domain and could also suppress it. This point made the Blacklight Great Saint quite fearful. As for the Dual Origin Great Saint, The Blacklight Great Saint had dealt with him many times and knew his methods well. If he truly had to choose between Lin Yuan and the Dual Origin Great Saint, the Blacklight Great Saint felt Lin Yuan posed a greater threat. Against him? No problem. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint grinned and said he also tended to strike first at Lin Yuan. After all, among the many great saints present, only Lin Yuan's details were unclear. Leaving such an unknown strong person here, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also had some unease. Boom boom boom, just at this moment. The Dark Palace not far away fully emerged from the depths of space-time. A dense spatial fluctuation began to spread and permeate in all directions. Take action. The Blacklight Great Saint immediately activated the Blacklight domain. An infinite darkness began to spread, and the Wild Barbarian Great Saint also stepped out, punching toward Lin Yuan across space-time. The Dual Origin Great Saint initially intended to approach the Dark Palace immediately, but realized the actions of the Blacklight Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and immediately understood they intended to target Lin Yuan, strike while he's down. The Dual Origin Great Saint transformed into a beam of gray and blue light and similarly pierced toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stood calmly in place, glancing at several approaching auras behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a slight change in thought, Lin Yuan began to activate the Divine Ability world. The surrounding space-time avenue twisted entirely. At this moment, Lin Yuan's internal universe underwent a transformation. Using the external universe formed by his internal universe, its power surged significantly. Buzz. The originally dual-colored Dual Origin Great Saint, under the heavy space-time suppression, was directly immobilized, his figure forced to reveal, staring incredulously at the four-way heavens and earth. Such suppression? The Blacklight Great Saint's pupil shrank. At the moment of the external universe formation, his Blacklight domain began collapsing, himself also immobilized. I can't. Sense the outside space-time? The same for the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. His fist halted abruptly midway, staring blankly at the surrounding space-time. At the center of the universe, Lin Yuan stood there. But in the view of other great saints, Lin Yuan had already transformed into a round of eternal fierce sun, continuously emitting light and heat. Where it shone, all the chaotic evolving powers of those great saints were collapsing. Such a terrifying scene made the Tianlu Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, who planned to seize the opportunity, tremble in their hearts. Chapter 157-21, My Name is Galaxies, requesting monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Chapter 157, Chapter 21, My Name is Galaxies, requesting monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. The vast expanse of space-time forcibly replaced the Xuanhuang universe, enveloping the 9 Chaos Great Saints like insects in amber, enduring immense pressure every moment. The many rules and great paths operating in the Xuanhuang universe retreated and avoided. That eternal fierce sun spanning the center of space-time, wherever its sunlight shone, it became a domain. The rules and great paths of this postnatal universe are far more oppressive than the rules and great paths of the outside chaos void. Now the rules and great paths within the universe retreat and avoid. Surely the same would happen in the chaos void. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint steadied himself, incredulous. Is this the fruition of an unrivaled great saint's thought to control the void? The space-time rules around the standing position are all set by oneself? No, it's merely the great path rules retreating and avoiding. It hasn't reached the level of setting one's own rules. It's not an unrivaled great saint. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint swallowed hard. At this moment, the strength Lin Yuan displayed, even if not an unrivaled great saint, far surpassed them. At least the Wild Barbarian Great Saint considered himself not a match, not even necessary to confront. How is he so powerful? The Dual Origin Great Saint was equally shocked. Previously, outside the Xuanhuang universe, he had used a killing move to hold Lin Yuan momentarily, so he was the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe. At that time, Lin Yuan indeed put some pressure on the Dual Origin Great Saint, but it was only the pressure facing an enemy of the same tier. And now, is this an enemy of the same tier? If he wished to survive, Lin Yuan stood there, overlooking each Chaos Great Saint, speaking calmly, then swear to immediately exit this universe, not approaching for 1,000 cosmic eras. Except for the Shadow Demon Great Saint and the 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Lin Yuan had no significant grudges with the other Chaos Great Saints as long as they didn't continue to stay in the Xuanhuang universe. Lin Yuan didn't mind letting them go this once. The main issue was the impossibility of eradicating all roots. These Chaos Great Saints had many life-saving measures. Even if they died within this universe, they would resurrect in other hidden places. They might not even need resurrection. Immediately exit this universe? The Blacklight Great Saint with his Blacklight domain could only maintain it within 10,000 miles, looked at Lin Yuan with a grim face, not just exiting this palace, but directly exiting this universe. With Lin Yuan's current explosive strength, the Blacklight Great Saint no longer planned to resist forcefully. If possible, he would take that dark palace and look for treasures in other regions. This universe, since it could nurture a supreme treasure at the level of an unrivaled Great Saint, could produce a second or third one. Even if unable to acquire a treasure at the unrivaled Great Saint level, at least obtaining one at the Chaos Great Saint level would justify the trip. To get close to this universe as quickly as possible, the Blacklight Great Saint had already paid a hefty price. Isn't your appetite too large, not being an unrivaled Great Saint, yet wanting to do the deeds of an unrivaled Great Saint? The dual origin Great Saint also stared at Lin Yuan. The space-time formed around Lin Yuan indeed exerted immense pressure far surpassing the Blacklight domain. If it were only the dual origin Great Saint alone, he wouldn't speak this way, because he indeed had no means to resist the surrounding space-time suppression. But now, besides the dual origin Great Saint, there were other 8 Chaos Great Saints, 2 of whom were formidable Great Saints. If the 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, even if unable to defeat Lin Yuan, at least they could contend with him. At worst, even if they lost in the end, the dual origin Great Saint was confident in his escape. No matter how strong Lin Yuan was, he was not an unrivaled Great Saint. Indeed. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint glanced at the dual origin Great Saint and the Black Light Great Saint, also staring at Lin Yuan. This dark palace can be given to you, but asking us to exit immediately is somewhat excessive. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint had been starkly gouged by the eye of Myriad laws, feeling the pain even now, unwilling to give up. Tianlu Great Saint, Nine Phoenix Great Saint, and other ordinary Great Saints hesitated slightly. Unlike the dual origin Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, they truly felt the risk of falling under the suppression of the surrounding space-time. The 3 formidable Great Saints could say so because they had confidence in saving themselves, but what about the 6 of them? Although falling now doesn't mean total death, the cost of using life-saving means to retrain to peak strength is significant. Only by joining forces can we protect ourselves. The dual origin Great Saint immediately transmitted to the 6 Chaos Great Saints. Although the strength of these 6 Chaos Great Saints wasn't equal to them, during a real fight, these 6 could at least divert some of Lin Yuan's attention. Thus, the pressure on the 3 formidable Great Saints would be somewhat alleviated. If we retreat, it's equivalent to giving up on this universe. I can share some intel. The creator of this universe is an unrivaled Great Saint, close to invincible in strength, astonishingly strong. The treasures this universe conceals are just beginning. Are you willing to just give up? The dual origin Great Saint, to gain the support of the 6 Chaos Great Saints, did not hesitate to disclose what he knew. An unrivaled Great Saint close to invincible? Tianlu Great Saint's pupils slightly contracted, knowing the significance of an invincible Great Saint. The boundless chaos void allows only one invincible Great Saint per era, and most eras have none. To convince such an unrivaled Great Saint requires absolute superiority in strength, making other unrivaled Great Saints feel hopeless and unconquerable, creating a universally acknowledged invincible Great Saint. Chapter 158, 21 My Name is Galaxy, requesting monthly votes. At the beginning of the month, 2nd Seconded Second, Chapter 158, Chapter 21, My Name is Galaxy. Requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month. 2. The invincible Great Saints are extremely rare, and those peerless Great Saints who are close to becoming invincible Great Saints are likewise not many. At least their strength needs to surpass others of the same level. Originally, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints thought that the pioneer of this postnatal universe was just a normal, peerless Great Saint, but a peerless Great Saint close to becoming an invincible Great Saint? Nine Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and several other Chaos Great Saints had similar changes in their thoughts. A postnatal universe left by a peerless Great Saint close to an invincible Great Saint might only appear once in countless cosmic eras. For these newly advanced Great Saints, encountering such a level of postnatal universe is an unparalleled opportunity that cannot be sought. If they give up this time, they may never have such a chance again. Thinking of this, Tianlu Great Saint and other Chaos Great Saints made up their minds. First, the value of this universe is even beyond their expectations. Second, since Dual Origin Great Saint dares to involve them to resist Lin Yuan, there must be some confidence. If there was nothing to rely on, Dual Origin Great Saint wouldn't do this. In just a moment, the eyes of the 6 Chaos Great Saints became firm. They also do not believe that with the combined strength of 9 Chaos Great Saints, they couldn't contend with Lin Yuan. What happened? Each of the Chaos Venerables, attracted by space-time fluctuations, before they could even approach, saw that the distant space-time seemed to be cut apart, with Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints all trapped inside. Is it that the 9 Great Saints have begun to slaughter each other? Tisk, such space-time confinement techniques have never been displayed outside before. Indeed, such a space-time fluctuation must mean a great treasure has emerged, and these Great Saints are certainly going to battle for it. Many Chaos Venerables watched from afar. With 9 Great Saints present, they had no thoughts of obtaining the treasure but were curious which Great Saint would ultimately claim it. It seems that none of you wish to retreat. Lin Yuan looked at the 9 Chaos Great Saints with a slight smile and said, "In that case, all of you may stay." Wow. The space-time from all directions began to contract rapidly. The external universe formed by the Divine Ability world could theoretically expand to trillions of light-years. But that is the limit of the external universe. The smaller it gets, the more concentrated its power, and the greater the pressure it puts on the enemy. With such strength, what is your name? Dual Origin Great Saint transformed back into cyan gray light, while the surrounding spacetime continued to shatter and reorganize. Immediately, the other 8 Great Saints all looked at Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was extremely domineering, they had to admit that his strength was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have compelled Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and others to join forces against him. Name? Lin Yuan smiled gently. I am Galaxy. Boom. The vast space-time surged like a tide, and the 9 Chaos Great Saints seemed like lonely boats on an ocean, at risk of capsizing under the continual battering waves. Initially, upon leaving the universe, Lin Yuan needed to be low-key to cultivate steadily. Otherwise, even the ancient Ming Venerable was enough to threaten him and the human civilization group at that time. But now? Lin Yuan's combat power had nearly reached the invincibility of a Chaos Great Saint, enough to traverse the Chaos Void. At this time, there was naturally no need to be low-key, nor was it necessary to be low-key. Galaxy? Galaxy Great Saint? Dual Origin Great Saint frowned in thought. He had not heard of this name before. This implied 2 possibilities. One was that Lin Yuan had simply made up the name. The second was that Lin Yuan came from an era even more ancient than he imagined. Not only had his techniques not been passed down, even his name had been worn away by the long years. Dual Origin Great Saint leaned more towards the latter. With Lin Yuan's strength, there was no need to lie deliberately. Such a powerful being would disdain lying. Whoosh! While Dual Origin Great Saint was deep in thought, the ubiquitous vast spacetime surged onto him. Dual Origin Fusion, Tear. Dual Origin Great Saint treated it as a great enemy and immediately used his strongest technique, the strongest strike after the fusion of his own path. This method exhausts a considerable amount of Dual Origin Great Saint's origin source, and he would not use it unless in an emergency. But to contend with Lin Yuan and to remain in this universe, Dual Origin Great Saint did not hold back at all. Screech. The terrifying spacetime fissures kept being torn open, and Dual Origin Great Saint tore through multiple layers of spacetime, trying to approach Lin Yuan. Only by getting close to Lin Yuan could he threaten Lin Yuan. But moments later, Dual Origin Great Saint was horrified to find that for every layer of spacetime he tore through, 10-fold or 100-fold would be replenished back. This gave Dual Origin Great Saint a sense of powerlessness, like an ant gazing at the sky. The distance to Lin Yuan not far, but the spacetime in between spanned unknown billions of light-years. My fusion power path, unable to tear through spacetime near him? Dual Origin Great Saint was extremely shocked. To contend with Lin Yuan, he must be able to threaten Lin Yuan, otherwise, how could he talk about contending? How could he talk about making Lin Yuan retreat, allowing them to stay within the universe? And now? Forget threatening Lin Yuan, Dual Origin Great Saint could not even get close. How could he fight? I fully fused 2 power paths. The eruption of power should easily tear through the internal universe of a peak Chaos Great Saint. Yet it's helpless against this spacetime. What's the depth of this technique, concentrated spacetime? Dual Origin Great Saint tried several more times and found it was still the same. His heart sank instantly. Black Light Void. Blacklight Great Saint's aura suddenly soared. The surrounding blacklight domain exuding infinite darkness immediately became deeper, attempting to forcefully expand under the spacetime pressure. The Blacklight Void is a technique used by Blacklight Great Saint by burning his origin source, an ultimate sublimation of the blacklight domain, a capability he would absolutely not use unless in a desperate situation. After all, burning origin source can bring great power improvement, but recovery is equally difficult. Enlarge, enlarge, enlarge. Blacklight Great Saint fully operated the Blacklight domain, and after burning his origin source, the power of the Blacklight domain significantly increased, which Blacklight Great Saint preferred to call Blacklight Void. But just as the vast space-time rolled in from all directions, the Blacklight Void, that Blacklight Great Saint tried his hardest to expand, was immediately compressed back to its original size, and with the increasing space-time pressure, even the original size could not be maintained, rapidly shrinking. My Blacklight Void, Blacklight Great Saint, was in disbelief. This was his method to deal with Dual Origin Great Saint, but under Lin Yuan's condensed space-time pressure, not to mention resistance, he couldn't even withstand it. Damn, Wild Barbarian Great Saint also tried to attack Lin Yuan, but was immediately confined by the ubiquitous spacetime, feeling all his strength had nowhere to be used. Galaxy Great Saint, dare to engage me in close combat. Wild Barbarian Great Saint shouted at Lin Yuan. Close combat was his strongest suit. His Path of Chaos, evolved power, also excelled in this area. Originally, Wild Barbarian Great Saint had specially cultivated some secret techniques to deal with Great Saints adept at domain abilities, but under Lin Yuan's condensed space-time pressure, those secret techniques had no effect at all. Close combat? Lin Yuan glanced at him. You can't even deal with my external universe, and yet you want to engage in close combat with me? The martial Tao evolution road similarly excelled in hand-to-hand combat, but now, being able to rely on the external universe to suppress enemies, Lin Yuan naturally didn't bother with close combat. Condense. Lin Yuan looked at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Immediately, the vast space-time surged up, directly suppressing Wild Barbarian Great Saint firmly. This, further away, Tianlu Great Saint originally also wanted to seize the opportunity to make a move, not asking to threaten Lin Yuan, but at least able to distract his attention. But upon seeing, in just an instant, Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, the three Great Saints struggling under the suppression of the surrounding vast space-time, wobbling precariously. Tianlu Great Saint's heart trembled. Swoosh! Tianlu Great Saint did not advance but retreated, fleeing madly in the opposite direction of Lin Yuan. As for the earlier agreement with Dual Origin Great Saint to join forces against Lin Yuan, against your mother. Chapter 159-22, 9 Phoenixes and Shadow Demon request for beginning of the month guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 159, Chapter 22, 9 Phoenixes and Shadow Demon request for beginning of the month guaranteed monthly votes outside the battlefield. The Chaos Venerables were intently watching from afar. In the distance, the space-time had completely separated from the Xuanhuang universe, forming its own realm, where the 9 Chaos Great Saints were likely engaged in a fierce battle. But as they watched, the numerous Venerables sensed something amiss. Silence. Too silent. Logically, with the power of Chaos Great Saints, a clash would cause reverberations enough to bring down heaven and earth. The battle between the newly advanced 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint unleashed such waves that entire natural universes prematurely collapsed into great destruction, forcing the ancient Ming Venerable to move away preemptively or face severe injuries. Such was the case with the 2 new Great Saints. Not to mention the 9 Great Saints among them, 3 belonging to the mighty Great Saints, where the likes of Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint were undoubtedly the weakest. How could such a terrifying group of powerhouses battle each other so quietly? That piece of isolated space-time didn't stir up even a bit of turmoil. Could it be that the 9 Great Saints haven't made a move? Not making a move? Before a treasured object, won't they act? Indeed, the emerging treasured object is probably at the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, and for such a treasure, even an unparalleled Great Saint would find it hard to resist, let alone Chaos Great Saints. If it weren't for me going up there to die, I'd want to fight for it too. The numerous Chaos Venerables bore odd expressions, for logically, they were sure the 9 Great Saints would inevitably engage in a battle for supremacy. Yet the current scene showed no signs of conflict, causing the Chaos Venerables to harbor deep doubts in their hearts. Let's keep watching. What's the rush? One Chaos Venerable suggested, as they had no thoughts of claiming that treasured object, they would continue to observe. What the numerous Chaos Venerables didn't know was that it wasn't that Dual Origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint hadn't made a move, but that their power when they did was completely covered and enveloped by Lin Yuan's outer universe, resulting in no aftermath spreading to the outside. Can't escape? The space-time is sealed. With my strength, I can't tear open the space-time passage to escape to the outside world. Tian Lu Great Saint's heart turned cold upon seeing the scene where Dual Origin, Blacklight, and Wild Barbarian Great Saints were immediately suppressed by Lin Yuan upon contact. Tianlu Great Saint realized that Dual Origin Great Saint was overly confident, or rather underestimated Lin Yuan's power. Still resisting? It's uncertain whether one can survive, yet still resist? At this moment, Tianlu Great Saint began to regret, understanding that if he had immediately agreed when Lin Yuan asked them to leave the universe, nothing would have happened. Insisted on joining forces with Dual Origin Great Saint. While Lin Yuan dealt with Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, he also noticed the behavior of the other 6 Chaos Great Saints. In fact, not just Tianlu Great Saint, but 9 Phoenix Great Saint, Shadow Demon Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints, upon seeing the 3 mighty Chaos Great Saints so easily suppressed. Their first thought was to flee, and they acted on it, immediately scattering in several directions. But unfortunately, at this moment, the surrounding space-time had entirely succumbed to Lin Yuan's outer universe. Ordinary Chaos Great Saints couldn't escape the constraints of space-time. Suppress. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 Chaos Great Saints fleeing in different directions, his mind focused, and the vast space-time surged forth, suppressing the 6 Chaos Great Saints in place without any resistance. Like insects trapped in amber, they couldn't move. It's over. Tianlu Great Saint's heart sank to the depths. Even though he realized he would be suppressed once he couldn't tear open the space-time passage to the outside, the moment it truly arrived, Tianlu Great Saint still felt heavy-hearted. A dignified Chaos Great Saint, dominating various void domains, even when facing such mighty Great Saints as Dual Origin Great Saint, he never felt much fear, and now he was suppressed so easily. I am not dead. Tianlu Great Saint carefully examined his surroundings. Although he was fully suppressed, he could still achieve basic perception. With the Galaxy Great Saint's strength having suppressed me, he could easily annihilate me, yet now I am not dead, which implies the Galaxy Great Saint doesn't intend to kill me. Or perhaps I still have room for negotiation? Tianlu Great Saint pondered to himself. If there was a chance, he naturally wouldn't want to relinquish this physical body. Cultivating a new primary battle body would require expending countless resources. The more crucial point is that it would take a lot of time to cultivate. Both resources and time would be needed. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Tianlu Great Saint was unwilling to let go of this physical body. Now I can deal with the three of them. Having dealt with the 6 ordinary Chaos Great Saints, Lin Yuan finally focused on the 3 Great Saints, Dual Origin Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, and Wild Barbarian Great Saint. It must be said, the strength of these 3 Great Saints was indeed formidable. Even Lin Yuan, to completely suppress them as quickly as possible, utilized most of his techniques. Black Light Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked towards Black Light Great Saint, surrounded by endless darkness, as the Black Light domain around this Chaos Great Saint was rapidly being compressed, tearing the sky. Lin Yuan suddenly lifted his right hand and clawed at Black Light Great Saint. In an instant, 5 trails filled with destructive aura flashed by, landing on the Black Light domain surrounding Black Light Great Saint. Immediately, the Black Light domain began to rapidly collapse. After the second layer of infinite void, Lin Yuan's foundational strength had significantly improved, and the tearing the sky's divine skills, which depended on Lin Yuan's foundation, naturally also escalated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black Light Great Saint's body was pierced through with one grab, the wound constantly exuding a destructive aura, extinguishing all vitality and recovery power. Black Light Great Saint widened his eyes, feeling his strength drastically decline due to that grab. Another grab. Lin Yuan continued to unleash the tearing the sky's divine skills. Black Light Great Saint's body was penetrated once more, causing the Black Light domain surrounding him to fully collapse, eventually revealing Black Light Great Saint's form. Without the protection of the Black Light domain, the Black Light Great Saint was like undefended prey before Lin Yuan, directly suppressed by the immense power of space-time. Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at another Chaos Great Saint. This Chaos Great Saint, though not as troublesome as the Black Light Great Saint, was still not easy to completely suppress. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's physical body was incredibly strong, even surpassing the former Tuolong Great Saint. He had few means, but his survival ability was extremely high because he simply couldn't die. However, under the constant suppression of Lin Yuan's external universe, coupled with the pure, offensive divine skills known as Tier Heaven, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint only lasted for a few dozen breaths before being swiftly suppressed by Lin Yuan, just like the Black Light Great Saint. Dual Origin Great Saint. Lin Yuan looked at the last Great Saint. Among the 9 Chaos Great Saints, the Dual Origin Great Saint was definitely the most difficult to deal with, so Lin Yuan saved him for last. Galaxy Great Sage, I admit you are strong, but to suppress me like the Black Light? Absolutely impossible. The Dual Origin Great Saint showed a trace of madness, his form suddenly boiling in shades of green and gray, unleashing a desperate attack, instantly tearing open a narrow rift on the space-time barriers leading to the outside world. Buzz. In an instant, the Dual Origin Great Saint escaped through this tiny rift. Lin Yuan watched silently. His external universe was indeed terrifying, but the chaos evolutionary power mastered by the Dual Origin Great Saint was most adept at destroying space-time. Tearing open the space-time leading to Lin Yuan was very difficult, but in a desperate situation, tearing a rift to the outside world was possible. Swoosh. The Dual Origin Great Saint escaped to the outside and immediately shuttled toward the entrance, while his voice transmitted to Lin Yuan through space-time. Galaxy Great Sage, I admit defeat this time, and will leave this universe immediately, never to approach within 10,000 cosmic eras, I swear. Lin Yuan pondered upon hearing this, and his initial intention to pursue and kill was suppressed. Although the Dual Origin Great Saint could barely escape, Lin Yuan could also pursue and kill. It was precisely because of this that the Dual Origin Great Saint immediately succumbed and swore after escaping. Dark Sky Heart? Glancing behind him, Lin Yuan noted that the Dark Sky Palace had already emerged, and chasing the Dual Origin Great Saint might lead to other changes. Lin Yuan stood silently, flipping his right hand. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Black Light Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints appeared not far away. At this moment, these 8 Chaos Great Saints were completely suppressed, without any power to resist. Galaxy Great Sage. The Black Light Great Saint steadied himself and respectfully asked Lin Yuan, "What price must I pay for you to let me go?" Since Lin Yuan hadn't extinguished him immediately, he must have other plans in mind. "What price are you willing to pay?" Lin Yuan asked the Chaos Great Saints with interest. For Lin Yuan, the most profitable approach was to exchange the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints for more resources and treasures. Directly killing? That would only yield bodily essence, but if it were an exchange, the conditions could be higher. In any case, even if these Chaos Great Saints were killed, they would have survival measures to be resurrected, so using this for an exchange was what Lin Yuan intended to do. 1 billion cosmic stones. The Black Light Great Saint thought for a moment and tentatively offered 10 billion cosmic stones. Lin Yuan shook his head and looked at the wild barbarian great saint. You too, if you want me to let you go, gather 10 billion cosmic stones and deliver them. And you. Lin Yuan looked at Tianlu great saint and the other great saints, each with 5 billion cosmic stones. 5 billion cosmic stones? Tianlu great saint trembled. For a chaos great saint like him, 5 billion cosmic stones was an immense sum. As for you two, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint. Galaxy Great Sage, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately responded to Lin Yuan. At this moment, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were already prepared to be extorted. Unlike other senior Chaos Great Saints, they only had one main battle body. If they lost it, they wouldn't be able to show their face until fully restored, having no ability to protect themselves. So as long as Lin Yuan's price was not excessively high, 9 Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint were prepared to agree first. I've heard about your grievances, continually battling since reaching the perfection of the Chaos Realm. Lin Yuan looked down at 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon, speaking. Galaxy Great Sage, Shadow Demon once, 9 Phoenix Great Saint immediately began to explain. Lin Yuan nodded and suddenly asked, but have you considered that because of your battle shockwaves, numerous beings in one prematurely collapsing universe after another were affected? The beings within the universe? 9 Phoenix and Shadow Demon were somewhat stunned, not expecting Lin Yuan to ask such a question. Those ants, dead are dead, what does it matter? Shadow Demon Great Saint responded. 9 Phoenix Great Saint said nothing, but clearly agreed with Shadow Demon Great Saint's view. Fair enough. Lin Yuan nodded. He didn't continue speaking. A moment later, Shadow Demon Great Saint tentatively asked, Galaxy Great Sage, then what price do we need to pay? Before Shadow Demon Great Saint could finish, Lin Yuan glanced at him, noisy. The next moment, the bodies and souls of Shadow Demon Great Saint and 9 Phoenix Great Saint began to rapidly disintegrate into dust. Within just a few breaths, the 2 Chaos Great Saints were completely obliterated. Galaxy Great Sage, this, Tianlu Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints trembled upon witnessing this scene. It's nothing. Lin Yuan shook his head. These 2 ants, dead are dead. What does it matter? BS, PS, please vote for the monthly ticket. Also, participate in the Black Myth Lottery. Currently, there are few monthly tickets, increasing the chances of winning if you participate. Chapter 160, 23, Overwhelming Might Across Void Domains, seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Chapter 160, Chapter 23, Overwhelming Might Across Void Domains, seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. The blue-gray light tore through time and space, barely escaping from the silent battlefield. The Chaos Venerables observing from afar had not yet reacted when they heard the voice of the dual-origin Great Saint rapidly spread through the fluctuations of time and space. Galaxy Great Saint, I admit defeat this time. I will leave this universe immediately and swear not to come near for 10 cosmic eras. After the brief encounter with Lin Yuan, the dual-origin Great Saint had no further desires regarding this Xuanhuang universe. What did it matter if its creator was an almost invincible Great Saint? His dual origin was simply no match for Lin Yuan. In front of Lin Yuan, he hardly managed to escape, let alone ensure his survival. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan dealing with Black Light and Wild Barbarian, causing the massive suppressive force of time and space around to disperse, the dual-origin Great Saint was uncertain whether his desperate activation of the dual-origin fusion power would have allowed him to escape as he did. Is that the dual-origin Great Saint? Is the dual-origin Great Saint admitting defeat? Who is the Galaxy Great Saint? Nonsense, who else could it be? Among the 10 Great Saints, except for the mysterious last one to appear, the other 9 all have titles. The Galaxy Great Saint is probably that mysterious Great Saint. The Chaos Venerables were instantly in an uproar. According to their speculations, the probability of the dual-origin Great Saint emerging victorious among the 10 Great Saints was high. After all, this Great Saint's strength was indeed formidable and was the first to enter the Xuanhuang universe. But now, the dual-origin Great Saint was the first to escape and admit defeat? Galaxy Great Saint, never heard of it? Probably a Great Saint from incredibly ancient times. To force the dual-origin Great Saint to admit defeat and swear not to approach this universe for 10 cosmic eras, the Galaxy Great Saint must have the power to slay the dual-origin Great Saint. A Chaos Realm Peak Venerable concluded. If the strength was only slightly superior, the dual-origin Great Saint wouldn't have been so panic-stricken and swearing to leave immediately. One must know that the suppressive force of time and space in this postnatal universe is so intense, its creator must be extraordinary, even if it means abandoning the treasure that has emerged now. As long as the dual-origin Great Saint had a bit of confidence, he would explore other regions. Swearing to leave directly implies that the dual-origin Great Saint dares not linger too long. A slight pause would come at a cost. If the Galaxy Great Saint's strength is so formidable, why didn't the dual-origin Great Saint join forces with the other 8 Great Saints to resist? A Chaos Venerable voiced this doubt. How do you know they didn't join forces? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable who came to a conclusion earlier was shocked. Maybe the 9 Great Saints already tried to join forces, but were still suppressed by the Galaxy Great Saint, and only the dual origin Great Saint barely escaped. The previous silence on the battlefield puzzled him. With 10 Great Saints inside, how could there be no sign of any movement? Now seeing the dual origin Great Saint's hasty escape, this peak venerable arrived at a deeper conclusion, which was that the Galaxy Great Saint's strength was overwhelming enough to crush the combined efforts of 9 Great Saints. Because of this, the aftermath of the battle could be easily suppressed, resulting in the outside world seeing an unusually quiet battlefield. The Galaxy Great Saint, could it be an absolute Great Saint? The Chaos Realm Peak Venerable was secretly amazed, as 9 Chaos Great Saints joined forces, with 3 of them being powerful saints like dual origin. Yet, they were swept away by the Galaxy Great Saint, leaving this Peak Venerable to speculate whether the Galaxy Great Saint might be an absolute Great Saint, outside the Xuanhuang universe. The blue-gray light stopped, forming the figure of the dual origin Great Saint. This Galaxy Great Saint, the dual origin Great Saint's expression was filled with fear, and at the same time, seeing Lin Yuan not pursuing, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, that treasure held back the Galaxy Great Saint, otherwise my escape would not have been so easy. The dual origin Great Saint thought inwardly. From his brief encounter, he determined that Lin Yuan's method of distorting time and space was equally suited for pursuing enemies. That warped time and space could be compressed to a few hundred light-years to maximize suppression, or instantly expand to millions of light-years to hinder enemy escape. If Lin Yuan really pursued him, the dual origin Great Saint had no confidence in escaping with his life. Not a match, I am simply no match. Chaos Great Saint can be so strong? The dual origin Great Saint steadied himself, starting a review in his heart. In terms of time-space suppression, the Galaxy Great Saint far exceeded Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight distortion. Under the cover of that warped space-time, even powerful beings like the dual origin Great Saint found it extremely difficult. Moreover, the Galaxy Great Saint's attacking abilities were terrifying. Just one grasp caused the Blacklight Great Saint's Blacklight domain to collapse directly. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint's formidable physique also weakened rapidly. With the suppression of twisted time-space and nearly the extreme attack methods of a Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan can easily sweep through strong beings at the level of Chaos Great Saints. These two capabilities complement each other, resulting in combat power far more than simply 1 + 1 = 2. In the view of the dual origin Great Saint, Lin Yuan has almost no weaknesses. Perhaps Lin Yuan is not yet an absolute Great Saint nor a match for one. But for Chaos Great Saints like them, Lin Yuan's oppressive power is indistinguishable from that of an absolute Great Saint. Chaos Great Saints, due to the different paths they take, excel in different areas, yet Lin Yuan is nearly perfect. The only thing the dual origin Great Saint is unclear about is Lin Yuan's defense. Because under the suppression of twisted time-space, the dual origin Great Saint couldn't even get close to Lin Yuan, and all attacks were blocked and dissipated by the vast time-space. Chapter 161-23, Overwhelming Might Across Void Domains, Seeking Monthly Tickets at the Beginning of the Month, 4 Sex and 61, Chapter 23, Overwhelming Might Across Void Domains. Seeking monthly tickets at the beginning of the month too. Although the losses were heavy, at least we retreated with our lives. Dual origin Great Saint sighed. With his understanding of causality, he naturally sensed that the causal lines of Great Saints like Wild Barbarian Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint still existed within the Xuanhuang universe. This means that these Great Saints' main battle bodies in the Xuanhuang universe have not yet died. In such an extreme suppression of space-time, the life and death of the suppressed Chaos Great Saints were at Lin Yuan's whim. Their survival indicated that Lin Yuan did not intend to kill them. Why did he not plan to kill them? Naturally, it was to gain more benefits. The main battle bodies of each Chaos Great Saint were formed at considerable cost. If possible, no Chaos Great Saint would want to abandon their main battle body. Lin Yuan's decision not to kill Blacklight, Wild Barbarian, and the others could only mean that negotiations were taking place. I suppose Blacklight and Wild Barbarian are being extorted by the Galaxy Great Saint. For some reason, Dual Origin Great Saint felt quite relieved. He had made considerable sacrifices to rush to the vicinity of the Xuanhuang universe using the Alter Spirit. Now, having withdrawn from the Xuanhuang universe with nothing to show for it, this journey was a complete loss. But compared to Blacklight Great Saint and Wild Barbarian Great Saint, Dual Origin Great Saint felt somewhat lucky? At least while being extorted by the Alter Spirit, he didn't have to be extorted by Galaxy Great Saint as well, outside the universe. Watching as the newly appointed Great Saints, Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, had their bodies and souls rapidly obliterated, the other nearby Chaos Great Saints couldn't help but shiver. What did Galaxy Great Saint mean by this? Rest assured, as long as you gather enough Chaos Stones to bring over, you can leave alive. Lin Yuan glanced over the many Great Saints and spoke. He directly obliterated Nine Phoenix Great Saint and Shadow Demon Great Saint, not even giving them a chance to negotiate. This was primarily due to personal grudges with these two Great Saints. The premature destruction of his home universe was a result of the collateral damage from these two Chaos Great Saints battles. If Lin Yuan's strength had progressed a bit slower, and he hadn't reached the 12th layer before the cosmic cataclysm, he might have perished along with the universe. Without reaching the 12th layer, the essence imprint of his life would continue to be bound within the river of time. During the cosmic cataclysm, the river of time would gradually collapse and dry up, eradicating all life essence imprints within it. No matter the strength of Lin Yuan's life essence, as long as it remained within the river of time, it would be destroyed in the collapse, per the rules of the Chaos Void. At that time, if Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only transfer his life's essence imprint to the inner universe of the 9 paramount beings of human civilization. However, with the premature arrival of the cosmic cataclysm, the hope for the paramount beings of human civilization to endure the cataclysm would inevitably diminish, and if the inner universe of the paramount being that housed Lin Yuan's essence imprint collapsed, he would still die. Normally, with a premature cosmic cataclysm, countless civilians of human civilization would undoubtedly perish heavily, and so would the paramount beings. Although all this changed because of Lin Yuan, allowing the human civilization group to smoothly survive the cosmic cataclysm, Lin Yuan had already marked these 2 great saints in his heart back then. Without the power previously, there was nothing Lin Yuan could do about the 2 great saints, so he had to endure. Now with these 2 great saints in his hands, Lin Yuan naturally seized the opportunity for revenge. Of course, there was another reason for Lin Yuan's action against Nine Phoenix and Shadow Demon. These newly appointed great saints had very limited resources they could offer. To reach the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm, Chaos Venerable had already exhausted numerous resources they had accumulated, and the 2 great saints had been continuously fighting since their breakthroughs, leaving no time to accumulate resources and Chaos Stones. The Chaos Great Saints that I once could only admire from afar have now become not so mighty, Lin Yuan thought with some emotion. At the same time, he looked around at the other Chaos Great Saints and smiled, saying, "I'll give you time to consider, but it won't be long." Based on the strength of each Chaos Great Saint, Lin Yuan set a price, such as 10 billion Chaos Stones for the powerful ones like Black Light and Wild Barbarian. Weaker Chaos Great Saints faced 5 billion or 3 billion Chaos Stones. By Lin Yuan's estimation, these costs were close to the acceptable limits for each Chaos Great Saint. Any more, and the Chaos Great Saints would prefer to abandon their main battle body rather than agree to the cost. The difficulty of cultivating a main battle body simply boiled down to the cost involved. If the cost became too high, exceeding the time and effort needed to cultivate a new body, the Chaos Great Saints would choose to cultivate a new main battle body. Thank you, Galaxy Great Saint. Wild Barbarian Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint exchanged a glance. With the involvement of 10 billion Chaos Stones, even if they wanted to gather them, it would take time. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent. Ever since discovering that the mysterious Great Saint who appeared last bore a remarkable resemblance to Galaxy, Ancient Ming Venerable began paying close attention to intelligence from within the Xuanhuang universe. What? 10 Great Saints fought over a priceless treasure, and the mysterious Great Saint swept through the 9 others single-handedly, with only dual-origin Great Saint escaping and immediately swearing to leave the postnatal universe. And finally, dual-origin Great Saint swore, referring to that mysterious Great Saint as Galaxy Great Saint? Galaxy Great Saint? Galaxy? Ancient Ming Venerable was somewhat stupefied. If previously he had only suspected, without any concrete evidence, that the mysterious Great Saint was Galaxy, after all, he was not present to confirm this through personal observation. The images he received only felt familiar and similar. But now, Ancient Ming Venerable was almost certain that the mysterious Great Saint was indeed Galaxy. How could there be such a coincidence, with both resemblance and the same name? Galaxy, Ancient Ming Venerable, was overwhelmingly shocked. Even though he knew that Lin Yuan was destined to stand atop the Chaos Void one day, it all happened so quickly. How long has it been? Fortunately, I have already established a good relationship with Galaxy Great Saint, and even without a positive bond, at least I wouldn't provoke resentment. Ancient Ming Venerable displayed a smile. When facing such formidable power, it's better to have no blame than no merit. Wasn't it because of my reminder? The young man in the black robe was also reviewing the intelligence about Galaxy Great Saint and couldn't resist claiming credit. Yes, your reminder was indeed timely back then. Ancient Ming Venerable acknowledged. This was true, for if not for the young man in the black robe, he wouldn't have noticed Lin Yuan back then at all. Not noticing meant he wouldn't pay special attention, and if this ancestor had an unpleasant encounter on the Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, wouldn't Ancient Ming have to take the fall? The battle within the Xuanhuang universe, spread by observing Chaos Venerables, swept through the Void domain like a hurricane, and the fame of Galaxy Great Saint resounded thoroughly throughout the Chaos Void. Initially, some Chaos Venerables and even Great Saints did not believe it, but as time passed and as dual-origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints did not actively deny it, many Venerable Saints and Great Saints immediately realized that the news might be true. Otherwise, why wouldn't dual-origin Great Saint and Blacklight Great Saint step forward? Xuanhuang Universe. Lin Yuan stood there silently as his external universe operated, immense power of space. Time continuously pressed towards the nearby Dark Sky Palace. Dark forces permeated around the Dark Sky Palace, capable of threatening the Chaos Great Saints. Even a strong entity like Dual Origin Great Saint would have to give their all to resist such power. Retrieving the Dark Sky Heart from the palace would take quite some time. But for Lin Yuan now, while not effortlessly, it was nearly so. Rumble. The power of the external universe swept forth, and the dark power surrounding the Dark Sky Palace began to visibly obliterate and dissipate, after more than 10 breaths. The dark power surrounding the Dark Sky Palace was completely dispelled, leaving the Black Palace exposed before Lin Yuan. Buzz. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, reaching towards the Dark Sky Palace. When he drew it back, a crystal stone, exuding a profound dark aura and resembling a beating heart, appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. Chapter 1622-24, No Help Available. Request for beginning of the month. Guaranteed monthly votes. Chapter 1622, Chapter 24, No Help Available. Request for beginning of the month. Guaranteed monthly votes. A hidden void secret realm. The fiery flames imbued with the power of resurrection burned, coalescing into the figure of the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. Why did the Galaxy Great Saint only target me and the Shadow Demon? The Nine Phoenix Great Saint's thoughts could not settle. As a wonder of life born from the Chaos Void, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint naturally possessed 2 avatars. The one wandering outside was his main combat body. As for the one hidden in this void secret realm, it was the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's other avatar. In addition, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint had laid out life-saving measures in many corners of the Chaos Void, so even if both avatars fell, he could resurrect using these measures. Is it because the battles between me and the Shadow Demon led to the premature cataclysm of Cosmosis? The Nine Phoenix Great Saint mused to himself. Losing his main combat body was indeed a significant loss for him, but not unacceptable. When engaging in furious battle with the Shadow Demon Great Saint, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was already prepared to lose his main combat body. Now that the main combat body had fallen, but so had the main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint, this wasn't the worst outcome for the Nine Phoenix Great Saint. In fact, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was quite satisfied with this result. Managing to take down a main combat body of the Shadow Demon Great Saint was a considerable success. The path of chaos power that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint developed focused on survival, normally only able to restrain the Shadow Demon Great Saint, making mutual destruction very difficult. What the Nine Phoenix Great Saint wanted to understand now was why the Galaxy Great Saint treated her and the Shadow Demon Great Saint differently compared to other Chaos Great Saints. Never mind, Galaxy Great Saint harbors murderous intent towards me and the Shadow Demon. Under such circumstances, if I continue to fight with the Shadow Demon, it may very likely attract the Galaxy Great Saint. A hint of madness appeared in the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's eyes. Her causal connection with the Shadow Demon Great Saint was deep, allowing her to sense the approximate location of the other's avatar via their causal link. There. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint looked in one direction, using causal sensing to determine the source of the Shadow Demon Great Saint's cause, which was in that location. Whoosh! The Nine Phoenix Great Saint's figure disappeared, heading directly towards the area where the Shadow Demon Great Saint was located. Does the Galaxy Great Saint sympathize with the beings of the cosmos affected and therefore targets us? The Shadow Demon Great Saint's true form had an unsightly expression. Deducing this conclusion from Lin Yuan's last words, he found it more and more incredible. Such a powerful entity was actually this merciful? At that moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint's expression changed, sharply raising his head to look in a certain direction. The causal sensing between him and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint was mutual. Just as she could sense him, the Shadow Demon Great Saint could naturally sense her as well. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Great Saint clearly noticed that the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's true form was approaching him at the fastest speed possible. Madwoman Nine Phoenix, you lunatic! The Shadow Demon Great Saint felt a chill on his scalp. Normally, losing his main combat avatar, one should hide and recultivate it. Yet to deploy the last avatar without hesitation like the Nine Phoenix was simply incredible. Is this Nine Phoenix trying to draw the attention of the Galaxy Great Saint and intends to perish together with me? The Shadow Demon Great Saint immediately understood the Nine Phoenix Great Saint's intent. Even if deploying her last avatar, the Nine Phoenix Great Saint could still do nothing to the Shadow Demon. But as the two continued to fight, when the Galaxy Great Saint emerged from the Xuanhuang universe, he would surely notice them first. Given the Galaxy Great Saint's evident disdain for them earlier, he might just pursue them easily. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint could do nothing to him, but the Galaxy Great Saint could. However, in this case, the Shadow Demon Great Saint would die, and the Nine Phoenix Great Saint couldn't escape either. The Nine Phoenix Great Saint was acting with a mindset of mutual destruction to drag him down. Go. The Shadow Demon Great Saint didn't hesitate to traverse through space to a farther distance. Now he dared not entangle himself with the Nine Phoenix Great Saint, ahead of a vast secret realm in a distant void domain. A tall figure formed, precisely the incarnation of the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. As the Wild Barbarian Great Saint appeared in this place, he looked at the secret realm from afar. The owner of this secret realm was a Chaos Great Saint, with strength surpassing that of the Wild Barbarian by a margin. Soon, the Wild Barbarian Great Saint's avatar entered the secret realm, Shiguang Brother. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw a three-eyed man. This three-eyed man was known as the Stone Light Saint, who had, hundreds of cosmic eras ago, rampaged across many void domains. His combat power was exceedingly strong, reaching the pinnacle of Chaos Great Saint. However, in the last 100 cosmic eras, the Stone Light Saint had hardly taken action, always in seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough to the 13th level. Wild Barbarian, you've come. The Stone Light Saint glanced at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint and spoke. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint nodded. Outside, he was uninhibited, but in front of the Stone Light Saint, he was quite well behaved. Stone Light Brother's strength is increasingly unfathomable. In my opinion, there is a great hope for breaking through to the 13th level. I hope you remember me when you become a life of time. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately flattered him. 13th level? The Stone Light Saint's face showed a bit of a smile. No Chaos Great Saint would dislike hearing such words, and the Supreme Great Saint was no exception. Let's get straight to the point. Stone Light Saint looked at the Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Stone Light Brother should know about my recent ordeal. Wild Barbarian Great Saint immediately said, a postnatal universe emerged, and I rushed there with the power of the Eye of Myriad Laws. However, I was suppressed inside by an ancient great saint named Galaxy. Yes, I heard about it. Stone Light Saint nodded. That Galaxy Great Saint demands I hand over 10 billion Chaos Stones to release my main battle avatar. Stone Light Brother, you know I'm always broke. Where can I get 10 billion Chaos Stones? Wild Barbarian Great Saint sighed. Indeed. Stone Light Saint nodded. Wild Barbarian Great Saint looked at Stone Light Saint. Was he just going to nod? Stone Light Brother, I came to you to ask if you could mediate with the Galaxy Great Saint. With your strength, Galaxy Great Saint would surely give you face. Wild Barbarian Great Saint said, I don't demand to pay nothing, but 10 billion Chaos Stones are too much. At least Galaxy Great Saint could reduce it to 5 billion, and I'm willing to offer another billion as your reward. You want me to negotiate with Galaxy Great Saint? Stone Light Saint looked at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. What if I get suppressed by Galaxy Great Saint too? You get suppressed too? Wild Barbarian Great Saint was slightly stunned. With your strength, Stone Light Brother, it shouldn't be possible, right? Wild Barbarian, think again? Stone Light Saint smiled. Galaxy Great Saint managed to suppress 8 Great Saints, including you, almost holding double source as well. I can't match up to that. Stone Light Saint looked self-mockingly at Wild Barbarian Great Saint. Wild Barbarian, I can't help you with this. Stone Light Brother. Wild Barbarian Great Saint became anxious. I can increase it to 2 billion Chaos Stones. No, 3 billion. I said, I can't help. Stone Light Saint waved his hand, and this avatar of Wild Barbarian Great Saint was instantly moved. Outside the secret realm. Rumble. The entrance to the secret realm was rapidly closing. Stone Light Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint frowned. Having no other option, he could only seek help from the next Chaos Great Saint. Black Light, you want me to help you? In a special, mysterious location surrounded by a misty haze, a man with a blurry face sat upon a throne, looking down at the incarnation of Black Light Great Saint below. Yes. Back in the day when we ventured together, I once saved you, and you said you owed me a favor. Black Light Great Saint looked at the man sitting on the throne. This Chaos Great Saint's power was already infinitely close to a Supreme Great Saint. If not for his unsuitable Chaos Power evolution path, he would already be a Supreme Great Saint. Yes, I owe you a favor. The man sitting on the throne nodded, but not for this matter. Not possible? Black Light Great Saint looked at him. Why don't you ask a Supreme Great Saint to step in? The man seated on the throne spoke. Ask a Supreme Great Saint? Black Light Great Saint shook his head. That would cost more than just paying 10 billion Chaos Stones directly. The cost of asking a Supreme Great Saint to intervene would surely exceed 10 billion Chaos Stones. Black Light Great Saint wasn't foolish and naturally wouldn't engage in such a losing trade. Change the request. The man on the throne looked down at Black Light Great Saint. Choose another matter. What else can I exchange for now? Black Light Great Saint frowned. My avatar is in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint. It's still possible to exchange. The man sitting on the throne spoke. For instance, letting me lend you a few billion Chaos Stones. After speaking, the man added, but it's just a loan. You'll have to repay it. Black Light Great Saint fell into silence. Xuanhuang Universe. Lin Yuan examined the Dark Sky Heart in his hand. The Dark Sky Heart is a treasure of the Supreme Great Saint level. Once thoroughly refined, it can form the Dark Sky Domain. The power of the Dark Sky Domain far surpasses the Black Light Domain of Black Light Great Saint. Even a common Chaos Great Saint who obtains the Dark Sky Heart can instantly become a Peak Great Saint. If a Supreme Great Saint refines the Dark Sky Heart, they can form a Dark Sky World, whose power won't be much weaker than Lin Yuan's external universe. One must know, Lin Yuan's external universe originates from his internal universe, and the internal universe, after absorbing and merging the source of the fierce sun, has been refined into the second layer of infinite void, already comparable to the internal universe of a Supreme Great Saint. The dark sky world condensed by the dark sky heart acts as a supplement for those supreme great saints who lack domain suppression methods. However, compared to Lin Yuan's internal universe, the upper limit of the dark sky world is fixed at its formation power, and Lin Yuan's internal universe still has a lot of room for improvement. Now in this Xuanhuang universe, there are only some Chaos Venerables left. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly as he dispatched a large number of avatars to different regions of the universe. Since all Chaos Great Saints were dealt with, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't let go of the many treasures in the Xuanhuang universe. At the very least, all the treasures recorded on that beast skin map must be obtained. Hundreds of avatars went to collect treasures scattered throughout the universe. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan's true form headed directly to the deepest part of the Xuanhuang universe, towards that tomb. Chapter 163, 25, Xuanhuang Mausoleum seeking early month's minimum monthly ticket. Chapter 163, Chapter 25, Xuanhuang Mausoleum seeking early month's minimum monthly ticket. When Lin Yuan first entered the Xuanhuang universe, he did not send out incarnations to search far and wide. He was worried about exposing the locations of the treasures and wonders recorded on the beast skin map. The outer regions of the Xuanhuang universe, where most treasures and wonders are found, are extremely secretive. Even for Lin Yuan, without the guidance of the beast skin map, it would be difficult to find them in a short time. The same goes for other great saints. Sending out incarnations to search at this time would simply point the way for other Chaos Great Saints. But now, throughout the Xuanhuang universe, aside from Lin Yuan, there are only some Chaos Venerables. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he sends out hundreds of incarnations, each can maintain strength close to a Chaos Realm Venerable. Dealing with those Chaos Venerables is not a problem. Of course, those Chaos Venerables also wouldn't dare to contend with Lin Yuan. Are you joking? Haven't you seen the fate of the Dual Origin Great Saint, Blacklight Great Saint, and other Chaos Great Saints' internal universe? While heading to the Xuanhuang Mausoleum, Lin Yuan also channeled a trace of his consciousness into his internal universe. I wonder if this dark sky heart will have any effect on me. Lin Yuan looked at the dark and deep crystal stone in front of him. While other Chaos Great Saints generally lack means comparable to the dark sky domain, as soon as the dark sky domain was condensed, it surpassed the blacklight domain of the Blacklight Great Saint. Thus, even if many Chaos Great Saints obtained the dark sky heart, they wouldn't consider if it was useful to them. It is obvious that possessing such a method for suppressing and trapping enemies is what many Chaos Great Saints dream of. The Wild Barbarian Great Saint, in terms of pure combat power, is not weaker than the Black Light Great Saint, but the Black Light Great Saint looks down on him, considering him a mere brute. What is the reliance? Isn't it the Blacklight domain? Lin Yuan could suppress the Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and other 8 Great Saints, relying on powers like the External Universe domain. Without the External Universe, even if Lin Yuan's overall combat power surpasses the 8 Chaos Great Saints, it would be difficult to suppress them all. However, when it comes to domain spacetime, Lin Yuan already has the External Universe, worrying whether the Dark Sky Heart would overlap with his methods. Let's refine it and see. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan immediately began to refine the heart. A treasure of the unparalleled Great Saint level like the Dark Sky Heart is best used on oneself. As for trading it, unless it truly has no effect on him, Lin Yuan would not choose to trade it away, rumbling. The vast cosmic force began refining that small, dark, and deep crystal stone, causing pure dark sky origin source to surge out. This dark sky origin source is extremely magical and quickly absorbed and devoured by the internal universe. Useful. Joy appeared on Lin Yuan's face. As he slowly refined the dark sky heart, he clearly felt the foundation of his internal universe being enhanced at a certain speed. After hundreds of breaths, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. At this moment, the dark and deep crystal had completely disappeared, and simultaneously, the power of Lin Yuan's internal universe had surged, increasing by at least 20%. A 20% increase in power, not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Ordinary Chaos Great Saints refining the Dark Sky Heart would experience a power surge of several tens of times, reaching the level of peak Great Saints. Yet Lin Yuan only increased his internal universe's power by 20%. It seems less beneficial, but it's important to note that Lin Yuan is substantially more powerful than ordinary Chaos Great Saints. Different starting points naturally lead to different enhancements. If it were now, the Dual Origin Great Saint shouldn't be able to escape my external universe. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Dual Origin Great Saint recklessly burned the power of Dual Origin Fusion, tearing a rift to the outside world, and thus managed to escape. This left Lin Yuan rather regretful. After all, that was 10 billion Chaos Stones. And the Dual Origin Great Saint certainly carried treasure weapons, making it not as simple as just 10 billion Chaos Stones. If it weren't for safety, Lin Yuan really wanted to pursue and kill them. The true form of Lin Yuan traversed the Xuanhuang universe with impunity. With the guidance of the Beast Skin map, Lin Yuan was aware of and thus avoided some dangers in the Xuanhuang universe, saving a lot of time. Quickly, Lin Yuan reached the deepest part of the Xuanhuang universe. It was empty here, and the surroundings were shrouded in strands of Xuanhuang qi. In the Xuanhuang universe, such Xuanhuang qi is everywhere, making Lin Yuan feel very comfortable. Within this omnipresent Xuanhuang qi environment, the Xuanhuang physique seemed to have returned to its origin. Lin Yuan carefully observed his surroundings, a look of confusion on his face. Where's the mausoleum? Comparing the beast skin map according to its instructions, this should be where the mausoleum is located, but currently there are no traces of a mausoleum. Does it exist deep in space-time? Lin Yuan continued to observe, scanning through layers of space-time, but found nothing. This beast skin map shouldn't be wrong. Lin Yuan pondered. The authenticity of the beast skin map had been verified multiple times. Whether it was the life-divine stone on the life origin star, or other various treasures and wonders and the dark sky heart, etc., all matched the indications on the beast skin map. Moreover, Lin Yuan's many incarnations were currently following the map's guidance to gather numerous treasures and wonders in various regions. This essentially confirmed the beast skin map. Could it be that there were other conditions to enter the Xuanhuang mausoleum? Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Since it's called a mausoleum, it's certainly a place Xuanhuang valued, and it's highly possible it's not open to other great saints. Chapter 164, 25, Xuanhuang Mausoleum, seeking early month's minimum monthly ticket. 2. Chapter 164, Chapter 25, Xuanhuang Mausoleum, seeking early month's minimum monthly ticket. 2. Why does Lin Yuan know about this mausoleum? It's because of the beast skin map he obtained. Even other Chaos Great Saints, though knowing this universe was created by Emperor Xuan, wouldn't be aware of the mausoleum's existence. The beast skin map was placed inside a golden box, remaining unopened through countless cosmic eras. Lin Yuan could open the box and obtain the map only by relying on the Xuanhuang seal deep in his soul. Xuanhuang seal? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. He began releasing the aura of the Xuanhuang seal from his soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the aura of the Xuanhuang seal spread, like ripples on a water surface, the space-time in front of Lin Yuan rippled and a majestic palace emerged. This majestic palace, when it first appeared, seemed like a flower in a mirror, a moon in the water, utterly unreal. But as time faded, the illusion peeled away, revealing startling reality. Such a mastery of space-time, Lin Yuan felt shocked. He had once seen the image of Emperor Xuan creating 33,333 Xuanhuang secret realms with a thought. That was the pinnacle of Ninth Realm space-time mastery. Yet the way this majestic palace appeared now seemed to surpass the creation of Xuanhuang secret realms from before. Could Emperor Xuan have made further advancements in space-time mastery at the end? Lin Yuan speculated. Undoubtedly, the time when Emperor Xuan left this mausoleum must be after establishing the Xuanhuang secret realms. During that period, it was perfectly natural for Emperor Xuan to have made progress in space-time mastery comprehension. Let's go in. Lin Yuan looked at the majestic palace that had appeared, paused and took a deep breath, then stepped inside. The interior of the palace was equally vast and empty, the tall walls engraved with numerous murals, depicting a young emperor leaving his innate universe, eventually establishing a kingdom within the Chaos Void, with countless Void Domain experts paying homage during its peak. Emperor Xuan emerged from an innate universe born from the Chaos Void, Lin Yuan contemplated. Until this point, most Chaos Venerables he had encountered were born within the Chaos Void, either as powerful miraculous beings or as a tribe's force within the Void. As for experts emerging from innate universes and reaching the level of Chaos Venerables, they were few, let alone absolute great saints like Emperor Xuan. Lin Yuan continued to look at the subsequent murals. The murals depicted Emperor Xuan becoming overwhelmingly powerful, sweeping across void domains, with ancient great saints surrendering to him in admiration. Invincible Great Saint, Emperor Xuan undoubtedly possesses the strength of an invincible great saint. Lin Yuan's face grew solemn. Though the mural images were simple, it was clear that the absolute great saints were no match for Emperor Xuan. This is, Lin Yuan looked at the final murals, which recorded Emperor Xuan entering a dangerous place unexpectedly, and upon returning, immediately creating the Xuanhuang universe, followed by seclusion, aiming for 13th stage. Strange, Lin Yuan frowned. The Eye of Myriad Laws had mentioned that Emperor Xuan was incredibly close to becoming an invincible great saint. Now it seemed that this closeness wasn't in terms of power, but of time. As long as Emperor Xuan continued living, his fame would spread, garnering recognition from all absolute great saints, and subsequently becoming the invincible great saint of that era. Yet the Xuanhuang great saint did not do so. Instead, he chose to advance to the 13th stage immediately. Because of the dangerous place he entered last, Lin Yuan considered the final murals. It was after emerging from that dangerous place that Emperor Xuan underwent this change. The Moyu Tower Master mentioned that Emperor Xuan once entered a dimensional rift? Could that dangerous place be the dimensional rift? Lin Yuan speculated internally. While Lin Yuan was pondering, a voice suddenly echoed beside his ear. Are you curious about what His Majesty experienced then? Why he chose to aim for the 13th stage after returning from that dangerous place? The figure was extremely old, yet carried a certain naivety, generating an inherently contradictory feeling. Lin Yuan was startled, turning to look beside him. At some point, a man in a Xuan yellow robe stood silently next to Lin Yuan, watching the murals with him. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn, yet he wasn't overly surprised. If this mausoleum was indeed left by Emperor Xuan, then it would certainly come with numerous setups. The Moyu Tower Master could activate a sealed consciousness even after advancing to the 13th stage. Emperor Xuan, whose power was no less than the Moyu Tower Master, surely could do the same. You probably guessed it. I am the tomb spirit of this mausoleum, created by His Majesty before aiming for the 13th stage. The man smiled at Lin Yuan. Normally, this mausoleum doesn't emerge. Even if the outside Xuanhuang universe is destroyed, it wouldn't affect the mausoleum. Unless something unexpected happens, this mausoleum will continue existing until... The man's tone grew softer, as if he recalled something, choosing not to continue. But before aiming for the 13th stage, His Majesty left 9 treasure boxes. The man watched Lin Yuan. Treasure boxes? Lin Yuan immediately realized that the so-called treasure boxes referred to the golden box he had obtained. Inside the boxes are maps of the mausoleum and the Xuanhuang universe. Using the map, one can locate the area of the mausoleum, then actively release the map and Xuang Seal's aura, thereby revealing the mausoleum. The man paused for a moment and continued, but 2 prerequisites are needed to open the treasure box. First, one must be His Majesty's disciple. You inherited a Xuanhuang secret realm, which fits the identity. The man smiled. Lin Yuan nodded. Then he looked a bit confused. What about the second condition? The second condition is His Majesty aiming for 13th stage, 3 million cosmic eras later. The man looked at Lin Yuan, the disciple's identity, and 3 million cosmic eras later, the right identity at the right time, both needed. If the time hasn't arrived, then even a disciple of His Majesty couldn't open the box, nor could obtain the map inside, vice versa. Eras, Lin Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts. Previously, he had no specific concept of the era in which Emperor Xuan lived, only knew it was unimaginably ancient, millions of cosmic eras before. But now, it became clear how far back in time it was, at least in an era 3 million cosmic eras ago. 3 million cosmic eras, with such a long time past, if His Majesty still hasn't advanced to 13th stage, then it's probably impossible to break free from the time loop. At this point, if there's still a disciple of His Majesty outside, and if this disciple entered the Xuanhuang universe, the man watched Lin Yuan, then the mausoleum can be summoned, inheriting all that His Majesty left. Lin Yuan stood silently listening. He seemed to understand. Even someone as strong as Emperor Xuan had no confidence in reaching 13th stage. So he purposely set up this mausoleum as a last resort. Then why did His Majesty hastily aim for 13th stage? Lin Yuan voiced his confusion. With Emperor Xuan's power, he could certainly wait a while longer, at least claiming the title of Invincible Great Saint before aiming for 13th stage. Because in that dangerous place, His Majesty acquired a certain ultimate treasure which requires the power of a time loop to suppress. The man shook his head, saying, "So, His Majesty aimed for 13th stage ahead of time. Actually, it hardly mattered to His Majesty. He already reached the limits of the Chaos Realm. Waiting another 100 cosmic eras? 1,000 cosmic eras? Pointless." As for the title Invincible Great Saint, His Majesty cared little for it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan was secretly astonished. An ultimate treasure needing the power of a time loop for suppression? Enough. Your conditions are met, you can inherit all that His Majesty left. The man extended his right hand, flipping it lightly. In an instant, the surrounding space-time began to shake. Lin Yuan felt the world change, brought into a magnificent hall. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around, his pupils slightly narrowing. Chapter 1165, 26 Arrival of the Peerless Great Saint. Request for monthly tickets. At the beginning of the month. Chapter 1165, Chapter 26 Arrival of the Peerless Great Saint. Request for monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. So many treasures. Lin Yuan glanced in all directions. In the Grand Hall, countless treasures floated in the air. These treasures, be they rare wonders or weapons, etc., each treasure was surrounded by the power of space-time, suppressing any strange phenomena from the treasures themselves that would have otherwise pierced the sky. Even an invincible great saint couldn't possibly own so many treasures, Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Each treasure in the hall was at the level of the dark sky heart, each belonging to an invincible great saint tier. Various rare wonders, materials, and even many coveted great elixirs desired by invincible great saints were neatly arranged in the corners of the hall. Naturally, the tomb spirit said with pride, "How can His Majesty compare to those invincible great saints? With His Majesty's power, the many dangerous ruins of the Chaos Void have long been explored completely, thus yielding plentiful rewards." I see. Lin Yuan nodded. The Chaos Void contains many ruins, the most famous among them being the 9 great ruins like the Taiyuan ruins. These 9 ruins are all associated with 13-tier time beings. When Lin Yuan was still in his home universe, the white paper that could reduce dimensions erupted from the depths of the Taiyuan ruins. These ruins are filled with many dangers, yet also nurture countless opportunities. If one's strength is adequate, exploring these ruins will undoubtedly be profitable. Among these treasures are 33 invincible Great Saint tier weapons, 62 rare wonders of the same tier, the Tomb Spirit continued. Were it not for His Majesty distributing many treasures among his followers before his struggle to achieve the 13th tier, there would be many more now. Although His Majesty Xuan Huang was hasty in deciding to strive for the 13th tier, he made many preparations. To establish the Xuan Huang kingdom, His Majesty Xuan Huang fiercely clashed with many invincible great saints. While His Majesty Xuan Huang was present, those invincible great saints naturally dared not make a move, but if His Majesty Xuan Huang were to attempt reaching the 13th tier and remained in the shackles of time cycles for a long period, then, those invincible great saints who had once harbored enmity against His Majesty Xuan Huang would certainly act to settle scores with the profound Xuan Huang lineage. Therefore, before striving for the 13th tier, His Majesty Xuan Huang dispersed many disciples and followers of the profound Xuan Huang lineage. That is, Lin Yuan's gaze scanned over each treasure in the Grand Hall but quickly fell upon the highest platform. On it, there lay 3 weapons, a fist-sized seal, a golden suit of armor, and a golden sword. These 3 weapons gave Lin Yuan a feeling different from the others. Indistinctly, there was a sense of familiarity. Those are the Xuan Huang seal, the armor of Xuan Huang, and the Xuan Huang sword, the life weapons crafted by His Majesty, and the strongest among the various weapons. The Tomb Spirit spoke. These 3 weapons are naturally yours as well. Lin Yuan gazed at the Xuan Huang seal, armor of Xuan Huang, and the Xuan Huang sword, already informed by the spirit of the Xuan Huang secret realm about His Majesty. Xuan Huang's primary battle weapons. Indeed, they were these 3. The Xuan Huang seal is a suppression-type weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Xuan Huang, one seal can shroud the heavens, and even invincible great saints dare not directly block it. And the armor of Xuan Huang further combines physical defense, soul defense, and mental will defense, truly an exceptional all-around defensive weapon. As for the Xuan Huang sword, it is an ultimate attacking weapon. In the hands of His Majesty Xuan Huang, the Xuan Huang sword has extinguished not just one invincible great saint's flesh and soul. Of course, extinguishing an invincible great saint's flesh and soul doesn't imply completely killing them, but it definitely inflicts severe injury. These treasures are all mine. What if His Majesty later breaks free from the time cycles? Lin Yuan hesitated slightly. Other treasures aside, but the Xuan Huang seal, armor of Xuan Huang sword, are His Majesty Xuan Huang's life weapons, similar to Lin Yuan's origin clock. What are life weapons? They are as bound as kin, equivalent to a familial relationship. Over 30 million cosmic eras have passed since His Majesty broke free from the time cycles. The Tomb Spirit shook its head gently. The earlier the break from time cycles occurs, the greater the hope. Surpassing 100 cosmic eras sees hope considerably reduced. Exceeding 1,000 cosmic eras, there's virtually no hope. And to surpass over 30 million cosmic eras? Moreover, if His Majesty really breaks free from the time cycles, becoming a time being, would he even care about these things? The Tomb Spirit said. True. Lin Yuan nodded. Indeed so. Even if His Majesty Xuan Huang escapes the time cycles in the future, with the status of a 13-tier time being, he likely wouldn't regard these treasures. Then I won't hold back. Lin Yuan promptly gathered up the numerous treasures within the Grand Hall. The Tomb Spirit watched quietly without any hindrance. Ultimately, after hesitating for a while, the Tomb Spirit still spoke. As for the supreme treasure by which His Majesty left the suppression of time cycles, the Tomb Spirit reached out and a Xuan yellow bead appeared before him. Is this the supreme treasure? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. He speculated the final supreme treasure His Majesty obtained likely relates to the 13-tier time being, otherwise, it wouldn't require the power of time cycles to suppress. No. The Tomb Spirit shook its head. No? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Wasn't the Xuan yellow bead the supreme treasure? Then why did the Tomb Spirit specifically bring it out? But as long as this bead is crushed, it can yield that supreme treasure. After a long silence, the Tomb Spirit finally spoke. This was an order given to him by His Majesty Xuan Huang before his struggle for the 13th tier, as the spirits created by His Majesty Xuan Huang. The Tomb Spirit cannot disobey any order from His Majesty Xuan Huang. Crush it, and you can gain that supreme treasure? Lin Yuan was very curious, scrutinizing the Xuan yellow bead closely. In a vague sense, Lin Yuan perceived this bead to be suffused with the power of time, albeit incredibly weak. Indeed. The Tomb Spirit nodded before saying, however, I hope you refrain from crushing it for now. That treasure holds great importance. Even His Majesty relied on the 13th tier breakthrough coupled with descending time cycles to temporarily suppress it. If you crush it prematurely, danger may arise. The tomb spirit looked at Lin Yuan. Moreover, I personally, that is, me personally, do not wish for you to crush it too quickly. His Majesty Xuanhuang's original command left for him was to crush the yellow bead immediately once the successor arrived and inherited everything. But the tomb spirit instinctively did not want to do this, knowing what it signified. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. He could discern that the tomb spirit was reluctant to have this yellow bead crushed. Although unaware of the reasons, Lin Yuan did not plan to act contrary. His journey to the Xuanhuang universe had already yielded ample rewards. The numerous mystical treasures outside the tomb, and so many treasure weapons within, including His Majesty Xuanhuang's main battle weapon, all had been gained. Lin Yuan was already quite satisfied. As for that supreme treasure acquired by His Majesty Xuanhuang, the fact that it compelled His Majesty Xuanhuang to advance prematurely to the 13th tier implies its significance. Even if the tomb spirit asked him to crush the yellow bead now, Lin Yuan would consider it cautiously and, finally, most probably choose not to crush it. Even if he had to crush it, he would wait until he stepped into the Chaos Realm or thoroughly cultivated to the peak of the Chaos Realm. With Lin Yuan's foundation, if he cultivates to the peak of the Chaos Realm, he may not necessarily reach the Invincible Great Saint level, but it would probably be close. With a little more accumulation, he would become the strongest Invincible Great Saint in the history of Chaos Void. Alright, this tomb is also a weapon. You can refine it now, the tomb spirit spoke. After refining, leave the Xuanhuang universe quickly. Leave the Xuanhuang universe? Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that ever since this tomb manifested, the deep-seated space-time collapse of the Xuanhuang universe seemed to hasten. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, outside the Xuanhuang universe, the Chaos Venerables haven't left. Though they dare not enter, they want to wait outside for a while longer, to see when the mysterious Galaxy Great Saint would emerge. Suddenly, a remote space-time silently began to permeate with an enigmatic aura. This aura made the rules of the Chaos Void retreat and form a completely new set of rules, distinct from those of Chaos Void. What's happening? I can't sense the external rule fluctuations. Why does it feel like new, unexplored fluctuations are emerging? Has a peerless great saint arrived by a thought turning into void? The many Chaos Venerables' expressions changed drastically. The standing of a peerless great saint can form a world of its own rule domain, in which the peerless great saint creates rules favorable to oneself. For example, the peerless great saint rule within a domain world disallows void traversing, so void traversing becomes impossible. Of course, the rules set by the peerless great saint must also be followed by themselves. Enemies cannot traverse the void, and neither can the peerless great saint. Despite such limitations, these means of reversing rules put the strength of peerless great saints beyond that of chaos great saints. Is it them too? In distant, twisted space-time, the eye of myriad laws and other special entities sensed something and gazed toward distant space-time. Weren't these two always in a deep slumber? Yes, I recall they had a grudge with His Majesty Xuanhuang. After over 30 million cosmic eras, still planning for revenge? The halved long blade spoke, somewhat surprised. Most peerless great saints, and even the chaos great saints, eventually choose to advance to the 13th tier. But still a minority of peerless great saints choose not to, opting instead to sleep through cosmic eras. Choosing revenge over advancing to the 13th tier, the Eye of Myriad Laws also looked from afar. Ancient Ming Chaos Continent, Star Tier Fragment World. Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit sat cross-legged. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Is the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion seeking me? Lin Yuan's mind stirred subtly as the Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths Pavilion, seeking audience outside, appeared before him. Galaxy. The Pavilion Master of 10,000 Paths. Pavilion opened an eye suddenly in the middle of the brow, its pupil a pale gold, exuding an air of supremacy. Eye of Myriad Laws. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly stern, immediately realizing the Pavilion Master standing before him was possessed by the Eye of Myriad Laws, who now appeared had to be the Eye of Myriad Laws itself. What business do you have with me? Lin Yuan asked solemnly. The personal visit of the Eye of Myriad Laws surely signified major happenings. You should still be inside the Xuanhuang universe, correct? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Leave quickly. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Two peerless great saints are proceeding there. Chapter 166, 27 Hung Shao and Yulin, please subscribe. Chapter 166, Chapter 27, Hung Shao and Yulin, please subscribe. Two absolute saints? Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The emergence of the Xuanhuang universe attracting a large number of Chaos Venerables and several Chaos Great Saints is entirely normal. But Absolute Saints, firstly, compared to the Chaos Great Saints, the number of Absolute Saints is much fewer. The probability of an Absolute Saint appearing near a newly emerged postnatal universe in the dispersed Chaos Void is almost negligible. Great saints like Blacklight and Dual Origin, among others, manage to come over through various means because they happen to be within 10,000 void domains around the emerging Xuanhuang universe. Hence, they could afford the price for the Eye of Myriad Laws and the ancient altar spirit to teleport them. If it were farther, the cost would increase significantly. Within the range of 10,000 void domains, there would likely be about 8 or 9 Chaos Great Saints. As for Absolute Saints, even in 10 million or a billion void domains, it's almost impossible for an Absolute Saint to appear. Most Absolute Saints hide in mysterious special places within the Chaos Void, seldom contacting the outside world easily. For an Absolute Saint, they can create their own postnatal universe, unless it is explicitly known that this postnatal universe comes from His Majesty Xuan Huang, who is an Absolute Saint. Otherwise, they are unlikely to come personally. According to the Eye of Myriad Laws, are there currently 2 Absolute Saints approaching the Xuan Huang universe? Absolute Saints? And 2 at a time? Don't doubt, these 2 Absolute Saints have a grudge against that kid Xuan Huang. The Eye of Myriad Laws shook slightly, back when Xuan Huang was attempting the 13th tier after 10,000 cosmic eras. When it was clear that the chances of advancing to the 13th tier were slim, it was these 2 Absolute Saints who pushed the decline of the profound Xuang line. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan understood suddenly. Although he didn't know the specific deeds of His Majesty Xuan Huang in the Chaos Void, it was obviously extremely domineering. To call oneself His Majesty, how could one not be domineering? Being domineering naturally leads to many enemies, who dare not emerge when you are alive, but when you attempt the 13th tier and lack hope of escaping the cycle of time, they secretly stir up trouble to take revenge. After the Moyu Tower Master attempted the 13th tier, the rapid decline of the Magic Jade Tower was probably for this reason. Of course, every great saint will arrange everything for their subordinates before attempting the 13th tier, rather than saying that the profound Xuan Huang line and the Magic Jade Tower were forced to decline. It's more like they chose to fade away with time. What do these 2 Absolute Saints want to do when they come? Completely eradicate the Xuan Huang universe? Lin Yuan asked. Pretty much. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. I didn't expect, after more than 30 million cosmic eras, that Hongxiao and Jade Qilin still hold a grudge. Great Saint Hongxiao, Jade Qilin, Great Saint. These names of the 2 Absolute Saints have almost faded in the history of time. Only a special existence like the Eye of Myriad Laws, which has witnessed nearly the entire past and present of the Chaos Void, knows the details about them. What should I do? Lin Yuan immediately asked. Although Lin Yuan could suppress formidable great saints like Dual Origin and Black Light, it doesn't mean he's equivalent to an Absolute Saint. Lin Yuan achieved this through his nearly flawless abilities, domain suppression, and various offensive means, completely restraining most Chaos Great Saints. However, if facing Absolute Saints, Lin Yuan has no confidence. In such a situation, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to confront head-on. Where in the Xuan Huang universe are you currently? As long as you can come out within 10 breaths, I can send you away before Hongxiao and Jade Qilin arrive. The Eye of Myriad Laws said, the entire Xuan Huang universe is filled with the rules set by His Majesty Xuan Huang. The Eye of Myriad Laws, such a special existence, wouldn't enter such a place easily, at most observing from outside. 10 breaths? Lin Yuan frowned. I'm in the deepest part of the universe. I can't come out in 10 breaths. Not to mention 10 breaths, even 100 or 1,000 breaths wouldn't suffice for Lin Yuan. It took him several months to reach the depths of the Xuan Huang universe. Can't come out? The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan, still in the deepest part of the Xuan Huang universe. The Eye of Myriad Laws also felt troubled. How are your gains in the Xuan Huang universe? The Eye of Myriad Laws knew about Lin Yuan receiving His Majesty Xuan Huang's inheritance, guessing he should have great gains inside. Not bad. Not just not bad. Lin Yuan had collected almost all the treasures, rare items, and weapons within the Xuan Huang universe, even obtaining His Majesty Xuan Huang's personal weapon. If it's just not bad, then I'd suggest you hand over everything you've gained in the Xuan Huang universe, and I'll mediate. Jade Qilin and Hongxiao might show some leniency and let you go once. The Eye of Myriad Laws suggested, even if Lin Yuan obtained the inheritance from His Majesty Xuan Huang, he's ultimately not a member of the profound Xuan Huang line from that era. Even though Jade Qilin and Hongxiao have immense hatred towards the profound Xuan line, taking a step back and voluntarily handing over all the gains would prevent them from taking extreme actions. Even Absolute Saints would have some qualms considering the Eye of Myriad Laws' relationship with life at the 13th tier, even if it can't directly meddle with the causes and effects in the Chaos Void. Hand over all the gains? Lin Yuan frowned tightly. This time, the gains within the Xuan Huang universe were enormous for him. Was he to give them up just like that? Lin Yuan was naturally unwilling. If you're really unwilling to hand over the gains, the Eye of Myriad Laws noticed Lin Yuan's thoughts, immediately saying, then let me mediate directly, but if you show no gesture, Jade Qilin and Hongxiao might not heed my words. Chapter 1167, 27 Hongxiao and Yulin, please subscribe. To Chapter 1167, Chapter 27, Hongxiao and Yulin, please subscribe. 2. For an Absolute Saint, a special entity like the Eye of Myriad Laws is at most something to be wary of, but fear? Far from it. After all, the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot intervene directly, while an absolute saint has essentially reached the pinnacle of the chaos void. The absolute saint dares not provoke the Eye of Myriad Laws, fearing to attract the attention of the life behind it, but the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot force any absolute saint to do anything. Then please. Lin Yuan looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws and said with a slightly solemn tone, I can only try. There's no guarantee that Jade Keelan or Hung Xiao will listen to me. The Eye of Myriad Laws said directly. Over the long years, he has formed good relations with many absolute saints, but to have them oppose two absolute saints, especially those from more than 30 million cosmic eras ago, it's difficult, and it's already too late. Great Saint Jade Keelan and Great Saint Hung Xiao dared not cause trouble while Xuan Huang was alive, but that does not mean these two absolute saints are weak. On the contrary, Great Saint Jade Keelan and Great Saint Hung Xiao are considered powerful among absolute saints. The ability to endure under the cosmic suppression of an almost invincible great saint like Xuan Huang for so many cosmic eras is not something an ordinary absolute saint can accomplish. Outside the Xuan Huang universe, two figures appeared silently. These two figures stood calmly, and the rules of space-time and the Great Dao all retreated, permeated by an entirely new rule of the Great Dao covering from themselves. Each Chaos Venerable shivered in fear, trembling under the invisible aura. Xuan Huang Universe. This is the universe created by Xuan Huang. It's been so long since I felt this kind of aura. The figure on the left, wearing jade armor and with an ancient gaze, looked at the distant entrance of the Xuan Huang universe, his voice traveling through time and space. At that moment, all beings who heard the voice had their minds and wills affected, twisted, as though they would completely submit to the voice's owner. Erase the Xuan Huang universe, and there won't be much trace left of Xuan Huang in this chaos void. The fear in our hearts will dissipate significantly, and then we can attempt to break through to the 13th stage. The other figure spoke up. The first to speak among these two figures was Great Saint Jade Keelan, and next was Great Saint Hung Xiao. Breaking through to the 13th stage will face time loops. Not only will it be tests we've never encountered before, but they will also target our psychological weaknesses. Great Saint Jade Keelan said in a low voice, For these two absolute saints, Xuan Huang has already become something akin to a heart demon. For over 30 million cosmic eras, the reason the two absolute saints kept pushing for the downfall of the profound Xuan Huang lineage included a hatred for Xuan Huang. They also want to erase traces of Xuan Huang's existence, thereby weakening their own psychological obsession and heart demon. Only in this way can they increase their chances of surviving the time loop. Let's go and see what Xuan Huang left behind. Great Saint Huan Xiao glanced at Great Saint Jade Keelan and first stepped into the Xuan Huang universe. Great Saint Jade Keelan followed closely behind. Rumble, as soon as the two absolute saints entered the Xuan Huang universe. They were immediately suppressed by the rules of the Xuan Huang universe, but in an instant, the suppression originating from the universe's origin source was diluted and neutralized. Xuan Huang, this is merely a universe you left behind. In over 40 million cosmic eras, its internal space-time has begun to collapse and can no longer affect us. Great Saint Hung Xiao's gaze was calm. If Xuan Huang were still alive, no matter how bold they were, they would not dare enter this postnatal universe. But Xuan Huang has already fallen into a time loop, with this postnatal universe operating and suppressing on instinct. How could it possibly deal with them, in the deepest part of the Xuan Huang universe? Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and, at the same time, avatars from across the universe quickly approached him. Senior, Lin Yuan released the tomb spirit. Can you still merge the tomb into the depths of space-time, just like it manifested before I arrived? Such means of merging with space-time must be personally executed by His Majesty. The tomb spirit paused slightly and shook his head. Since you have come and inherited everything from His Majesty, even the tomb is now yours. Naturally, it cannot be merged. What's wrong? Has some issue occurred? The tomb spirit also noticed that Lin Yuan's tone seemed a bit off. The two enemies of your majesty, Great Saint Hung Xiao and Great Saint Jade Keelan, have arrived, Lin Yuan immediately said. Those two? Tomb Spirit's expression subtly changed. As the spirit created by Xuan Huang, it inherited some memories and was aware of these two peerless great saints. Before His Majesty last attempted to ascend to the 13th tier, he had specifically sought them out, killed 39 of their physical bodies, and only stopped once the causal linkage was confirmed to have disappeared. Unexpectedly, they managed to endure it, Tomb Spirit said. Does this universe have any other exits? Lin Yuan immediately asked. I am just the Tomb Spirit, not the spirit of the universe, Tomb Spirit replied helplessly. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. He could feel two presences different from the Xuan Huang universe rapidly occupying the surrounding time and space, and in an instant covering more than half. Whether it was Lin Yuan or other great saints, upon entering the Xuanhuang universe, they usually integrated their presence into the universe. However, these two presences were making themselves transcend the universe, even beginning to replace the laws and operations of the Xuanhuang universe. Swish. Lin Yuan immediately stowed away the tomb spirit and simultaneously began communicating with the Eye of Myriad Laws. In no time, Great Saint Jade Qilin and Great Saint Hongxiao descended into the deepest part of the universe. Did not expect its Xuanhuang remnants. Great Saint Jade Qilin glanced at Lin Yuan and instantly recognized the aura indicating Lin Yuan practiced the evolutionary path of Xuanhuang. From the time they entered the Xuanhuang universe until now, the two peerless great saints had only spent 10 breaths, unaffected in the slightest by the time-space suppression within the Xuanhuang universe. Two great saints. Lin Yuan spoke, with the exterior universe operating, resisting the oppression of the two peerless great saints. Interesting. Great Saint Hongxiao gazed down at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on his face. Throughout so many cosmic eras, we have eradicated many Shuang remnants. You are the most powerful of them. Buzz. At this moment, virtual air breath drew into shape, forming a giant eye. Hongxiao, Jade Qilin, the Eye of Myriad Laws, looked at the two peerless great saints. He was reluctant to enter the Xuanhuang universe, but it wasn't impossible for him to do so. Eye of Myriad Laws? What are you doing coming in? Great Saint Hongxiao appeared surprised. Perhaps other entities were unaware of their feud with Xuanhuang's lineage, but the Eye of Myriad Laws certainly understood, so why bother joining at this moment? The galaxy has causation with our 10,000 Paths Pavilion. May I let him out? The Eye of Myriad Laws spoke. Rest assured, I can make him vow never to participate in anything related to Xuanhuang's lineage in the future. Let him out? Great Saint Hongxiao looked at the Eye of No Laws, speaking blandly. Eye of Myriad Laws, you really want to meddle in everything. Other matters can be discussed, but not this one. Great Saint Jade Qilin directly said. Although Lin Yuan wasn't a peerless great saint, his strength was certainly at the pinnacle among Chaos great saints. Letting Lin Yuan go, it would absolutely be an unignorable hazard. We will not only refrain from letting him go, but we will also hunt all of his true bodies and avatars, Great Saint Hongxiao spoke. It was precisely because Xuanhuang did not completely annihilate them that led to the insane revenge on Xuanhuang's lineage by the two peerless great saints later. Now, Great Saint Hongxiao naturally wouldn't make the same mistake. Hunt all my true bodies and avatars? Lin Yuan's expression subtly changed. Originally, he intended to simply hand over his gains if there was truly no choice. After all, given Lin Yuan's growth speed, Great Saint Hongxiao and Great Saint Jade Qilin would at most just be temporary custodians. Once Lin Yuan breakthroughs to the Chaos Realm and possesses strength akin to an invincible Great Saint, he could easily retrieve it. But to hunt down all his true bodies and avatars? Do you really have to take things this far? The Eye of Myriad Laws hadn't anticipated the two peerless Great Saints to be this ruthless. Chapter 15828, Crush It Seeking Subscription. Chapter 158, Chapter 28, Crush It Seeking Subscription. The Eye of Myriad Laws, your creator, is a great time being. The Jade Qilin Great Saint looked at the Eye of Myriad Laws. Precisely for this reason, you cannot intervene in the entanglements and causality within the Chaos Void, nor can you directly stop us. You can call in favors to have other Supreme Saints stop us, but for how long? The Jade Qilin Great Saint said with a smile. Throughout the long years, the 10,000 Paths Pavilion has helped many cultivators with great potential, a few of whom eventually became Supreme Saints. But to expect these Supreme Saints to oppose us because of past assistance, the Jade Qilin Great Saint didn't believe any Supreme Saint would do so. Moreover, the galaxy is now before us, and this physical body is doomed to annihilation. The Eye of Myriad Laws can at most prevent us from hunting down the true bodies of the galaxy, but only a Supreme Saint can stop me, and essentially, no Supreme Saint would do so. The Eye of Myriad Laws remained silent. Indeed, it was so. It is a special existence related to the 13th stage, holding a transcendent position in the Chaos Void, with no Supreme Saint daring to provoke it willingly. Even the Xuan Emperor and the Moyu Tower Master, such invincible great saints, would not dare to provoke it actively. But ultimately, it is not a true time being and cannot bring much intimidation to Supreme Saints. Supreme Saints hold it in respect at most, not in fear. Leave. The Great Saint Hongxiao spoke, also having no intention of thoroughly offending the Eye of Myriad Laws. But Lin Yuan, this remnant of the profound Xuanhuang, would certainly not be let go. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even if he cannot become a Supreme Saint in the future, he can easily pose a threat to their tribe when the two of them ascend to the 13th stage. The two Supreme Saints have lived through numerous cosmic eras, with relatives and friends mostly deceased, but their tribe remains. Jade Qilin, Hongxiao, I will remember you. The Eye of Myriad Laws directly dissipated on the spot. At the same time, the Star Tier Fragment World. The Eye of Myriad Laws looked at Lin Yuan. Galaxy, I'm helpless. The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed, although before coming forward it had predicted there was a high possibility that the two Supreme Saints would not heed its words. But truly facing this scene, the Eye of Myriad Laws still felt somewhat helpless. However, with me here, those two can only erase your physical body in the Xuanhuang universe. As for all your true bodies and avatars, that's impossible. The Eye of Myriad Laws said with a cold laugh, I know a few special mysterious places that can isolate causality and space-time. Besides me, no other beings, even invincible great saints, can enter. The Eye of Myriad Laws said, now prepare to bring along your tribe and friends, and I will transport you there. While the Eye of Myriad Laws cannot directly intervene in the chaos and causality within the chaos void, it can indirectly influence it. Like now, as the two Supreme Saints want to hunt down all Lin Yuan's true bodies and avatars, the Eye of Myriad Laws simply sends Lin Yuan to a place the two Supreme Saints cannot enter, such that the two Supreme Saints are naturally helpless. Thank you, Lin Yuan said with a slight tone of gratitude. In fact, even without the Eye of Myriad Laws, Lin Yuan had means to protect his primordial spirit avatars. The safest way is to place all the human civilization tribes into a micro-world and then descend into other dimensional worlds via the door of Myriad Worlds. As long as the human civilization within the micro-world doesn't come out, they won't notice the world's changes. When Lin Yuan grows powerful enough to sweep through those two Supreme Saints, he can naturally bring the human civilization back. However, this method involves different dimensions and perhaps risks exposing the door of Myriad Worlds. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan still prefers not to do so. So far, Lin Yuan has never let a second person contact the door of Myriad Worlds. No need to thank me. I'm also doing it for myself. The door of Myriad Worlds said, if you die at the hands of Jade Keelan and the others, wouldn't my previous efforts to spread the path of martial path evolution to you be in vain? The door of Myriad Worlds helped Lin Yuan with its own plans as well. One reason it held Lin Yuan in high regard, believing that as long as he continued growing smoothly, he would at least become an invincible great saint. The second is that the door of Myriad Worlds had already made many investments in Lin Yuan, and naturally could not watch those two Supreme Saints make a move against him idly. The Jade Keelan Great Saint and the Great Saint Hong Xiao looked down at Lin Yuan. I'm curious about what you've gained in this Xuanhuang universe. Did the Xuan Emperor leave anything concerning us? The Jade Keelan Great Saint said. Now the entire Xuanhuang universe is under the control of the two Supreme Saints, so there is no rush. No, Lin Yuan observed the two Supreme Saints while speaking. Inside the Xuanhuang Mausoleum, there are many murals depicting the great events of the Xuan Emperor, from obscurity to overlooking the entire chaos void. But throughout, Lin Yuan never saw any record concerning the Jade Keelan Great Saint or the Great Saint Hong Xiao. If it weren't for learning from the Tomb Spirit that the Xuan Emperor wiped out 39 bodies of the two Supreme Saints before attempting to ascend to the 13th stage, Lin Yuan wouldn't even know the deeds of these two Supreme Saints. No, the Xuan Emperor didn't leave any information on us? The Jade Keelan Great Saint's face turned ugly, and so did the Great Saint Hong Xiao beside him, the implication being that the Xuan Emperor never regarded them highly. Upon realizing this, the aura of the two Supreme Saints began to ripple softly. Gets now. Lin Yuan stepped forward. The space-time around started to warp, specifically the profound Xuanhuang's three great Dao-protecting secret skills: space, time, 9 steps. Facing the two Supreme Saints, Lin Yuan had no intention of opposing them, but focused on escape instead. Space, time, 9 steps? The Jade Keelan Great Saint shook his head slightly. We've hunted enough of the disciples of the profound Shuang tribe and long developed means to suppress such escape secret skills. Just as the words fell, Lin Yuan noticed the surrounding space-time beginning to change, and his grasp over time and space rapidly waned. Failed on the first step, Lin Yuan thought to himself, likewise looking up at the two Supreme Saints. If that's the case, then we'll fight to the death. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly burned with fighting spirit, and the universe around him began to whirl crazily. The Jade Keelan Great Saint showed a somewhat astonished expression. Though not a Supreme Saint, on account of the personal domain, he can compel the Great Dao's rules to retreat. Impressive. I increasingly want to kill you. The Great Saint Hong Xiao's tone gradually turned icy. The more formidable Lin Yuan seemed, the stronger their desire to kill him grew. Rumbling sounds. In the next moment, the Great Saint Hong Xiao decisively acted, slapping at the universe around Lin Yuan, outside the Xuanhuang universe. In the twisted space-time, the Eye of Myriad Laws and several other special existences still had not left. Myriad Laws, what did you go in there for just now? The broken long blade glanced at the Eye of Myriad Laws. The Eye of Myriad Laws had split a trace of power into the Xuanhuang universe, and they naturally noticed it. Nothing in particular, just wanted to take someone away. The Eye of Myriad Laws said, take someone away? The broken long blade said, rejected by Hong Xiao and the others? Yes. The Eye of Myriad Laws nodded. Humph. Ants doomed to be trapped in a time loop, they can only show off their might now. The broken long blade shook its head. As an existence similar to the Eye of Myriad Laws, it naturally stood in opposition to the invincible Great Saint. Huh? Just then, the nearby ancient altar spirit was slightly surprised. Is there a fight inside? At this moment, within the Xuanhuang universe, vast space-time fluctuations faintly spread, like two prehistoric behemoths trembling in deep waters, causing the water surface to become unsteady, deep within the Xuanhuang universe. Lin Yuan exerted all his might to activate the cosmos outside his body, contending with Great Saint Hongxiao. Combining the devouring of the fierce sun's origin, along with mastering the second level of infinite void, and the enhancement of refining the dark sky heart. Lin Yuan's internal cosmos was already stronger than that of a normal invincible great saint. But the means of an invincible great saint are by no means limited to the internal cosmos, let alone Great Saint Hongxiao, who is not just any invincible great saint, not a match. Lin Yuan's heart was heavy. Although at this moment he barely contended with Great Saint Hongxiao, Lin Yuan knew it was only temporary. As time passed, he would inevitably be suppressed by this invincible great saint. Detonate the external cosmos? Lin Yuan thought of this method, simultaneously glancing at the other invincible great saint, Jade Qilin Great Saint. No great hope in his heart. With only Great Saint Hongxiao here, suddenly detonating the external cosmos might indeed create a chance to escape. But beside Great Saint Hongxiao, there was also Jade Qilin Great Saint. Under the pressure of two invincible great saints, even detonating the external cosmos would hardly offer a chance to escape. Even if I lose this body, I'll shatter all treasures and rare wonders in the end. Lin Yuan made up his mind. He couldn't destroy Great Saint-level weapons temporarily, but treasures and rare wonders, those he could annihilate. Suddenly. At that moment. Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. Within his internal cosmos, the Xuanhuang Mausoleum was suspended, and the tomb spirit appeared. Can you withstand Hongxiao and Jade Qilin? The tomb spirit asked. Probably not, Lin Yuan said truthfully. If not for Great Saint Hongxiao being unwilling to pay any price during his suppression, he would probably already be at a disadvantage. Alas, the tomb spirit fell silent. Once Lin Yuan couldn't resist, everything in the Xuanhuang universe would fall into the hands of Xuanhuang's enemies, especially the three personal weapons of His Majesty, and that one bead, you should crush it. The tomb spirit said bitterly, as if it had made a certain decision. Crush that bead? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Wouldn't that summon the treasure His Majesty obtained? Lin Yuan remembered the tomb spirit's words. Once that Xuanhuang bead was crushed, the treasure obtained by His Majesty from the dimensional rift would be acquired, even risking an early impact on the 13th stage to preserve that treasure. No matter, just crush it directly. After saying this, the tomb spirit vanished from its place, the outside world. Lin Yuan's expression was puzzled, but since the tomb spirit said so, he wouldn't hesitate and directly took out that Xuanhuang bead. The bead was round, with a Xuanhuang color inside, surrounded by a faint aura of time. Swish! The Xuanhuang bead appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. What is that? Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also saw this scene, and upon seeing the Xuanhuang bead, they vaguely sensed something. The next moment, Lin Yuan held the Xuanhuang bead, applying gentle pressure. Crack. The bead was crushed with a crisp sound. Time seemed to come to a halt. The instant the Xuanhuang bead was crushed, threads of the power of time began to gather. Space-time gradually manifested scene after scene, finally forming a loop, repeating endlessly like a cycle. In the scenes was an incomparably majestic heavenly court, with grand immortal palaces and lofty jade towers. In the highest divine hall, a man sat on the throne. The man rested his head on his right hand, appearing to be in slumber. But at the instant the Xuanhuang bead was crushed, this man seemed to sense something, slowly opening his closed eyes. Buzz. The man vanished soundlessly from the throne. Xuanhuang universe. Beside Lin Yuan. At some unknown time, a robust and majestic man appeared. The man was enveloped in golden light, perhaps the most emperorial of all the mighty great saints who had arisen across countless cosmic eras and myriad cosmic eras in the chaos void. He stood quietly by Lin Yuan's side, hands held behind his back, without looking at Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, but instead cast a glance at Lin Yuan. You? Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint trembled with terror, nearly turning to flee. Chapter 1169, 20 Wang Shuang seeking subscription. Chapter 1169, Chapter 29, Shuang Huang seeking subscription, outside Xuanhuang universe. The minds of many Chaos Venerables were shaken, and it took them a while to regain their composure. Just now, did a Supreme Great Saint enter? A single thought forms the void, replacing the rules of the Chaos Void. It must be a Supreme Great Saint. Only a Supreme Great Saint can form a new void rule and path in an instant. Ah, a Supreme Great Saint. The Chaos Venerables quickly conversed and discussed. The Chaos Evolution Power Foundation of a Supreme Great Saint is hefty enough to bear numerous rules and paths of the Chaos Void, which makes forming new rules possible. Becoming a Supreme Great Saint, strength is secondary. It further signifies that the path one's taking is broad enough. Although there are myriad paths, all leading to the same destination, the paths have no differences in rank. but a muddy trail compared to a heavenly path. Even if both can reach the end, the processes are vastly different. Simply said, for a Chaos Great Saint to become a Supreme Great Saint, it is unrelated to talent and aptitude. It depends on whether the path of strength one walks is hefty and wide. Why did the Eye of Myriad Laws immediately perceive that Lin Yuan could become a Supreme Great Saint upon detecting the evolution path Lin Yuan let it spread, originating from the branch of his own evolution path? It's because the martial arts evolution road can branch out so many paths at the path-splitting realm stage, even reaching paths with potential at the Chaos realm. One can imagine how broad and weighty the martial arts evolution road itself is. Such an evolution path, as long as it grows smoothly, becoming a Supreme Great Saint is inevitable. Were two Supreme Great Saints here just now? Two Supreme Great Saints? The Chaos Venerables quickly communicated. Some Venerable caught a fleeting glimpse of two vague figures arriving instantaneously from distant space-time. Great Saint Hong Xiao and Jade Keelan Great Saint never intended to enter the Xuanhuang universe quietly. As Supreme Great Saints, they should roam freely in the Chaos Void. How could they sneak around? Therefore, they never concealed themselves. But even so, most Chaos Venerables couldn't even lift their heads under the pressure of Supreme Great Saints. Only a few saw their vague forms. Did both Supreme Great Saints enter this postnatal universe? It seems this postnatal universe truly has a significant background. Whether it has a significant background, I'm not concerned, as it has nothing to do with me. Indeed, just that Galaxy Saint is rather unfortunate. The Chaos Venerables suddenly thought of the situation within the Xuanhuang universe. Since suppressing Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint, and the other 8 Chaos Great Saints, this postnatal universe was completely occupied by Galaxy Great Saint. With the combat power Galaxy Great Saint displayed, other Chaos Great Saints dared not enter. As for the Chaos Venerables originally inside, Galaxy Great Saint didn't expel them, but these Chaos Venerables knew their limits, only daring to wander around the outer regions of the Xuanhuang universe. Simply put, this postnatal universe has already become Galaxy Great Saint's backyard. But now, the arrival of two Supreme Great Saints has completely disrupted this scenario. Galaxy Great Saint is strong. His domain world could make numerous rules and paths retreat, but after the decision of several Chaos Great Saints, Galaxy Great Saint ultimately did not reach the level of Supreme Great Saint. In this situation, with two Supreme Great Saints entering, the conclusion for Galaxy Great Saint within the universe is almost predictable. If lucky and those two Supreme Great Saints are in a good mood, he might leave alive, but the gains from this trip within the universe would surely have to be surrendered. If unlucky, just like Galaxy Great Saint treated Blacklight Great Saint, Wild Barbarian Great Saint suppressed by two Supreme Great Saints, exchanging with ransom. If even unluckier, if detested by the two Supreme Great Saints, there's a chance of directly facing death. The stature of Supreme Great Saints is too high, they don't care much about ransom, distant void domain. Wild Barbarian Great Saint saw many friends, none willing to step in to assist him in negotiating with Galaxy Great Saint. At that moment, Wild Barbarian Great Saint received news. Two Supreme Great Saints entered that postnatal universe too? Upon hearing this, Wild Barbarian Great Saint's expression was not of joy, but fear. His main battle body was in the hands of Galaxy Great Saint in the Xuanhuang universe, so he was very concerned about information from that area, immediately being aware of the two Supreme Great Saints' arrival. Things have become complicated. Wild Barbarian Great Saint's brows knitted tightly. The exchange for his main battle body in the hands of Lin Yuan required a high price, but at least that price was determined. For instance, Wild Barbarian Great Saint only needed to gather 10 billion Chaos Stones to regain his main battle body. This is what Galaxy Great Saint agreed to. Such a mighty existence generally would not be untrustworthy. But now with two additional Supreme Great Saints, it's beyond Wild Barbarian Great Saint's control. With two Supreme Great Saints entering the postnatal universe, Galaxy Great Saint should be suppressed, meaning the main battle bodies of these Chaos Great Saints fall into the hands of the two Supreme Great Saints. Galaxy Great Saint was willing to exchange their main battle bodies for 10 billion Chaos Stones. Doesn't mean the two Supreme Great Saints would do the same. Galaxy Great Saint, you must escape. Wild Barbarian Great Saint gazed towards the Xuanhuang universe, silently pondering. He inexplicably hoped that Galaxy Great Saint, who suppressed his main battle body, could escape from the hands of those two Supreme Great Saints. Not only Wild Barbarian Great Saint, but Blacklight Great Saint, Tianlu Great Saint also felt uneasy. The entrance of Supreme Great Saints made the situation increasingly complex. Chapter 1170-29, Xuanhuang Seeking Subscription. 2 Chapter 170, Chapter 29, Xuanhuang Seeking Subscription. 2 Originally, one only needed to hand over the corresponding number of Chaos Stones to safely exchange back the main battle body, but now, who knows what further price needs to be paid. The two unparalleled Great Saints. The dual origin Great Saint, who had already reached another void domain, was slightly taken aback, then immediately felt a sense of relief. Galactic Great Saint, it seems I have to thank you. The dual-origin Great Saint thought to himself. If it weren't for the galactic Great Saint, he would still be exploring within the Xuanhuang universe at this moment. At this time, with the entry of the two unparalleled Great Saints, what could his dual-origin outcome be? The dual-origin Great Saint barely escaped from Lin Yuan's grasp after a desperate fight, but facing the unparalleled Great Saints, no matter how much he struggled for his life, he couldn't escape. By then, his fate would certainly be much worse than it is now. This galactic Great Saint, to persist for so long in front of Hongxiao? Remarkable. I reckon Hongxiao was unwilling to pay the price and wanted to suppress the galactic Great Saint without loss. Even so, it's very rare, as the galactic Great Saint doesn't even possess the power of chaos evolution. The Broken Blade, the Ancient Altar Spirit, the Eye of Myriad Laws, and several other special beings were observing the situation within the Xuanhuang universe. At the level of an unparalleled Great Saint, the formation of an independent void world makes it impossible for these special beings to forcibly penetrate for observation. But based on the faint time-space fluctuations transmitted, many things could be inferred. These special beings have experienced one cosmic era after another, possessing keen vision and can deduce many conclusions from subtle hints. At this moment, the entire Xuanhuang universe froze completely. This freezing involved not only space, but also time. If the previous Xuanhuang universe was a stream of flowing water, then at this moment, the Xuanhuang universe had solidified from flowing water to a solid. All power fluctuations and aura rules were completely silenced, unable to be transmitted in the slightest. What is this? The special beings like the Broken Blade and the Ancient Altar Spirit suddenly had a change in expression, and a common thought surged in their hearts. Xuanhuang, a majestic and towering man, stood in midair without emitting any aura. But since his appearance, inexplicable changes began in the Xuanhuang universe. The Grand Road rules started boiling, and the rules initially oppressed by the Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint rapidly counterpressed. Compared to the changes in the Xuanhuang universe, Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint paid no attention. The gazes of the two unparalleled Great Saints were fixed on the majestic and towering man, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene, like the sudden appearance of someone who absolutely should not have appeared. Xuanhuang, weren't you advancing to the 13th stage? Great Saint Hongxiao was on high alert, his voice trembling. He was certain that the majestic and towering man before him was not some kind of imprint consciousness, but Xuanhuang himself, the invincible Great Saint who, over 30 million cosmic eras ago, had the power to sweep away other unparalleled Great Saints. Back when Xuanhuang was advancing towards the 13th stage, to eliminate potential threats, he specifically hunted down a batch of unparalleled Great Saints, among whom were Hongxiao and Jade Qilin. In the end, Hongxiao and Jade Qilin, being left with no choice, opted for reincarnation to escape Xuanhuang's hunt. The Chaos Realm allows for reincarnation, and a Great Saint who achieves perfection in the Chaos Realm can retain some memories post-reincarnation, with an unparalleled Great Saint retaining even more. However, even if all memories are retained, what of it? After reincarnation, it is the weakest period for any Great Saint. If reincarnated into a strong species, it's still manageable, but if reincarnated into a fragile species, it becomes perilous. Reincarnation in the Chaos Realm, whether for ordinary beings or unparalleled Great Saints, is random, leaving no choice in the reincarnation target. In the boundless Chaos Void, primordial universes, secret realms, and the weak, fragile species make up 99%, with the strong species being few. This means that unless unbelievably lucky, even an unparalleled Great Saint is likely to reincarnate into a low starting point. With such a low start, even possessing partial memory, survival is still difficult if trapped in a desperate and perilous situation. Once the reincarnated body dies, a second reincarnation will occur, and the memories retained during the second reincarnation will become negligible, making the hope of returning as a Great Saint even more remote. At the Chaos Great Saint level, especially the Absolute Great Saints, their paths are vast and profound, holding hope of becoming a time life. If not absolutely necessary, they would never choose reincarnation. Have you crossed into the 13th layer? Beside him, Jade Qilin Great Saint was shaken. The first thought in his mind when he heard Xuanhuang slipped out of the time loop was that he had crossed into the 13th layer. No, you have not crossed into the 13th layer. The birth of every time life causes a vibration in the space-time layer of the Chaos Void, and we will certainly become aware of it. Jade Qilin Great Saint felt an immense terror in his heart, but still managed to maintain basic rationality. For life in the Chaos Void, when crossing from the 11th to the 12th layer, they will endure the infusion of the Chaos Void origin. And when crossing from the 12th to the 13th layer, it is the same, but the shock caused far exceeds the former. Right, you have not crossed into the 13th layer. Great Saint Hongxiao also realized, and they looked at the majestic and formidable man not far away. For over 30 million cosmic eras, this man has become their heart demon. The two absolute Great Saints dared not challenge the 13th layer, and they sought to erase the traces of the profound Xuanhuang lineage to minimize the heart demon's influence on them. So many cosmic eras have passed, and you two wastes have still not changed. The majestic and great man smiled and muttered to himself, Xuan Shuang? Lin Yuan also looked at the majestic and great man beside him, his heart rippling. Xuan Shuang? Is that Xuan Shuang, the founder of the profound Xuan Shuang lineage? Even though not an invincible great saint, yet not the slightest bit weaker than an invincible great saint's absolute great saint, Lin Yuan was filled with countless thoughts. Since stepping into the ninth layer and entering the Xuan Huang secret realm, he had heard of this sovereign Xuan Huang, and in the universe of his homeland, the legacy of the profound Xuan Huang line had played a significant role for him. And now, has he actually met the true sovereign Xuan Huang? Crushing that bead will summon sovereign Xuan Huang? Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, but a greater doubt arose in his heart. If so, why did the tomb spirit advise him as much as possible not to crush it? Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin, Great Saint's expressions were gloomy. Though still terrified, when they heard Xuan Huang refer to them as waste, their eyes clouded as if they returned to over 30 million cosmic eras ago. At that time, they were also absolute great saints, supposedly dominating the chaos void, ultimately consolidating everything to impact the 13th layer. But in that era, Xuan Huang, this monster, was born, who was born nothing more than an ant-like life nurtured by the natural universe. In terms of inheritance, Xuan Huang had no elders to rely on, yet this ant quickly grew to the Chaos Realm perfection, absolute great saint, Great Saint Hongxiao, Jade Qilin Great Saint, and many other absolute great saints of that era basically lived under Xuan Huang's shadow. Xuan Huang, over 30 million cosmic eras have passed. Jade Qilin and I underwent one reincarnation, returning to the peak much stronger than before. Great Saint Hongxiao's voice grew louder, resonating across space-time. Jade Qilin Great Saint was the same, his eyes quickly calmed down. Is that so? The majestic great man smiled slightly, then lifted his right hand behind him. Escape! Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, like startled birds, fled towards the entrance without hesitation. At this moment, Xuan Huang universe integrated into one. They could not tear the surrounding space-time, and only hope of escape lay at the entrance, inner universe. Inside the tomb spirit sat there, looking downcast, softly whispering, Your Majesty. Even though 30 million cosmic eras can't break through the time cycle, the hope of stepping into the 13th layer will be very slim, but however slim, it is still hope, and in the distant future, there might be changes. Even without changes, but falling into the time cycle, you are still alive. As long as you are alive, there is hope, there is hope. The eyes of the tomb spirit lowered, faint crystal tears rolled down. But why give up this hope? Why give up? The tomb spirit's body trembled violently. Chapter 171, 30. Before I perish, please subscribe. Chapter 171, Chapter 30. Before I perish, please subscribe. Escape. 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 Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint burned their physical and soul origins, hoping to distance themselves from that towering and powerful man. Swoosh. Time and space turned into a prison. Shuangqi suffused, trapping the two supreme great saints within. Xuan Huang, Great Saint Hongxiao roared. The time and space around him exploded in surges, trying to disperse the Xuan Huang prison, but unable to shake it even slightly. Jade Qilin Great Saint looked grave. He glanced not far away. Now they had returned to their original place. Xuan Huang stood there quietly, gazing at them indifferently, as if overlooking them from above. Xuan Huang, you haven't stepped into the 13th layer yet forcibly break out of the time loop. You're courting death. Jade Qilin Great Saint said solemnly, staring fixedly at the towering, powerful man. The towering, powerful man said nothing, his expression calm, flipping his raised right hand. Immediately, the Xuan Huang cage trapping the two supreme great saints began to collapse, and within it, Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint also started to collapse. Last time you survived, this time you won't. The towering, powerful man's gaze fixed. Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint struggled desperately but still turned to dust within 2 or 3 breaths, their bodies and soul bodies within their universes all disintegrated to dust. Dead? Not far away, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. 2 supreme great saints, just like that, dead? Lin Yuan had fought against Great Saint Hunxiao, knowing well the strength of this supreme great saint, far surpassing his own. Willing to pay the price, he could completely suppress him in a short time. But this supreme great saint could not last 2 or 3 breaths against Xuan Huang's hand, nor could Jade Qilin Great Saint, who was no weaker than Great Saint Hunxiao. 2 supreme great saints, in Lin Yuan's hands, seemed like those chaos venerables in front of him, without any ability to resist. The strength of an invincible great saint, is it so much stronger than a supreme great saint? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. He also concluded Xuan Huang hadn't stepped into the 13th layer, still at the 12th, but this strength was too strong. Supreme great saints of the same level were like ants. No, an invincible great saint shouldn't be this strong. Lin Yuan was certain in his heart. Invincible great saints were indeed stronger than supreme great saints, able to sweep the ladder, but the difference in strength couldn't be this vast. Is it because of the time loop? Lin Yuan looked at the towering, powerful man. At this moment, Xuanhuang's state was very strange, between the 12th and 13th layer. Neither having stepped into the 13th layer nor surpassed the 12-layer category, after Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint were completely annihilated. The towering, powerful man retracted his right hand, glanced at Lin Yuan, and said with a smile, "I'll go deal with some hidden dangers. I'll be back soon." "All right." Lin Yuan nodded, looking at the towering, powerful man disappearing from the original place, outside the Xuanhuang universe. The Chaos Venerables didn't know what had happened within the universe, still discussing the scene of Great Saint Hunxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint entering. In the distance, several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws had a solemn expression. At this moment, the towering, powerful man appeared at the entrance of the universe. In a daze, the Xuanhuang universe behind him started to spread infinitely, encompassing the four directions of time-space, chaos void. Who is that? Why did he come out? Where are the two supreme great saints? Many Chaos Venerables were still confused, not reacting. Indeed, it is Xuanhuang. The long knife broken in two said in a low voice, even though it was already certain, 3 million cosmic eras ago, the Xuanhuang who attempted the 13th layer reappeared. Seeing it in person now still made its heart a bit unsettled. As a special existence, they had witnessed too much, even personally experienced the birth of 13th layer time life. But to forcibly break out of the time loop, it was very rare. 1, it was extremely difficult, and 2, the cost was too high. The forcible breakout here was not a normal breakthrough of the time loop constraint, but to break out in another way. Xuanhuang, I didn't expect the heart demon effect was so great. The Eye of Myriad Laws sighed. He had told Lin Yuan before that Xuanhuang's chance to break the time loop was very low because this supreme great saint's heart demon was just too heavy. Now it seems indeed so. Chaos Void, the towering, powerful man appeared outside the Xuanhuang universe, took a deep breath. In an instant, the chaos chi of several void domains around him, along with the thin chaos chi of the desolate void, was completely swallowed into his mouth. The towering, powerful man glanced at the positions of several special existences like the Eye of Myriad Laws, did not pay much attention, but extended his right hand, sword, come to me. Shuangqi gathered, forming the shadow of a long sword. The long sword was similar to the sword of the Xuanhuang that Lin Yuan obtained, but in a phantom state. Even so, an unprecedented sharpness condensed within the phantom longsword. Slash. The towering, powerful man slashed 2 swords deep into the chaos void, a highly secretive void secret realm. Great Saint Hunxiao looked solemn, gazing distantly in a certain direction, and murmured, "Xuanhuang?" As a peerless great saint who had lived through tens of millions of cosmic eras, Great Saint Hunxiao naturally had many means of self-preservation, having 4 true bodies and as many as 58 avatars. 4 true bodies and 58 avatars. As long as one was alive, Great Saint Hunxiao could quickly recover. As for the means of self-preservation, in the boundless chaos void, Great Saint Hunxiao had left countless means for survival. Should all true bodies and avatars perish, the self-preservation means would be triggered, allowing for a resurrection. 30 million cosmic eras ago, you killed all my true bodies and broke my many survival methods, and I had no choice but to reincarnate. But now? Can you still force me into reincarnation? Great Saint Hunxiao sat there quietly. At this moment, a sword light came slashing towards Great Saint Hunxiao through the causal time-space. What? Before Great Saint Hunxiao could react, his flesh and soul were quickly annihilated under the sword light. At the same time, the third true body of Great Saint Hunxiao, located deep in a spatial temporal maze, was likewise obliterated by a sword light. The fourth true body was slashed. The first avatar hidden deep within the Taiyuan ruins was slashed. The second avatar hiding in a special place was slashed. The third avatar within a mysterious space was slashed. At the same instant, all 3 of Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies and 58 avatars were completely slashed. In the boundless chaos void, the many survival means left behind by Great Saint Hunxiao were similarly met with sword light and annihilated, as Great Saint Hunxiao's true bodies, avatars, and survival methods were extinguished. The same fate befell Jade Qilin Great Saint, whose many true bodies and survival methods were equally slashed and annihilated under the causal time-space sword lights with no resistance. What happened? This type of causal time-space fluctuation, who is it? Xuanhuang? The disappearance of the 2 peerless great saints from causality and their complete fall immediately alarmed the ancient great saints within the chaos void. Many peerless great saints who were in seclusion, preparing for the final breakthrough to the 13th level, were stirred. That aura, is it Xuanhuang? His Excellency Xuanhuang? The peerless great saint ruling over tens of thousands of void domains? Wasn't it said he was breaking through to the 13th level? Some ancient peerless great saints, even if they were not from the same era as His Excellency Xuanhuang, had heard of this peerless great saint, and now were extremely shocked. In the long history of the Chaos Void, there indeed had been instances where peerless great saints fell, but those were during highly unusual times, and the fallen great saints only perished after numerous fierce battles. And whether they truly fell, no one knew, because at the last moment, a peerless great saint could still reincarnate. Once reincarnated, a peerless great saint would lose all, including their flesh and soul, but would also completely sever their own causality. Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had used this method to escape Xuanhuang's pursuit, but now, their causal ties disappeared far too quickly. Xuanhuang is clearing the accounts, clearing out all the great saints opposing the profound Xuanhuang lineage. Numerous peerless great saints were tremendously shocked but didn't dare to step forward. Even 30 million cosmic eras ago, Xuanhuang had the strength of an invincible great saint, and with enough time, would gain the recognition of all peerless great saints. The strength shown now far exceeded the scope of a normal peerless great saint. At this moment, no peerless great saint dared to stand out. Outside the Xuanhuang universe, a tall and mighty man sensed carefully and slashed out another 3 swords. After 3 swords, the causal ties of 3 more ancient peerless great saints vanished completely, unable even to reincarnate. In fact, even over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the reincarnation of Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had been Xuanhuang's doing, leaving them no retreat, with all true bodies and avatars annihilated, forcing them to reincarnate. Now, with merely 1 true body slashed, Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint weren't yet at the end of their roads and naturally didn't reincarnate immediately. Who could have thought that the sword from the tall and mighty man would wield such terrifying power, instantly annihilating all true bodies, avatars, and survival methods? After 5 sword strikes, the long sword in the hands of the tall and mighty man dissipated, and he immediately turned and stepped into the Xuanhuang universe. Deep within the Xuanhuang universe, Lin Yuan looked grave. The causal ties of Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint have completely vanished, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Having battled these 2 great saints, causality naturally arose, allowing Lin Yuan to determine whether they still existed through the causal ties. Of course, it was only possible to determine their existence. With Lin Yuan's current mastery of causality, he couldn't yet lock on to the location coordinates of the 2 peerless great saints. After all, the 2 peerless great saints would intentionally obscure their own causality. Failing to lock onto their locations through causality, however, still allowed him to determine whether they were alive by the existence of causality. Now, the causal ties of Great Saint Hongxiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint had vanished utterly, as if wiped from existence. As Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out, the tall and mighty man appeared not far away, stepping astride to stand before Lin Yuan. "I know you have many questions." The tall and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you." After speaking, the tall and mighty man paused for a moment, then added, "Before I vanish." Chapter 1172-31, Supreme Treasure Subscribe. Chapter 172, Chapter 31, Supreme Treasure Subscribe. The towering and mighty man's tone was calm. No intimidating aura emanated. If Lin Yuan hadn't clearly sensed the complete disappearance of the causal traces of Great Saints Hongxiao and Jade Qilin, he might have thought this was just an ordinary life form. Annihilation? Lin Yuan thought about the last words of the Xuanhuang, "Before I vanish?" Let's discuss this last. The towering and mighty man waved his hand, and the time and space around them shifted, bringing them to a palace. Lin Yuan glanced around and immediately noticed the 2 ancient symbols at the top of the palace. Xuanhuang. Although he didn't know what the symbols meant, he understood them the moment he saw them. Xuanhuang Hall? Is this the Xuanhuang Hall? Lin Yuan pondered. Among the many areas on the animal hide map, the Xuanhuang Hall ranked just below the tomb. However, the animal hide map described the Xuanhuang Hall as existing deep in time and space, making it very hard to find. Whoosh! Following the towering and mighty man into the Xuanhuang Hall, Lin Yuan paused in front of a jade table. The towering and mighty man sat down to the side, smiling at Lin Yuan. "Please sit." "Yes." Lin Yuan obediently complied. Without a doubt, the towering and mighty man before him was the strongest life form Lin Yuan had ever seen. Whether in the Chaos Void or in the source world of the Fierce Sun ancient country, he was the strongest life form beneath the 13th step. Even a great saint couldn't resist being instantly slain, their life-saving means utterly cut off. Lin Yuan had a feeling that if the towering and mighty man harbored any murderous intent towards him, all traces he left in this Chaos Void would likely be forcibly erased. "I suppose you already know who I am," the towering and mighty man said with a smile. "Your Majesty," Lin Yuan nodded. The moment the towering and mighty man appeared, the origin source of the Xuanhuang universe condensed into one. Aside from the Xuanhuang, who personally created this postnatal universe, no one else could achieve this. Moreover, Great Saints Hongxiao and Jade Qilin also recognized the identity of the towering and mighty man, fleeing without daring to resist, yet ultimately failing to escape. Ha ha ha. The towering and mighty man laughed. "In the era I belong to, in terms of innate talent and growth speed, even the marvelous life forms birthed by the Chaos Void were far inferior to me." Saying this, he glanced at Lin Yuan and sighed slightly. "But compared to you, I was quite ordinary." the moment of re-entering the Xuanwang universe, all the events that occurred over more than 3 million cosmic eras in this postnatal universe flooded into the towering and mighty man's mind. Coupled with his current state, he could see many secrets on Lin Yuan's body, such as his life level still being in the Master Realm and his unparalleled cosmic foundation. Your Majesty is anything but ordinary, Lin Yuan said immediately. To eliminate 2 great saints with just a lift of a hand, even Lin Yuan wouldn't dare claim he could do the same after entering the Chaos Realm. So far, Lin Yuan's Chaos Yin-Yang Taiji had yet to take form, its potency unknown, leaving him uncertain. My current state is special, hence the ability to thoroughly slay great saints. Normally, it wouldn't be possible, the towering and mighty man laughed. When I was in the Master Realm, forget contending with great saints, even facing ordinary sovereigns, I could only flee in panic. In truth, the towering and mighty man's implication was that he could preserve his life in the presence of sovereigns while in the Master Realm. This was already rare, given that Lin Yuan's extraordinary comprehension, descending upon numerous dimensional worlds, and mastering a 13th step inheritance had only barely achieved so much. For other life forms, such an achievement was almost impossible to replicate. Special state, Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man. Yes, you should also be aware that I have long attempted to reach the 13th step, becoming trapped in a time loop, the towering and mighty man said, but now I have broken free from the temporal loop's restraints. This escape wasn't a normal breakthrough but a forcible disengagement, hence it won't last, and I will soon vanish. Lin Yuan listened. He recalled how the Eye of Myriad Laws once told him that those stuck in the time loops at 12th-step perfection could indeed force their way out, as long as an anchor point was left in the outside world to be activated at a certain time. The 12th-step perfectionists trapped in time loops could then lock onto the anchor point and forcibly break free from the time loop. Yet, such actions were something hardly any 12th-step perfectionist would choose to do. Firstly, the difficulty was too high, time loops were isolated from the Chaos Void, and possessing an external anchor didn't guarantee escape. One required the power to shake the world of the time loop. Generally, those 12th-step perfectionists possess such power to hope for breaking through the time loop, negating the need for forcible escape. Secondly, forcibly breaking out of the time loop defies the supreme laws of the Chaos Void's operation. Even upon returning to the Chaos Void, one would perpetually suffer backlash from the entire Chaos Void. Life forms below the 13th step can hardly withstand it for long and will eventually vanish entirely. Why did your Majesty choose to escape the time loop? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Clearly, the Xuanhuang bead left to him by the Tomb Spirit was the anchor point, the towering and mighty man placed outside. Just crushing it allowed the towering and mighty man within the time loop world to lock onto it, thereby escaping. Yet Lin Yuan couldn't understand why the towering and mighty man would do such a thing. The Tomb Spirit mentioned that after acquiring the Xuanhuang bead, Lin Yuan could immediately crush it. Chapter 1173-31, Supreme Treasure Request Subscription, 47 and NNE3, Chapter 1173, Chapter 31, Supreme Treasure Request Subscription. 2. However, the Tomb Spirit did not wish for Lin Yuan to crush it himself. The former was clearly the Xuan Emperor's intention, while the latter was the Tomb Spirit's own thought. The Tomb Spirit also understood what crushing the Xuanhuang bead meant. But why did the Xuan Emperor leave this command? Is it because he knew of the threat Lin Yuan faced from 2 unparalleled great saints? Not to mention how the Xuan Emperor knew about events taking place over 30 million cosmic eras later. Even if he did know, there was no need to act this way. For a successor from who knows how many generations later to completely give up his hope of breaking into the 13th layer and have all traces of his existence erased, it makes no sense at all. Back when the profound Xuanhuang line was destroyed, countless members and disciples of the profound Xuanhuang line were hunted down, yet there was no sign of Xuanhuang breaking the time loop, so why do it 30 million cosmic eras later? Don't overthink it. I chose to forcibly break the time loop, not for you, but for... The towering and mighty man's gaze drifted as if reminded of something. I don't want to break the time loop. Don't want to break the time loop? Lin Yuan was stunned. Could that really be the reason? Actually, the time loop that traps me isn't hard to break. All I need to do is forget my sister disciple. The towering and mighty man spoke with a distant look. It's just that, forget my sister disciple? I don't wish to. Over 30 million cosmic eras, I've had my memories erased over and over within the time loop, yet I still don't wish to. Lin Yuan listened but didn't ask who the sister disciples was. I forgot to introduce my sister disciple to you. The towering and mighty man said, I was born in a tribe, lost my parents at an early age, suffered greatly, almost starved to death many times actually. Starving to death wasn't the scariest part, but being eaten as food. Later, I left the tribe, wanting to find a way to survive in the outside world, but not only did I not find anything, I was captured by some evil cultivator who intended to use my essence and soul to refine a cultivation method. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man following the murals on the tomb walls. The Xuan Emperor should have originated from some innate universe, born in low status, with harsh surroundings. Later, I met my sister disciple, who was a disciple of the Qing sect. Hearing of this evil cultivator's actions, she planned to exterminate the demonic path and killed that evil cultivator, saving me. The towering and mighty man recalled, "I still remember the first words my sister disciple said to me, 'Little beggar, don't be afraid, that big demon is already dead, you're alive now.'" I imagined if my sister disciple had come a little later, I might have died. The towering and mighty man continued. Later, she took me back to the Qing sect, and after testing, found my aptitude to be quite good, so I entered, becoming her junior brother. My sister disciple was truly kind. She didn't mind my filth or smell, actively performed marrow cleansing on me, helped me transform, and taught me many things about cultivation. Lin Yuan listened. From then on, I vowed to repay my sister disciple well, to prevent anyone from bullying her. As I continued to cultivate, my aptitude and talent grew stronger, quickly becoming the strongest in the Qing sect, leading it to become the most powerful force in that universe. Later, I also became Dao companions with my sister disciple. That day was the happiest of my life. Finally, I broke through the 12 tiers, and with my help, my sister disciple also ascended to the 12 tiers. We endured the cosmic cataclysm together and entered the chaos void. As the towering and mighty man spoke, his tone turned cold. Upon entering the chaos void, we encountered a dominator-class plunderer. I wasn't a match for them, and my sister disciple, to ensure my survival, didn't hesitate to burn her soul, essence, blood, and spirit, resulting in both her true form and avatars igniting, barely managing to hold off that plunderer. The towering and mighty man's expression was one of forlorn loss. Though I survived, my sister disciple did not. I inquired everywhere, discovering that 12-tier beings were free from the shackles of the river of time and could only be resurrected by becoming a 13th layer time being. So I began pursuing becoming a time being. It's laughable to say, at the time I was just at the peak of the path-splitting realm, not even at the chaos realm, yet I fancied myself capable of becoming a time being? The towering and mighty man suddenly laughed. However, after entering the chaos void, I found my physique and bloodline to be very unique. Under the nurturing environment of the Chaos Void, they completely revealed their true potential, making me stronger and stronger, easily becoming a domination sovereign, great saint. At the perfection of the Chaos Realm, I established the profound Shuang lineage and founded the Xuan Kingdom, ruling over the territory, slaughtering all plunderers, partly to avenge my sister disciple. But unfortunately, the plunderer we encountered back then was long dead. The towering and mighty man smiled softly. Upon becoming an unparalleled great saint, I considered how to advance to the 13th layer, visiting many special beings of the Chaos Void at that time. 2. Those special beings said my heart demon was too heavy, that my sister disciple influenced me too much, and that under such circumstances, the time loop I was trapped in would be extremely difficult to traverse. The towering and mighty man sneered, but those special beings were born strong, standing loftily above, knowing nothing of my experiences. Without my sister disciple, I'd have died long ago. My sister disciple was never my heart demon, but my sole reason to grow stronger. Lin Yuan nodded. Many of the lofty spectacle beings had shallow emotions, utterly self-serving. Though I don't consider my sister disciple to be my heart demon, I understand her position in my heart. The time loop I may face in the attempt to break into the 13th layer will likely involve her. Later, I accidentally entered an interdimensional gap and there obtained a supreme treasure. This treasure was difficult to suppress with my power alone and could only be veiled using the power of the time loop. At that time, my realm strength had already reached its peak, already having the invincible strength of a great saint. Despite not being recognized by other unparalleled great saints, I didn't want to wait any longer. With the help of that treasure, my chances of breaking the time loop were somewhat higher. The longer the delay, should the matter of this treasure leak, other unparalleled great saints would undoubtedly seize it at any cost, and it might even attract the attention of genuine time beings. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan. Before striking for the 13th layer, I left many arrangements, one of which was that Xuanhuang pearl containing a trace of the treasure's aura, and should it be crushed, the leakage of the aura would resonate with the treasure's body, and that treasure had been taken by me into the time loop world. Any disturbance informed to me, serving as an anchor point to forcibly break the time loop. At the time, I thought that if 30 million cosmic eras passed and I had not broken the time loop, there might be no possibility of advancing to the 13th layer, hence leaving the command for the Xuanhuang pearl to be crushed. After 30 million cosmic eras. Moreover, crushing the Xuanhuang pearl would only remind me whether or not to forcibly break the time loop would still depend on me. I see, Lin Yuan realized, looking pensive. As for the time loop I experienced, to genuinely break through, one must completely forget the sister disciple. Isn't it ironic that my stepping into the 13th layer is to resurrect my sister disciple, but now the precondition for stepping into the 13th layer is to forget her? If I forget her, what is the point of my stepping into the 13th layer? If I truly forget her, would I still be me? The towering and mighty man smirked. In the time loop, countless times I had my memories erased and started again, but never chose to forget her. Not until you crushed the Xuanhuang Pearl did I forcibly break free. Lin Yuan looked at the towering and mighty man, thoughts surging. The information the Moyu Tower Master had provided him about the time loop stated that any who reached perfection at the 12th layer experienced a time loop was an unprecedented trial. Yet the time loop experienced by Xuanhuang required him to forget his sister disciple? In that time loop, without my sister disciple, there really was no hope of breaking through. It was rather dull there, but now that I'm out, it's much better. The towering and mighty man looked at Lin Yuan, raising his right hand. A misty glow emerged. Before my demise, this supreme treasure I obtained from the interdimensional gap, I gift it to you. Chapter 1174, 32 Eternal Sleep, end of this volume. Please subscribe. Chapter 1174, Chapter 32, Eternal Sleep, end of this volume. Please subscribe. Is this the treasure? Lin Yuan observed carefully. Within the dim glow, a palm-sized cauldron could be vaguely seen. He learned from the tomb spirit that Xuanhuang had lastly obtained a treasure from the dimensional gap, which led to the decision to advance to the 13 tier early. At that time, Lin Yuan thought this treasure might have a value close to the 13 tier. But just now, Xuanhuang implied that he was worried about delaying too long, fearing the treasure's information might leak, attracting the attention of 13-tier temporal beings. A treasure merely close to the 13-tier level wouldn't attract the attention of temporal beings. To attract the attention of temporal beings only... That's right, this treasure is a 13-tier weapon, said the majestic and tall man. A 13-tier weapon? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. The small cauldron in Xuanhuang's hands, within the dim light, immediately seemed unfathomable. That dimensional gap should be the battlefield of two 13-tier combatants, and this treasure is likely the remnant of one of them. I can sense the owner of the treasure is still alive. It's just that he forgot to retrieve it, Xuanhuang said in a deep voice. It's like when Xuanhuang fights with a strong being of the same level, leaving behind an ordinary Great Saint-level treasure and not retrieving it simply because it didn't come to mind. 13-tier beings are also known as temporal beings, and their concept of time is different from that of the 12th tier. For example, for the 12th tier, billions of cosmic eras might pass, but for 13-tier temporal beings, it might only equate to a few breaths. Of course, the 13-tier being might have forgotten about this weapon, but if this weapon actively calls the 13-tier being, reminding them, it is very likely they would come to reclaim it. This is also the reason Xuanhuang immediately advanced to the 13 tier, using the power of time loops to suppress this treasure. Only in this way can the treasure be prevented from calling its master. As for what happens when the weapon's owner finds out afterward, if Xuanhuang transcends to the 13 tier, it naturally wouldn't be a big deal. If he doesn't, this treasure, deeply nestled in time loops, would require the 13-tier temporal life to break the time loop to retrieve it, helping Xuanhuang to break free. Even for a 13-tier temporal life, breaking a time loop comes at a significant cost. Thus, Xuanhuang's act of suppressing this 13-tier weapon is basically without any hidden dangers. Bringing this treasure into the time loop can slightly break the constraints within, raising your starting point a little, Xuanhuang said. Slightly break the constraints within the time loop? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. No wonder Xuang was determined to advance to the 13 tier early. Besides, Xuanhuang could easily break free from the time loop, likely also using the power of this treasure. For you, Xuanhuang looked at Lin Yuan and gently tossed the dimly glowing object in his hand. Lin Yuan instinctively reached out, and the small cauldron covered in dim light fell into his hands. Very light, Lin Yuan felt as if it had no weight, as if he was holding a ball of air. Now, this treasure has been reinforced and sealed by me with the power of time loops for over 30 million cosmic eras. Even if it leaves the time loop world, the time power of the external seal can last for 100 cosmic eras. Xuanhuang looked at Lin Yuan. In other words, within 100 cosmic eras, this treasure won't actively call its master. Once 100 cosmic eras pass, there will be no guarantee any longer. At that time, if you have reached the peak of the Chaos Realm, try your best to advance to the 13 tier. If you haven't reached the peak of the Chaos Realm yet, Xuanhuang thought for a moment, but with your talent and potential, reaching the peak of the Chaos Realm within 100 cosmic eras should be hopeful. I will try my best. Lin Yuan nodded solemnly. Also, if you encounter danger in the future and are about to completely perish, or if this treasure is about to be taken, you may choose to directly activate this treasure, Xuanhuang said. This treasure is a 13-tier weapon. With your power, even if you give it your all, you won't unleash much of its might. But even a sliver of its power is enough to easily obliterate any consummate Chaos Realm, Xuanhuang said. But this will undoubtedly attract the attention of the treasure's owner, and in the end, the treasure will most likely be reclaimed. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. So, unless absolutely necessary, Xuanhuang doesn't recommend Lin Yuan do this. Of course, if it truly comes to a life or death situation, where not activating the treasure would also result in it being taken by other powerful beings, Lin Yuan would naturally choose to activate it without hesitation. Moreover, you can comprehend this treasure as well. It is far more useful than comprehending the time bloodline of those half-baked wonder lives. Xuanhuang smiled slightly. Lin Yuan nodded. A 13-tier weapon, crafted personally by a 13-tier being, contains profound temporal mysteries that far surpass the bloodlines of those half-baked wonder lives. All right. Do you have any other questions now? Xuanhuang looked at Lin Yuan and smiled. No more. Lin Yuan shook his head. Xuanhuang had explained everything clearly enough. Through this invincible great saint's experiences, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of time loops. The so-called time loop not only presents challenges never encountered before, but also confronts one's deepest weaknesses and obsessions. This Xuanhuang universe was created by me. If I were to completely perish, it would perish with me, unable to be left for you. Xuanhuang made a gesture with his right hand, and numerous beams of light flashed within the universe as various precious treasures gathered into Xuanhuang's hand. But these wonders and treasures I've gathered for you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Due to the sudden arrival of Great Saint Hun Xiao and Jade Qilin Great Saint, the numerous avatars Lin Yuan sent out hadn't yet scavenged the universe clean before being forced to stop and return. Now, with Xuanhuang taking action, Lin Yuan was spared a lot of time. No need to thank me. After all, you are my heir. It's better than leaving them to outsiders. Xuanhuang smiled slightly, then stood up. Since you have no more questions, I should go out and take a look. Go out and take a look? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. Let's visit an old friend and prepare something more for you in the process. The Xuanhuang took a step forward and vanished in front of Lin Yuan. Old friend? Lin Yuan's expression was serious. Anyone whom the Xuanhuang addressed as an old friend must be an ancient great saint, having lived through at least 30 million cosmic eras outside the Xuanhuang universe. A towering and majestic man reappeared. Rumbling. The entire chaos void suddenly roared, the rules of the great Dao retreated, and time and space began to roll back. The towering and majestic man took another step and disappeared once more. Sea of Life. This place is a mysterious location within the chaos void, and even an unmatched great saint would find it difficult to enter forcibly, on par with places like the Nine Heavens Thunder Pond and the 10,000 Tribulations Origin Mountain. Splash. The Sea of Life churned with waves, and an abundance of vigorous life auras spread, occasionally accompanied by the sight of falling life-divine stones. At this moment, the time and space of this mysterious location were torn apart, and a towering and majestic man stepped inside. In an instant, the entire Sea of Life surged with towering waves, and an invisible, terrifying pressure pressed down on the towering and majestic man. Yet all the pressure dissipated and diluted the moment it touched the towering and majestic man. Xuanhuang, what brings you here? A cold voice emanated from the depths of the Sea of Life. Before I perish, I'd like to ask you for a life origin stone, the towering and majestic man said with a smile. A life origin stone? You already stole one back then, and now you want another? The voice from the depths of the Sea of Life spoke with a hint of anger. Over 30 million cosmic eras ago, the Xuanhuang came here specifically to steal a life origin stone to recreate the Sea of Life and to craft the life origin star for the Xuanhuang universe. This act caused the Sea of Life not to lose even a single life-divine stone for millions of cosmic eras thereafter. The life origin stone is countless times more precious than a life-divine stone, being the foundation formed over countless cosmic eras by the Sea of Life. Yes, I still want it. The towering and majestic man nodded. Will you give it or not? With these words. The depths of the Sea of Life fell silent immediately. You know it, I won't live much longer, the towering and majestic man said. Leave. The Sea of Life surged, and a fist-sized crystal stone shot out from the depths. Ha ha ha. The towering and majestic man laughed heartily, turning to leave the Sea of Life. In front of an ancient mine, the towering and majestic man appeared out of thin air. Before I die, can you send me some crystals? The towering and majestic man spoke, his voice resounding throughout the ancient mine. Xuanhuang, you've gone too far. Crystals are incredibly precious. A cold voice similarly rang out from the depths of the mine. In that case, before I die, let's see if I can topple your mine, the towering and majestic man said. I've wanted to do this for a very long time. A moment later, from the depths of the ancient mine, a beam of crystal light shot out. The towering and majestic man caught the crystal light and then turned to leave. On this day, the Xuanhuang Great Saint from over 30 million cosmic eras ago ventured into many of the mysterious places within the Chaos Void, inciting the fury of the special existences in these mysterious places. One by one, unmatched Great Saints gazed from afar. The existence of these ancient mysterious places had persisted for too long, existing alongside unique entities like the Eye of Myriad Laws. Even the invincible Great Saints in history would not have pressed too hard. Eventually, the aura of the Xuanhuang Great Saint disappeared in the Chaos Void. No one knew where this extraordinary figure went, and his presence vanished completely, with no trace of cause and effect to be sensed. in a remote corner of the chaos void. Chaos Chi was thin here, a desolate void. Outside a naturally formed universe, a towering, majestic figure appeared silently, none other than the Xuan Huang. The Xuan Huang quietly observed the universe not far away, his gaze penetrating into the universe itself, settling on a secret realm partially fused with the universe's origin source. This secret realm resembled the Xuan Huang's secret realm, but was even more completely fused with the universe's origin source, virtually impossible to enter. The secret realm was empty. There were no treasures of the kind only seen once in 1,100 cosmic eras, nor were there rare treasures for which many great saints would risk their lives in battle, let alone any weapons or arms at the level of a great saint. Only in the center of the secret realm stood a solitary grave surrounded by some pink peach blossoms in bloom. Senior Sister. From across the universe, the Xuan Huang gazed at that grave, and for once, a rare gentleness appeared on his face as he softly murmured, "I can finally rest with you forever." Eventually, the figure of the Xuan Huang Great Saint became blurred and illusory, and as Chaos Chi drifted by, he turned into a rain of light, merging into the far-off universe.